Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secret.
Count that big slam.
Double kill turns to 3. The team keeps take him down, he don't have the damage. SBTC.
이거 또 guy.
Welcome to the WCS Philippines. We are now on day 2 of week 2. And if you caught yesterday's matches, it seems like week 2 favors the underdogs, which I think could lead to some interesting matches today. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Onloose and the newcomer to the panel desk, Dash.
Welcome.
Hey, Dash.
Hey, what up?
Well, how are you feeling about your debut here? On the desk.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of excited and also nervous at the same time, but I'm excited on
We
how
don't
it's gonna
bite.
go with the panel. Yeah,
We don't bite, promise. We only give
Okay,
panel
okay.
consequences here.
that's what I'm scared of.
We will now hold you to, of course, as part of this desk. But of course, we have to thank everybody who makes this event possible, like PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
We would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging experience enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 and a very, very fun show match is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And we were definitely amused with what happened yesterday. Checking out our series highlights, Autolus, and these first two, the first two matches that we saw for that day, we saw two big teams, a little unprepared against relatively smaller teams.
Well, FLA and RQ, I mean, your statement was more for the second game. For FLA, RQ, I feel that whoever wins this, there won't really be that much of a question because both of them, they are relatively strong when it comes to the roster. But FLA yesterday showed their true identity, and that is to have Danny just go all out on the marksman role, bagging back-to-back MVPs. Meanwhile, on the second match, we saw something unprecedented that did happen, and that is Team Secret going down against the winless team in Sunsparks. Now, I don't know what to say about this. I know Dash has something to say about this upset that did happen yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I casted that game yesterday and I was like super surprised on what's happening all around because Team Secret just fell down. They just broke down against the members of Sunsparks. Sunsparks played it so well during that time, and also I'd like to add marksman meta is, I think, is coming back to
there you
WCS PH just because right now during the 4 games that we had yesterday, 4 series, I think all of them played marksman, the teams who win.
Oh yeah, and I think the only person that has yet to play a marksman of all our Dragon laners is the Dragon laner for Cerebrum Esports. There you go. How has been picking the AP champions. He has picked the Lux, the Ziggs, and the Brand. So maybe today in our Marksman Mania, we would see how be put on a traditional marksman.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Marksman Mania. So today we are actually going to be focusing on our carries, on our AD carries for today. as we head on over to our player spotlights, of course, once the series begin. But I think the only thing that isn't really news from yesterday, Dash, is that, of course, Team Underground, I mean, it's no surprise.
right.
They're still undefeated.
Yeah, they're still so strong. They're still up there, quite with the unorthodox rap. I wasn't expecting the last part in where they used Ash as an ADC against a Vayne, which is really not
How about
usually
the
Vayne
Janna?
always goes. Oh yeah, also the Janna. It's also something that
It's
I
our
want
first
to
pick,
point
by the
out
way.
because yeah,
Just
I think
him.
yeah, I think it really works, honestly, especially that we have a lot of engaged tools on most of our players on the other side. Janna plays really well because just one Monsoon and they're all disrupted.
Exactly, and teams are now showing up their ally stars. During last season, during the Icon series, it has been very well documented that if the other team goes for the Alistar, you would normally see a Janna as a counter pick for the engages that Alistar brings to the table. So, yeah,
Right.
we could be seeing the weather forecaster more and more as the day goes by.
It would be a treat to see that in Arthros for sure. A little bit of a throwback to, the original form, I guess, of this current roster. But, of course, just to remind you guys of our format, save the date because beginning April 1 will be the playoffs. And, I was actually saying that, like, April 1, there's probably going to be, like, some pranks on there, or maybe just on the panel. Maybe it's going to be a little bit... Maybe
I
it's gonna
hope
be a bit of a
Osiris will
twist.
be with us on the April 1st.
I
Yeah.
do hope so too. I do hope so too. I think like for sure we definitely have to extend the pranks on April 1st to the casters. Perhaps we
Yeah.
have to do
Double
that.
the price, maybe?
Maybe, maybe,
Kinda scared.
indeed.
Or maybe we can put out a rule. Like, we have to predict the team that we don't want to win or something.
Maybe. For sure, there's gonna be some twists. I think like since we brought up the panel death consequences, we have to follow through, especially on April Fool's Day, right?
Yep.
And checking out our standings from today, Dash, I do have to ask you because we do ask everybody who comes over here on our panel desk your top 4 and how it has changed from week 1 going into week 2, especially with yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, top 4, if I could, I'll go with the top one first. So my first one was Team Secret at first, then Team Underground, Fennel Adversity, then Oasis came at 4th for me. But right now, I'm not really sure what's gonna happen though, because so far Team Underground got up there, Team Secret now down to 5th place due to it's not 5th place actually because they're tied with a lot of teams, but still they're down there. So I was not expecting this turnaround, especially with my power rankings.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like, with regards to Team Secret, it's like when we started the WCS, they're like Team Secret, oh okay, they're all the way at the top. And then as each day of the WCS goes by, it's like they're struggling and they're slowly going
Did you see
down.
their post yesterday?
Oh my
They
god.
got beat, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Pain.
For sure,
Pain.
yeah.
And it is of course going to be another one for Team Secret today, and we're expecting them of course to come back in their full form as they face off against their opponents today. Let's actually check out the schedule to find out who they will be facing off against. I think that, of course, we have Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity. Very interesting. We're going to dig into that a little bit later. But we also have Oasis versus Cerebrum. RRQ versus Underground is a very interesting match indeed. It seems like Underground, of course, the undefeated. And here comes another challenger, another big boss trying to challenge them for that undefeated crown to try and make the gods of the WCS bleed. And we have Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. Now, I need to ask you guys, as the panelists over here, we're going to have a little thumbs up, thumbs down kind of question as we pan on over back to the panel desk because I can't see your thumbs anywhere at this point. But we'll move on over to schedule. There we go. But thumbs up, thumbs down.
Test some.
Is it-
Okay.
Oh, what is it?
I wanted
What
to
was
test
that?
my Teemo, but yeah, it's black.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm
So
sorry.
cute.
I'm sorry,
It's so
direct.
cute. Teemo is cute as merch. Teemo not so cute in game. I just have to say. But yeah, for Team Secret, thumbs up, thumbs down. Is it panic time for them? What do you guys think?
Who goes first?
I think you should, Luis.
I would say, okay, no sugarcoating here. Thumbs up. Mainly because Sunsparks wasn't really on form last week, and having defeated by the 0-3 team that is scraping or that is really trying to crawl back into form, is such a confidence shaker for Team Secret. I feel that the morale was basically on an all-time low. This is not a Team Secret that we have loved to watch for one whole year. Remember, during their debut, during the summer season, they were basically turning heads already, right? And come fall season, although they were starting very, very slow, they were still able to rack up wins. But this season, so fairly different, and I think, yeah, there should be some sort of a panic button that should be pressed right now for Team Secret.
Dash?
Yeah, on my side, I think yes, I would really agree on that because it's been quite a real hard struggle for Team Secret, especially when it comes to the communication. It sometimes breaks down. Sometimes they're not on the same page when it comes to the plays that has been happening throughout the map. That's why I think, yeah, it's a panic time for Team Secret.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see. They are our last match of the day, but our first series of the day is going to be Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity. Now, interesting for Sunsparks, as we talk about Team Secret, Sunsparks, of course, managing to take that 2-0. So, Autolus, the spotlight is on them right now.
Exactly. No. Yesterday we talked to Arjak and he said that well, he called out Fennel for voting against them, and basically, I mean, we have to do our jobs, right? And we have to analyze the games as it is and call the games as it is. Sunsparks yesterday, I wanted to call it a miracle win against Team Secret, but a clean 2-0 against the reigning defending champions of the Philippines shouldn't be really tagged as a miracle. One of the guys that really did help them win is their Dragon Laner. A new version of Consi was unlocked yesterday by putting him on a hyper carry. Vayne on games 1 and 2 was really the key element for Sunsparks to get the upper hand come late game against Team Secret. With an average KDA of 3.07 and still very remarkable and consistent damage output at 30%, you should expect that Consi will still remain or I'm hoping that he will still remain to play the hyper carries in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, definitely I would really agree on Consi right now that I'm expecting that he'll do the same right now because he has been playing a lot of marksman since the start. Even during week 1, he has been playing a lot of this marksman, and so far it hasn't been that effective during week 1, but now he's harvesting everything and it's working out for their side. And so far, I think Consi, he's absorbing a lot of the pressure. That's why some of their members are being enabled, because Consi has been absorbing a lot of the pressure, especially with the Vayne Lulu pick yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for sure, especially since on the side of Fennel Adversity, he will be up against Danny, which we will be putting the spotlight on a little bit later. But first off, for the rest of the team, though, Dash, both of these teams are riding on momentum from yesterday, because not only did Sunsparks get that 2-0 from Team Secret, Fennel Adversity got that against RRQ, another big, international name that we have here at the WCS.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Fennel Adversity is a really strong team. They have been performing really well since the start, but it's going to be quite a challenge right now, especially with the momentum on both sides. I mean, Sunsparks and also Fennel Adversity. I'm liking so far that Doming has been enabling most of his laners when it comes to the play, but I would also like to point out that Danny just performed so well yesterday, and I'm kind of scared on how this bottom lane Dragon laners are going to be doing today.
I still think that the identity of Fennel Adversity, the double D from the summer season, will never leave this team. Hand in hand and trying to make sure that Fennel Adversity will have the control, and come late game, Danny again will pop off. Oh my G, 36%! That's one of the highest average damage share that I have seen for a Dragon Laner, for a player alone in competitive Wildrift. In Wildrift competitive, I think the highest that I saw was 37%. That was back when Mirmo was still playing for the Mirmo team. So yeah, this is just 1% off of that highest average damage share that I've seen so far. So yeah, props to Danny. I'm so excited to see the matchup of Danny versus Consi.
Yeah, and looking at our head-to-head over here, it's going to be interesting indeed, because Fennel Adversity has made that trademark protective circle around Danny, that controlled aggression just until Danny is ready to pop off. That has been some of their trademark. And so far, it's been a strategy that's been working very, very well for them here at the WCS Dash. So going up against Ponzi over here, I mean, how do you think these two styles are going to contrast?
Yeah, this is a very different style. Honestly, on the side of a Sunsparks, Qeon absorbs a lot of the pressure to enable almost all of the laners. He's like the sixth man, or rather the shadow that they're actually using on for the side of Qeon. And on the other side, everybody's going for Danny. So it's the light versus the shadow right here for Danny versus Qeon. So very different playstyles, yeah.
Okay. All right. Some Death Note references there. I see you. Right?
Yeah.
Kira.
Yeah.
But the last time that we hyped Danny of going against a certain marksman that we are also highlighting, Demon Kite, they both played AP carry. So if there's one thing I am hoping for, at least for this particular matchup and for this day, that our Dragon Laners will stick to the marksman mania that we've been brewing and we've been excited to see, because when it comes to mechanics in Wildrift, our Dragon Laners has been on top. I talked to one of the Dragon Laners from MYSG, that was Sagi, and he really loves the way Danny plays in the Dragon Lane, and that's a huge props coming from fellow bro, right? From a different region. And that just goes to show that Danny and Qeon, I think this is going to be mano a mano, and this will be our first, I would say, marksman mania for today.
Yeah, an exciting one indeed. And yeah, I mean, it goes to show that even other regions have their eyes on Danny at this point. So it's going to be interesting indeed to see how Qeon will step up to the plate in our head-to-head. But of course, we have our own head-to-head here on our panel desk, as we do have our consequence for the day. Before we get into our predictions, I'm going to draw it now, actually, because some of these consequences require a little bit of preparation.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, yes, there's a lot. You can add
scared,
some suggestions over here, Dan. I'm gonna so that you guys can see it. I'm here.
Yeah.
I love your outfit, Nika.
Oh, thank you. I thought I'd go with the tweed today and act like it was not hot, swelteringly hot outside. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I actually love this.
What's that?
Dash, I have to say, do you watch Peacemaker?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay. So this is gonna be fun
Peacemaker dance?
for sure.
Oh my god!
Oh my. Okay.
Okay. This is actually fun, and
I'm okay in losing.
Yeah.
Actually.
Maybe
I
we
wanted
should
to
all
try
do
that.
it.
I think
don't know.
I'll change my predictions now.
That's-
So
Yeah. But by the time that we get to the live events, hopefully we
Oh,
could do.
oh,
I will be the
that's gonna
eagle.
be fun. That's
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be fun for sure. And now I wish we were live and on site right now, because this would be so much
Yeah, I'll
fun.
be the eagle. That's it.
You come in at the
And
end.
then Infinity could. No, Infinity is actually big in height.
Yeah.
Who's the judo master?
Yeah. I feel
Oh
like
no,
thing.
who's gonna
that can
play
be that can be
that, though?
Infinity.
Sure, yeah. I think that works.
Right. I think just putting this out there, Osiris should have the title role. I feel like that
So
would be
he
fun.
will be the peacemaker and he will
Yeah.
carry Infinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, if you are missing our references, there is a certain show that Mika, myself, Poch, and even Dash is actually crazy about.
Yep.
That's a show from DC, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
DC,
I'm right,
DC.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a DC universe.
So yeah, if you haven't
Yes.
watched at least the trailer, at least the opening scene,
You
trying to catch that one
just
because
have to
that's
watch.
what we are going to do.
Yes, just watch the opening scene. You don't need to watch like the rest of the show if you're not into it. Just watch the opening scene, because it's definitely something for the books. But in order for us to get to that, we first have to iron out our predictions for the day. So Dash, I'm gonna put you on the spot first. Which way is it gonna go?
Okay, I'll go with Fennel Adversity 2-1. Can I explain? Is it okay if I explain?
Yeah, of course.
your
Okay,
time.
so it's because I want to go with the Sunsparks hype train, but I still need one more win. If they win against Fennel Adversity here and prove me wrong, I'll hop aboard the Sunsparks hype train. Yeah, but for now, I'll go with them. I did it at 2-1 because they won against Team Secret yesterday. So yeah, I'm being a bit conservative with my predictions right now.
Mika, go ahead.
No,
Ladies first.
okay. I actually do also agree that this is going to be Fennel adversity, but I think this is a 2-1. And I just have to say, shout out to Prod who is now calling us out. They said, kakasorry nila kahapon sa Sunsparks and that is definitely true. But I also do agree with that. Like, I feel like, you know, the momentum is there, and we're definitely seeing a more improved Sunsparks. But
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, on the side of Fennel adversity, they've just been so consistent. So I feel like Fennel adversity is more than prepared against Sunsparks. But I do think that momentum, that high, that little bit of adjustment, is probably going to take one game.
There's another letter D when it comes to Fennel adversity. I know that we have Danny and Name, but there is what we call discipline. And that is the calling card of Fennel adversity over every team. And let's face it, this is still an underdog versus a Goliath. Fennel adversity, by record, they're not going to take things easy against any team, and they will be playing the same way they play every single time. And I think, relatively wise, roster wise, experience wise, it's still Fennel adversity that we're talking about. So it's against you guys, and nothing against Sunsparks, it will still be a clean 2-0 in favor of Fennel adversity, because I feel that all the checklist or all the check marks that is needed for them to get that clean 2-0 is over onto the Fennel side.
Yeah. I do definitely agree. And you know, Fennel adversity, of course, we've been calling them throughout the C Icon series. We've been calling them our favorite underdogs here at WCS. I still have to. The name sometimes kind of like sticks, but I still have to remind myself that these aren't underdogs anymore, especially not after coming second to Team Secret at the C Icon series fall season. So I kind of like have to wash that away. That these guys, this is Fennel adversity, and you know they're pretty kick-ass. They do represent the region in a lot of other tournaments as well. So these guys definitely have the experience. They have that discipline to back things up. Now, one other question I didn't get to ask actually yesterday, Fennel adversity yesterday. I mean, like a while ago with our thumbs up, thumbs down before we got into the series. Fennel adversity, they did take down RRQ. I know we're going to see them a little later, but I also want to ask if it is indeed panic time for RRQ. What do you guys think? Instead of thumbs
I'm not prepared.
we can move it a little bit later. We can move it a little bit later as we go up against RRQ.
Sure, yeah.
But that's something to think about, because like we do have Team Secret and RRQ somewhat 50-50.
Relatively, it's kind of unfair for RRQ to have the same treatment as Team Secret, because Team Secret, we've been doing this, Mika, since last season. We've been holding them to a different standards, to a higher standards, and for RRQ, I feel that they are still trying to find their identity. We will see. We'll see. I'll be happy to think about it and then answer it the next time. You know, the Fear panel.
Yeah.
Sure. Like maybe a little bit later as we get into the series for RRQ, because I feel like what we saw yesterday was Fennel adversity versus RRQ, and we talked about this too, that it was more of like what the Fennel adversity did nothing new, so to say. They just stuck to their guns because they are that very consistent team. RRQ was little experimental. So on the other side though, because they are up against Sunsparks right now, Sunsparks, it's not so much that they're experimenting, but I feel like they still haven't gotten like their identity, whereas Fennel adversity Dash, it's like they had known their identity and they've been working on it since the summer season, refining it for the fall season, and now like this is them.
Yeah, and this is quite a bit of difference, especially with Fennel adversity having their identity already being the disciplined team, playing around Danny and Domek whenever they can. And also for the side of Sunsparks, I think they're slowly going for that identity, in where there's always a pressure onto their ADC, and after that they would just flow out. Like what Hayes did yesterday was something that I was surprised of, that even though that the pressure was not on him, I mean the pressure was on Kanzi, Hayes was able to pop up and was able to
I've
get
been
MVP,
having the guy. I've been having the guy. And finally it happened yesterday. I'm so happy, by the way. I'm so happy for my man. And also Kanzi.
Oh yeah, Autolus has been raving about Consi ever since like the earlier
Right.
seasons as well during the CI Icon series.
And there's also one thing I wanted to talk about, Nika. This is about the changes that we saw 3.0B. We've been
yes.
seeing diversity when it comes to Keystone runes choices. I've been seeing face rushes, I've been seeing electrocute, and I think this is actually a good time for us viewers and for us panelists to observe what really
Yeah.
is effective, because the pro players right now are experimenting. So fun.
That's true. That's definitely true, and that's also why we have Marksman Mania as our focus for today as
Nice.
well.
Yeah.
Because we are seeing, the patch favor this kind of meta currently. And right now, you guys can also let us know your thoughts on this, on the latest patch, or maybe some of our panel consequences, or your favorite teams. Just head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #WCS, WCSPH, or hashtag Wildrift Champions SEA. We have some tweets right now, and we have Duncel, a good friend
Oh,
of us
yeah.
here on the
Duncel.
panel for sure.
He's
Can't
part of my
decide.
guild, by the way.
And part of the Auto Guild.
Yeah,
Can't
shout out to my
decide
guild. Let's
the
go.
best teams until the top 6 has been set. Very true. But for me, it is always those teams who have the most dedication to win, who will all prevail. Wasakan ng dreams. Oh, I do agree with that, definitely.
It's so
Yun.
konyo, right? Wasakan ng dreams.
It's your konyo tita
That's
back on the rift.
I like
It's
it.
your-
I like it.
It's your konyo tita back on the rift. Do we have another one?
I think so. We have another one.
Do we have
I
another
wish
tweet?
so.
I saw tweets with an S.
Yeah, me too. I saw two.
We have
Dash-
another. Oh,
Dash
Sondra,
Regis.
another one.
Oh,
Go ahead, Dash.
roses are red. Mundos are blue. Kung ayaw nyo kay Yasuo, kay Timo na lang. Right, yeah. Yeah, let's go with Timo, yeah.
It should be a
I know that
Can we
the
do
color
this?
scheme
We should
is
be a
kind of
part.
twisted right now, but this is actually shout out to my good friend Tony for gifting me a keychain. Timo.
Aww.
If you
It's
missed,
a keychain?
yeah, it's a keychain, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go. There is
Ah,
there is an ongoing. Yesterday there was a watch and win promo that it was actually included in the WCS Philippines Facebook page. So make sure to hop on there and check out. Maybe there will be another set of giveaways
Hey.
ready for our viewers.
Ooh, well, everybody loves a giveaway for sure. So check that out, guys. And I do believe we have enough stalling for now, if that wasn't
there you
obvious. So yes, we have enough
Alrighty.
stalling for now.
Yeah.
We are now ready. We are now ready, guys, to head into our first match of the day between Sunsparks and Fennel Adversity Casters. You guys are up. Over to you.
At tayo nagbabalik dito sa Week 2, Day 2 ng WCS Philippines. At syempre kami ang inyong mga kasama, si Tito Osiris at ang napakagandang dilag na si Kaysaya.
Akala ko dadagdagan mo na rin ng tita kay
Ay,
Saya. Hindi, actually, mami nga. And tawag mami kay Saya. Ayun. And of course, sa ida nga daw, Sunsparks versus Fennel. Ang tindi ng prediction moment ng ating mga panelists kanina.
Oo.
Pwede ba kitang tanungin kung ano yung prediction mo, Osiris?
Ay, I mean, by track record, madam, ano to Goliath versus David. And talagang alam mong labanan ng Titans, FLA is definitely up there at sila yung aking iboboto. Pero ikaw ba, sa tingin mo, sino sa tingin mo ang mananangalo? May pag-asa ba ang Sunsparks knowing na meron silang momentum from yesterday?
Definitely meron pero I think mas nagli-lean on ako sa prediction katulad ng kay Autolus na kayang 2-0 ito ng Fennel Adversity, knowing na matagal na rin sila nagsama-sama, and of course nakita natin yung consistency nila. We thought that left out sila sa lower rankings ng ating leaderboard, but then again umahon sila, nasa top 2 sila ngayon. But of course sobrang ganda ng pinakita ng Sunsparks from yesterday.
Yes. No, mga hindi natin na-expect na kaganapan. Kumbaga, sinabi nga natin na kung siguro nanalo ang Cerebrum against sa Grindsky, that's a day ng mga underdogs, no? Kahit yung laban natin sa underground, kaso syempre, talagang alam mo, may mga teams pa rin na hindi basta-basta magpapatalo, and right now, nakita na natin, Sunsparks, kung ano yung pwedeng kalakasan nila. And at the same time, si FLA, no, nakalaban nila yung RRQ, isa rin sa superstar team na kung saan 2-0. So it's raining 2-0 since from last week. May mga few 2-1s tayo pero wala pa tayong perfect run ng 2-1. And mukhang lahat naman agree na convincing lahat ng mga panalo recently. Lagi muntik lang. Pero every team's got this issue na hindi nila nako-close yung game o laging may isang moment na magbabago yung tempo ng buong game. So ngayon, nandito na tayo sa drafting phase at nagsimula na rin yung mga battles.
Yeah, bukod din kasi sa changes sa roster ng iba't ibang team natin, nagkaroon din ng shift sa meta. So nakakita tayo ng mga players na nag-a-adjust from using ADCs to APCs. Nakakita tayo ng mga mid laners natin na nag-a-adjust to bruisers. And sobrang labo-labo na. Even yung sa RRQ kahapon, nakita natin na nag-support si Exos. So that was a little bit shocking. Akala ko nga mag-shift lang from mid to Baron, but ang daming changes na nakaka-surprise. But yeah, makikita natin dito sa ating draft, no? Si Yumi, feeling ko, consider na natin to sperma ban.
Oo, hindi na talaga siya mawawala, hindi na siya basta-basta ipapagamit dahil nga nung day 1 na nakita rin natin, o week 1 na nakita natin itong mga sunod-sunod na Yumi pick is naging integral part siya ng mga panalo ng mga teams recently. And then nakita mo naman dito si Set kagad ang first pick nila. Upon checking yung mga bans natin, napakadaming open na comfort pick nitong magkabilang side. Meron ding Morgana, meron pang Ziggs. So, usapang AP carry, definitely kitang-kita mo na madali pang makakuha ang FLA at Sunsparks na gusto nilang ilagay sa Dragon Lane.
Kahapon, nung nakita natin na nagsiset itong si Nasjo, grabe yung ginagawa niyang pamba-backs out para makakuha ng objective itong si Ace. And I think, napakaganda nito na inuna nila itong Nasjo kay Set. Itong Set, baliktad itong Set kay Nasjo. Kasi nirespeto to kahapon ng Team Secret away from Nasjo. But then again, nakakita tayo, simula kahapon, yung Lulu Vayne combination natin, wala mang Yumi, but then again, kung pag-uusapan natin ng late game, pag nakakuha ng power spike ito, talagang magwawala. But of course, ang ganda pa rin naman ang nilabas dito sa second and third pick nitong Sunsparks natin. Thresh has been going wild. Kumbaga, priority pick usually sa ating support.
Yeah, and parang recently, no, nagbabago yung ating environment pagdating dito sa Wildrift. Kung first week, puro tayo AP carry. This time, sinimulan na natin nung yesterday na gamitin yung mga traditional marksman and parang nai-carry over yung momentum dito. Yes, yung Vayne is definitely good with a Lulu, pero may mga teams na kayang i-run ang Vayne with a different support. At the same time, nakakita na rin tayo ng Kaysa pick from Fennel Adversity. Kaya alam mo yun, napakadaming openings para dito sa FLA. Even the Corky ni Danny, which is dishing around 26k damage in a single game. So ganun nakakatakot. Vayne Lulu ang kanilang magiging combo ngayon, and Darius na rin. Pero meron pa tayong opening na Renekton. Respecting his, they opted to ban this Zed.
Of course, I think in here, they just wanna make sure na walang magfa-flank or mga assassinate dito sa ating squishy targets like the Lulu as well as itong Vayne, lalo na sa early game time. That, Nuno yung bilog ni respeto up against dito kay Ace sa side ng Sunsparks. Nakita natin simula first week hanggang kahapon, itong si Ace talaga, yung usually ginagamit niya sa jungle ay mga tank jungles. Alright? And I think yun din yung nakakakuha sa kanila ng tendency na makakuha ng higher chance in securing yung mga objectives natin. But I think ang isa sa mga titignan pa natin dito sa so far na pick natin ay yung matchup natin sa Baron Lane, Nasjo on the set as well as itong kay Arisen, nagagamitin itong ating Darius. I think for both the teams, in terms of boxing out, pareho silang mataas ang capacity. Pero sobrang classic nito. Lulu, Vayne, Olaf, parang nagre-reminisce tayo from last year.
Oo, and considering din na meron kang Lulu, meron kang Whimsy, so meron ka ng pampabilis, meron ka ng Wild Growth na pwedeng kahit sino sa tatlong initial pick nila na makapasok agad. And knowing na most of the players are running on a face rush right now with the Darius, isama mo na yung Rocket Belt na may kasamang Apprehend, chain it with a Wild Growth, siguradong may mahuhuli sila. And right now, J4 naman on the other side ng Sunsparks, ito naman yung normal counterplay na pag nag-Ragnarok, pwede mo siyang ikulong sa Cataclysm. Pero sino kaya magiging last pick nila dito? Last pick for a mid laner, wala tayong Zed. And wala na rin yung Gragas, pero meron pa tayong Galio if gusto ni Arise mag Brusco Brothers, or for extra, extra burst sa backline at syempre kasama ng Moonfall. Ayan. So marami, all pasok talaga yung ginawa nila
Yes.
dito, madam.
Yeah, actually, iniisip ko nga kung magzi-Ziggs pa ba siya dito na hindi naman nakaban si Ziggs. But I think ang idea
Oo
in
nga
here
eh.
for the side of Fennel Adversity is talaga makahanap sila ng set. Gusto nilang pantayan dito yung set na kayang gawin ng Sunsparks. You know, they have the Jarvan in here. They have the set in here as well. So I think in terms of finding the place, maganda yung pinili, yung pick dito ng Fennel Adversity na tapusin ang draft nila sa isang Diana. So far, so good. Medyo mahirap i-predict, but I think it will be most likely talaga sa pagpapa-online kay Vayne Lulu in here. Now, how can Sunsparks stop the win condition from the side of Fennel Adversity? I think that is to make sure pupuguin nila yung lane ni Danny.
I mean, si Danny talaga yung pinaka-hyper carry dito eh. Actually, kahit mag-ban ka ng kung sino-sino dyan, as long as si Danny lumalaro, is consider na talaga na kaya niyang ipanalo yung lane niya. Lalo na kung kasama niya si Rafe. And Rafe, napag-usapan namin to sa PPGL Discord sa Fans Voice Room. Kung gusto nyo guys, pumasok kayo doon. May mga discussion doon. And isa to sa diniscuss namin. Second item, War Mogs lagi itong si paring Rafe. And for the reason that na syempre, kung protect na dahil yung team comp mo, as a support, kailangan nyo mag-shift, kailangan nyo magpalit ng pwesto, kailangan si Rafe yung nasa harapan habang si Danny is yung nagka-kite sa likod. And one thing na bilang support, ito yung pinaka-target ng mga assassin. So kailangan mo talagang mag-beef up Ardent Sensor and then goes for a War Mogs para siguradong assist mo si Danny, and even mag-final hour siya, jumps into the front line, masasabayan ng isang Lulu support. No, kahit hindi siya built tank, yung items naman niya ang bahala sa kanya.
Oh, ayan. Sorry. Nakamit pala yung mic ko. Ayan, going back in here. Makikita natin yung fight sa baba ng mapa.
Teka muna, pero mukhang pinakitaan ka agad. Ito na yung sinabi ni Madam Kaysaya, no, na si Danny talaga ang kailangan nilang puguin dito. Pero paano mo pupuguin ang siyang pumupugo mismo ngayon? Oh, pero teka, may sagot muna sila dito. Danny, flag and drag, pero hindi tatama ang death sentence. Mukhang si Danny ang pipirma sa kamatayan ni Tresh. Pero nagkamali na naman sila ng binisita dahil make it 3 sa bulsa.
Oh, no.
Dito ni paring Danny. Although, nakuha pala ni Rafi yung isa. So, hati sila.
Okay lang.
2-0 para sa isang Vayne. That's big.
Okay lang. I mean, look at that. That so far 100% kill participation for both our duo laners. Unfortunately, hindi yan yung gusto nating mangyari para sa side ng Sunsparks. Trinay nila na okay, ito na yung pupuguin natin si Danny, but then again, sila yung napugo dito sa baba ng mapa. I think it could have been delivered in a better execution. Maybe they have go for a 4v2 situation dun sa baba ng mapa, pero I think masyadong na-excite. I mean, wala pa tayo sa ilang minuto ng laro, but you know, the invade suddenly was already there, and I think na walan ng respeto ang Sunsparks doon kung ano yung kapasidad, of course, ng isang Lulu. Again, si Lulu, yung early shielding niya na buff. So, I think that must have been respected.
Yeah, and knowing, siguro, ito yung nakukuha kong point ng Sunsparks, manam. Kasi, sabi nila, ang Vayne daw, late game or item dependent. So, sabi na, sige, Corky ka naman, you have the damage output, at Tresh ako, why not go why not start the fight para pwede nating puguin itong si Danny habang maaga pa kasi paano natin sasagutin yan sa late game? Mahihirapan. So, nag-initiate sila pero once kasi na hindi tumamang death sentence, wala nang use para ituloy mo pa yung laban. So medyo questionable din yon. At the same time sa side ni Hayes, tumama ang flag and drag pero hindi tumama yung chain CC. Muntik man mamatay si Danny still. That's not a kill. So alam mo yun, kailangan nila magdahan-dahan sa kanilang decision making right now. And it's a good thing that Sunsparks isn't pulling a trigger as early as now dahil nga ang laki-laking ang laking stop sa kanila sa momentum nila yung 2-0 nito ni Danny.
And usually, pag nakakita tayo ng ganito early lead agad, you would consider sometimes dead lane na itong bot side natin para sa side ng Sunsparks. So I think it will be ideal for Ace to just go for that pugo moments doon sa top side ng Fennel adversity natin, So magiging, because of course, if we see na si Ace mag-try pa ulit siya ng invade dito or ng gank on the side of Fennel adversity bot side, baka lalo lang sila mapunish again. Look at the goal difference. Look at the advantage na meron ngayon after that. So I think that's good. They are just exchanging objective. Kailangan i-capitalize ngayon ng Sunsparks yung lane kung saan may pag-asa pa sila, which is on the top side. Of course, the reason why they're also going for that Herald.
Yes, so tama-tama yung sinabi ni Madam Kaysayan na talagang nag-focus na lang dito ang Sunsparks. So meron silang initial idea na okay, natalo na talaga tayo sa Dragon Lane. Kailangan na lang natin i-maximize kung ano meron tayo. So they are doing a 4-man rotation with the Herald habang yung duo natin mapapalaban. Pero teka muna, ito na nagkabanggaan. Nasjo, ginamitan ng face breaker, inuntog sa biceps. Pero ito na talaga, may tatlo mahuhuli at showstopper para dito sa ating setter na set. Pero hindi pa rin talaga sapat para pigilan ang rumaragasang Sunsparks and a tower and a kill.
Again, good decision for the side of Sunsparks. Kahit nagkaroon ng exchange dito sa bot and top side natin, at least hindi nila binigyan pa ng additional kills itong si Danny at Rafe, of course. But yun nga lang, ito kailangan nila pinakaiwasan later on kung sakali magkakaroon ng team fight, they have to make sure Danny is down or at least hindi kumpleto Recados ang Fennel adversity sa mga clashes dahil of course, look at the lead. Although sabihin natin 1K, 2K yan. Again, this is an online 5K gold ang nasa kamay ngayon itong si Vayne. And look at the item, nakakuha na nga sila ng, nakakumpleto na nga ng item dito. Papunta na sa second item, itong si Vayne.
Oo, isipin mo, Blade of the Ruined King na may kasamang Ardent Sensor, so it's raining attack speed para dito sa ating Vayne. And knowing nga na meron tayong beefy frontline, si Ace at saka si Nasjo, even si Arjuk, once na makakuha ng sapat na souls and of course yung item niya, papunta na siya sa Dead Man's Plate. Kailangan talaga ni Vayne na, teka muna, mas kailangan nila mag-ingat dito. Tatlo ang lalaban para sa ating duo. Here comes the backup, manggagaling Idoming, nagkakabulan, meron pa pang-apat, andito na rin si Arise. And mukhang magkakaroon pa ng extra Rise dahil napapasarap yata ang banggaan nila dito. At mukhang sasagutin na rin nila yung tumumbang Tore. Kung titingnan nyo dito sa ating blue side na blue buff, nandito na si Konsi bilang backup. Pero pumipwesto muna sila dito. Gusto lang nila ng Tore. Focus the goal ang ginawa ng FLA at mukhang di naman makakasagot ang Sunsparks.
Napakagandang pambabacksout nga ni Domeng dito. Makikita mo talaga si kuya mo, Domeng. Hindi talaga matatakot for as long as meron siyang shielding. Pero teka lang,
Teka, hindi pa rin talaga sila nagpaawat. Kahit nakakuha na ng tower, makakakuha naman sila ng kill as Domeng. Si Domeng ang ilang beses na nahuhuli dito ni Nasjo at ilang beses na siyang binabalibag.
malakas ang loob ni Kuya mo, Domeng. Again, isa siyang Olaf, of course. Given that nandyan lang naman sa tawi niya si Rafe para bigyan siya ng additional shielding, walang problema. But then again, ang pinaka-focus na ng Fennel dito will definitely be Danny. Ang ating Vayne, of course, nasa kanyang initial kill. So doesn't matter if mamatay-matay man mamaya ito si Kuya mo Olaf, dahil of course, their savior will be itong duo lane natin. Itong si Vayne as well as si Lulu. So I think kalmado muna tayo dito sa ating laro. As you can see, defensive din yung binubuo dito ng ating jungler para sa side ng Sunsparks. Itong si Ace really gonna go for the Bami as well. And I think they just want to stop yung mga regen. You mentioned a while ago, although hindi pa natin nakikita si Rafe kung bubuo kaya ulit ng Warwogs dito, right? And I think that's what they want to stop early on, kaya binubuo na agad nila dito yung executioner calling.
Yes, yes. And sakto din, no? Dahil ang next item ni Rafe muna ngayon is itong Redemption. At syempre, knowing nga na meron din namang lifesteal itong si Vayne, lalo na dire-diretso attack speed niya, is kailangan din nila i-consider yung possible na lifesteal at trade-off kada hahabulin nila to. So ngayon, Executioner's Calling, napakagandang item para ngayon, para dito kay Ace. At sa ngayon, siya ang may kill 2-1 para sa ating jungler sa Sunsparks. Habang sa kabilang side naman, itong duo dragon natin yung may score. So in terms of item and gold, sila talaga yung medyo umaangat ngayon. At syempre, speaking of gold, andito na tayo. Pero mukhang may ibang plano dito si Nas Joe. Okay, hindi naman mag-engage doon si paring Ryzen. Pero kailangan niya muna mag-reset at open ng Ocean Drake.
Sa ganitong composition daw ng Sunsparks, when you have a tank jungle, tapos sa kanya naka-circle in yung mga kills and gold, medyo problematic as I see it. Dahil that's not the situation that you want to happen. They are going in here para sa isang tank jungle, so most likely initiator or support, and not really that of a carry type. So I think in terms of kung saan napapanel yung gold ng Sunsparks, medyo nalihis ng landas. And I think they have to make sure Consi will get that.
Back
But
and
for
forth.
the meantime, meron tayong Psychohan na nagaganap dito. Okay. Makikita
Okay,
natin ang Ocean
secure.
Dragon. Na-secure na nga dito ng side ng Fennel Adversity. Medyo magulo yung naging decision making ng parehong team doon.
Oo
Hindi ko alam
nga
kung
eh.
magdedepensa ba sila sa mid or magpo-focus sa turret. But of course, into the minds of our junglers in here. Patapos na to eh. Tapusin na lang natin.
Oo, and ano yun parang ang mas talo kasi dun, madam, is yun, teka, meron pang magkakaabutan dito. And alam naman na natin ang siyang katapusan ni paring Consi. Pero yun nga, going back, talo ang Sunsparks sa trade na yun. For the reason that nag-back and forth sila. Sinubukan nilang i-open yung mid lane tower ng Fennel Adversity. And hindi na lang sila nag-rotate papunta sa Rift Herald and then get the second tower dito sa Baron lane. That's a big possibility para i-push nila. Kaso, anong nangyari, as they are eager enough, parang desperate play na, sige, basagin na lang natin mid lane tower, and knowing itong identity ng Fennel Adversity, hindi sila basta-basta namimigay ng mid lane tower. Isa sila sa mga teams na pinoprotektahan to, investing a lot of resources, kasi ayaw nilang makuha yung kanilang jungle, ayaw nilang ma-open for any invasion ng Sunsparks. Kaya I think Sunsparks, sana nag-Rift Herald na lang sila and they might get something out of it.
And nakikita natin dito, naka-Kindle gem na itong si Lulu natin. Going to Warmogs na nga siguro yung gagawin niya dito. Eto na. But yeah, for the meantime, there is an aggression ongoing sa baba ng mapa natin. Nilapag na nga rin dito yung Herald. And I think they still have a chance on going for the push.
Oh, ayun na, showstopper, pero mukhang may switch in music itong FNL Adversity para pigilan ang pinapalabas nila dito at sila pa nga talaga ang siyang mababaliktad. Nahihirapan na pumwesto kasama ang flash na may rocket belt na hatak si Consi. Pero yun na nga ang kapalit ng paglapit. And this may be another tower kung gugustuhin nila, pero mukhang respeto pa rin talaga ang gagawin ng FNL Adversity.
So yan, kapalit ng paglapit, the rhymes, Kuya mo Osiris. Pero yun na nga, no, at this point in time, 11-minute game time, napakabilis ng laban. Look at the gold lead right now. It's so high, and again, the gold is still being funneled onto our vein. And let's take a look at the replay na nangyari nga dito, ano. And again, timing, momentum is there onto the side of Fennel Adversity. It's just them capitalizing on that. Consi doesn't deal so much damage. Medyo nahihirapan din si Hayes dito at the same time. And look at the plays coming from Fennel, yung kanilang mga taga-box out dito, yung kanilang mga bouncer dito, talagang abante lang eh. First long as maka-free hit si Danny. At the same time, wala rin kasi
Naku!
makuha. But, uy!
Naiwan mag-isa dito si Kuya mo,
Uy,
Danny. Wala
right side si
siyang
Danny!
backup. At ayun na. Pero tingnan natin, mukhang may next engage pa. Walang ahatak sa lantern, pero ito na si Hayes. They are making Hayes mukhang layways. Talagang uubusin sila dito. Dire-diretso na, pero ito na ang backup ng Fennel Adversity. Pinapakita ko sino nga pa mas dominant. Pinalakol na dito ni paring Ryzen. Pero si Doming, magpapaawat kaya at meron ng health picks. Pero hindi na nila i-overcommit.
Dahil galing tayo sa replay, no, hindi natin masyado nakita kung ba't nandun si Kuya mo, Danny. Pero,
Medyo gumagala si Danny.
pero
no?
medyo na Dora the Explorer nga lang dito at hindi na naabutan ni Rafi. Pero, dati sa shutdown, again, hindi pala, Warmords dito yung binuo ni
Ay,
Kuya
mukhang
mo,
oo.
Rafi.
Mas gusto niya
Protectors ba? Oo.
Oo.
Kumbaga shielding and movement speed. Kumbaga Dora-Dora muna tayo dito, of course. Pero yeah, we'll see about
Gets.
that. But yeah, that is a shutdown. And I think that's the reason why si Lucian, although wala siyang kill dito, medyo nakakahabol talaga in terms of gold. 10k gold lead para sa kanyang kamay, and that's just 1k less in comparison to what Vayne currently has. But of course, look at the Dragons. It's all going on to the side of Fennel adversity right now. And we're talking
Yes,
about a
mabilis lang
Lulu
to.
Vayne na naka-online ngayon. I think medyo nahihirapan nandito is wala talagang flanker from the side of Sunsparks para
Oo.
pitasin itong si Danny. So medyo tricky. Medyo kailangan ng matinding isipan
One
dito
way no?
kung
Alam
paano
mo,
gagawin.
ano kasi, madam, parang, predictable. Kasi may J4 ka, may set ka, and wala namang magpa-flank sa dalawang yun. Pag sa nag-flank ka bilang set, you are losing the damage na pwede mong ilagay once na pumasok. Kasi ang initial na mag-i-start ng laban is si Ryzen. Siyempre, yung damage na showstopper is the more the tanky the enemy is, the more na mas masakit. And siya yung gusto mong i-itcha pabalik. And kahit si Doming, papunta dito kay paring Danny. And knowing nga yun, wala talaga tayong flank na mapapakinabangan sa kanilang dalawa dahil up front, gusto nilang habulin si Danny, but
Eto.
Rafi is there to protect. And yun nga, no, feeling ko hindi na muna siya nag-warmogs for the reason that wala naman talagang assassin and no potential threat din dito sa side ng Sunsparks dahil wala silang
That's true.
ini-expect na damage eh. Di ba? Parang okay, it's just a normal day. Protect na Danny tayo, hindi ko kailangan mag-warmog sa entirely tank anyone. Teka lang, pero ito na. Nagda-box na rin. Pinasok dito, katakilism, pero buhay pa rin ang key members ng Fennel Adversity. Ito si Domi nagwawala, Moonfall. Pabalik dito si Arjuk. Nag-flash and face breaker. May kasamang Haymaker. Pero ito na si Haze. Ito na ang tunay na damage para mapa-atras ang Sunsparks at isa lang ang nawala sa Fennel Adversity.
Boy si Danny pero muntikan siya doon. Pero salamat sa Phantom Dancer. Anti-burst nga na banduk at na item. And I think this is the reason why hindi na rin nag-warmogs itong si Lulu. No? So, sige, adjustment na lang ng konting item dito para kay Vayne. The Phantom Dancer, of course, will help him out in terms of mga burst damage, and of course, will give him additional movement speed din. So, I think that's the reason why. And kung mapapansin mo dito, of course, yung first item nitong si Diana natin, built for some sustain din naman. Makikita natin pumasok siya kanina doon sa team fight, but that's under the turret, kaya medyo dash away lang din agad. Kumbaga set, tas labas. Ganun yung nangyari kanina.
Walang pwedeng mag-stay sa kanila sa loob, lalo na pag nag-Ragnarok si Doming, nakakatakot yung kanyang damage. And makikita rin naman natin yung kanyang build ngayon, Black Cleaver na may Sterak's Gauge at saka Randuin's Omen. Even Righteous Glory, so alam mo kung gaano kakunat itong Olaf na to, babakapan pa siya ni Rafi again and again. Kaya once na tumumba man si Danny, nakita mo yun? Danny, Randuin's Omen? Ooh.
Yeah. I mean,
as an ADC? Okay. Anti-haze to. Anti-haze. Ayaw nilang bumabad yung light slinger, yung double attack nitong Lucian para siguradong hindi siya masaktan. So I think
kasi
yun eh.
Pili ko na trauma siya kanina, kamunti ka na kasi siya mamatay dun sa taas ng mapa natin. So, ang ganda ng ginagawa ni Danny dito. But let's take a look at the team fight is happening in here in Baron side.
Teka lang, talagang ayaw na nila magpaawat. This is a Baron. Kailangan na nila ilaban. Baron, G, and everyone is doing G. Doing good. Napakita na nila dito. And this is Danny with his own itinerary sa pagpasok dito sa mga iba't ibang spots.
Pero hindi pa rin papaawat. Look at Consi, look at Arjuk. Uy, may nahatak na.
Masyadong makulit. Madam Kaysaya, ayaw talaga nilang ibigay itong si Baron. At the same time, yung rocket na may kasamang death sentence, so bali death rocket na yung kinalabanan nun. Pero ito na si Rafi. Mukhang mahuhuli siya dito, but Arise with the Moon Rush, talagang pinoprotektahan nila ang kanilang Lulu. Seka.
Protect. And look at Danny. Uy, dadana ako to.
Ayaw,
Umaamba-amba, pero babak din pala.
Salitain niyo naman si Madam Kaysaya. May breakdown pa kami.
Umaamba-amba, pero babak. Ito, totoo ano lang to. Medyo delicates kasi. Delicates kung sisimulan.
Konyo. Mami, konyo.
Pero yeah, again, I like what Danny is actually doing here. Sobrang yung itemization niya, depende talaga sa sitwasyon eh. Pag may
Oo.
naka-trauma sa kanya, okay, adjust Phantom Dancer. Oh, meron ulit ng trauma sa akin dito. Para anti-haze tayo dito, mag-random wins omen tayo. But hindi natin makakaila. I think for as long as nakaka-free hit din dito si Hayes as well as Consi, delikado. Nakita natin medyo nasasaktan din ang FLA dito sa binabatong damage nitong si Hayes. Most likely, again, nakahabol na itong Corky natin in terms of gold. You can see there's a lot of crits sa kanyang itemization. And what more dito, pag nakita natin si Arjuk may nahatak. Kumbaga, dead balls ka na eh. You have to make
Oo,
sure
wala
na
yun eh.
available yung mga ultimates mo before anything else. Pero ito naman, magiging matindihan laban to. If FLA secures this Elder Dragon, of course, higher potential na makuha talaga nila itong
ginosting.
game na to.
Oh, nako, na-ghosting.
Ay,
Nakita si
ghosting.
Kuya Doming. Pero tingnan muna natin, okay, tumama ang condemn. Ito na ba ang oras at si Danny, ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na pagpasok at hindi na magpapaawat dahil dire-direction na ang Fennel adversity. Ito na ang katapusan ng Sunsparks dahil wala na kaagad doon si Consi. Opening yun, less damage para sa Sunsparks and an objective para sa Fennel adversity.
Although kahit may haze sila, sabi nila hindi, mamba out, medyo nagkaubusan tayo ng skills. Makikita natin na si Nasjo na lang nga yung actually may ultimate dito. Nothing else for Ace as well. And that's gonna be a fast Baron Nasher para sa side ng Fennel. Sabay reset muna bago ulit makipagbakbakan.
Oo nga, and reset. Easy Baron call para makuha na natin ang ating mga items para sa Elder Drake dahil this will be the nail in the coffin ng Fennel adversity against Sunsparks. And believe din ako, no, madam, sa disiplina ng Fennel adversity na kahit Sunsparks na ito yung talagang isa sa mga teams na struggling, nire-respeto nila, hindi nagpapadalos-dalos, andun pa rin yung kilala natin na summer season na the controlled aggression. Ayun, iniisip ko kung disciplined aggression eh, pero controlled aggression. And syempre yun nga yung disiplina mismo ng FLA. At kita mo naman kung gaano nila pinapakita yun by just making sure na walang mauhuli. Pero na tinago nila ang takbo na sitwasyon. Nag-moonfall, nag-dash, ito na, papasok na si paring Danny. Ito na ang sinasabi kong itinerary, bininisita ang bawat spots. Kita mo pangalan ni Consi sa obituary at ihahabol pa yata dito si Hayes. Even Ace, wala na yung spades because this will be Fennel adversity opening the base.
Ito na nga, no, wala na magagawa si Hayes dito kundi siguro talaga magdasal-dasal muna sa kanilang base militar.
Mag-isip-isip, no?
Oo, mag-isip-isip muna, huwag na nang bigyan ng extra kill. But of course, that's gonna be it. Fennel adversity will win this game on against Sunsparks. But, I mean, you know, in fairness naman, ano, para sa side ng Sunsparks, palag-palag din naman sila.
Oo, no, umabot pa siya ng, i-consider natin, no, Madam Pesaya, na 2-0 ang Vayne sa early game, pero itong buong game natin is umabot ng 18 minutes mahigit. So, alam mo yun, ibig sabihin, may ginagawa si Sunsparks to stop the bleeding, but they don't have something as a solution para dito sa ginawa ng Fennel overall.
I think I would commend Hayes on that one kung bakit nakaka-catch up itong Sunsparks. Again, there was actually fail, you know, not really successful moment nung trinay nilang igak itong Lulu Vayne dun sa bot side ng Fennel adversity. But then again, we've seen all the puro assist yung initial na nangyari dito kay Hayes. Nakabawi. Talagang nirespeto rin siya actually dito ni Danny kung saan, okay, medyo nakakatroma ka, ano siya, tama ka na muna, magbibuild muna ako ng item up against you.
Eh, ano rin, hindi lang si paring Danny yung nag-rando wins omen. So, pati si Arisen, pati si Doming. So, andun yung respeto para dito kay Ace of Spades na talagang pinakita niyo yung alas niyang Lucian. Kaso, syempre, mas malakas na talaga yung Fennel adversity with the momentum ongoing. With the early game na kinuha nila, and na-convert yun ng Fennel na talagang alam natin na challenge din yun para sa ibang members o ibang teams dito sa WCS.
So true, that's so true. But I guess yun ang ano, but the idea was there. Again, for the side of Sunsparks, okay, the win condition of Fennel adversity is Vayne Lulu. Tara, gangka natin. But I think the plan was way too early. Or the execution, rather. The plan was there, but the execution was so early. Let's take a look at the highlights from that game. Ito yun, ano, yung early natin. I think masyado talagang
2-0
napaaga.
natin, no? Ito na, yung 2-0. So, bale, kanina, actually 3 kills na kasi yung isa kay Rafi. And yun naman, no, nag-slow down itong Sunsparks at ang ginawa nila, sige, losing side tayo tulad nga na sinabi ni Madam Kaysaya, guys, na dead lane, considered as dead lane, and what they did as a good answer sa amin lang. Focus tayo sa other side of the spectrum, bisitahin natin yung Baron lane and dun sila nakakuha ng score.
That's so true. Ito ba yung moment kung saan nakuha si Danny? Yun. Ito nga yun. Medyo nagdora-dora siya, pero dahil medyo malakas ang loob ni Kuya Modome, yung mga pang-box out natin niya, Arise, and even Arise, we will consider him a bouncer na rin. Kasi the itemization that he built for the Diana was really more on the sustain side. Very defensive yung item. I think it was just the Nashor's Tooth na nabibigay sa kanya ng wait, this one, ito yung kay Danny na medyo na-traumatized si Danny. Talagang nag-tumble out na lang eh.
Buo na lang ako ng Omen. Ang kulit mo eh.
Oo.
Ito yung ayaw nila magpaawat, yung walang magbabarod. Kami lang, walang magbabaron, Geisler.
Ang magbabaron, guys. Successful din naman yung dito, yung Sunsparks side. Napakakulit and nakakuha pa nga sila ng kill doon on to Arisen. Yeah.
Uy, grabe. As in, at saka maganda dito sa tempo ng Fennel Adversity is this is a different Arise. Recently nakikita natin si Arise doon sa mga assassins. And yes, Diana would still be considered as an assassin. Pero yung paglalaro niya dito, hindi to yung basta-bastang pwede na lang siya pumasok unlike Zed and Fizz. He was waiting for the right timing and then flash may kasamang rush into the moon rush, and then a moonfall. And kita mo naman, no, kung yung core key is 26k, this time, this is a Vayne on a 35,000, considering na meron pa siyang omens. Hindi pa ito yung sure na output kasi hindi siya nag-IE.
Thirster pa pala siya doon.
Diba? Protektado. Tidroma.
Balance talaga in terms of damage and sustainability. So, that's good. I mean, deserve niya. Deserve mo yan, Danny. Deserve mo yan. Na ikaw ang MVP ng laro. Of course, sa pinakita niyang flexibility, not just only in playing the Vayne itself. Kumbaga, bukod sa kabisado niya yung Vayne, alam niya yung kung kailan siya mag-a-adjust base sa sitwasyon. Yan.
Yes. And yung napag-usapan natin, Miss Kaysaya, yung executioner's calling. Na-realize ko lang na yes, you are already ahead as a J4, pero bakit executioner's calling? I mean, gets ko naman na ikaw yung aatake, ikaw yung magka-flag and drag, ikaw yung susundot. Pero di ba parang mas okay yata mag-bramble vest, knowing na siya yung ina-atake mostly? And that will definitely apply the grievous wounds once na ikaw yung uma-attack sa kanya. I mean, naisip ko lang kasi kailangan natin tank eh.
Yeah, makes sense naman Kasi again, sa simula pa lang na funnel sa kanya yung gold dun sa early game natin, which is supposedly not kasi nga tank jungle siya. But then again, maybe kung gusto niya mag-damage deal na lang siya, which is gonna be awkward din kasi nga their whole composition as a team is not built for that. Alam nga naman pagtangkan natin na items itong sila Corky. Tsaka naging awkward basically yung simula ng Sunsparks. But then again, bawi na lang muna tayo sa next game, I guess.
Yan, so babawi nga sila sa next game at syempre tutunghayan natin yan mamaya. Diyan lang kayo, huwag kayong aalis. At tayo'y nagbabalik dito sa Game 2 ng Sunsparks versus Fennel Adversity. At syempre kami pa rin ang inyong kasama, si Tito Osiris at ang ever pretty na si Mommy kay Saya. At ayun nga, intense Game 1. Anong masasabi mo doon naman kay Saya? Marami ka pang gustong i-analyze doon, and syempre interesado yung mga viewers natin dyan.
Wala na, na-wrap up na yung kanina. So,
Okay, yun na pala.
move on na lang
Okay na.
tayo. Move on na lang tayo. Pero there's a point, I guess kailangan na lang talagang in terms of composition, medyo kinulang lang din talaga. Naghahanap tayo ng flanker kanina dun sa side ng Sunsparks. Okay, sino magpa-flank? If we fail on one part of the lane, pwede ba tayong mag-split push? But then again, sa composition kasi ng Sunsparks a while ago, it just didn't work out dahil nga sa kanilang draft. But yun kasi, ayun yung struggle. When you're drafting, yun talaga yung magiging psychohan, palaisipan, anong balak natin dito. Kumbaga dapat meron kang plan A to Z. Parang ganun. Depende sa sitwasyon.
Yes. And yun nga, paano kaya ang magiging pagbabago ng Sunsparks? Pero sa totoo lang, hindi naman talaga naging problema yung initial draft nila, Parang yung execution, dahil nga yung first minute na nakakuha ng kill doon, si Danny at si Rafe, parang yun ay naging tempo setter. Na to the point na hindi na nagmatter kung paano lalaroin ng Sunsparks yung mid-game to late game, dahil parang nasimento na naka-ready na itong si paring Danny sa kanyang power spike papunta sa mid game, and then ending it on the late game with his prowess. And overall, feeling ko talagang Fennel Adversity showing the macro and micro skills na ginagawa nila dito sa WCS.
Tama ka dyan. And I think medyo, although nakikita naman natin sometime mid-game, medyo nakakabawi yung Sunsparks doon, especially for Hayes. He was doing a great job in actually trying to win the game for the team, but it just didn't happen kasi of course yung protection ni Arjuk nakafocus kay Konsi. And I think it should have shifted na lang muna siguro in such a way, okay, sige, ang pinaka-poprotektahan ko muna at pinakasasamahan ko muna maybe will be the Lucian instead of Corky. Kasi Corky kalma muna, and then of course Nasjo on the set. Kasi successful din naman yung mga set niya in terms of the initiation, pwede nilang pagtulungan yun of course ni Ace, but it just didn't happen. So, but of course, they were in the middle of the game and sometimes decision making can be cloudy. So, I think most likely na-realize na naman nila yon from the previous game.
So, mas may chance na makabawi ngayon ang Sunsparks, and they have a good start. I mean, hindi yung start ng minute kanina. Pero tama yung sinabi ni Mami kay Saya, na the fact na nakakapag-set na maayos si Nasjo, and the fact na nakuha pa rin nila si Danny, napapatay nila si Domeng, hindi siya totally one-sided. Yes, there's a clouded decision making, pero not entirely that you can say na it was one punch nang galing sa FLA. Sunsparks did well. They just have to do better this game.
For sure, in here, of course, this is gonna be a respect ba, itong DC natin. Yumi, medyo nagiging default trend na talaga siya. Osiris. So, given na yan parang alam na kung bakit, di ba? Si Yumi,
red side
most especially na-buff pa nga. What's more so competitive.
Pagka red side ka, sure na yan. Mawawala ka na isang slot ng ban dahil lang sa Yumi. And mukhang kailangan nga talaga siyang, ang weird nga naman talaga, na buff pa rin siya. We are expecting a nerf, and this might be 2 consecutive nerfs nung magkasunod na patch if this will keep on going. And hindi ko rin sure kung, hindi ko pa nabibisita actually ang Korea at ang China kung isa rin sila sa nagma-maximize ng Yumi. Pero right now, tinanggal ng Sunsparks itong Lulu. So this will negate the power of the Vayne, but meron ka pang Corky at saka Kaisa para dito kay Danny. So, hindi mo entirely deny itong Fennel Adversity. And nakita rin natin from previous tournaments na ang laging binaban against Rafe is the Rakan. And right now, he is open because they don't want any enchanters. So, alam mo yun, napakadaming options for Fennel Adversity this time, and the Morgana is still out there not being maximized dito sa magkabilang kupunan.
I like the respect in here by Sunsparks. Tinanggal itong si Lulu. You mentioned about the Rakan. Yes, is still also available. Even the Nami. So I think
yeah.
ang daming options in here. Actually thinking since first pick naman sila, ayaw ba nilang execute yung meron silang Lulu naman on their side, but you know, maybe it will come onto the playstyle that they actually prefer.
Yep. Uy,
Given na
set
nag-ban
ulit.
dito, ayun sa kanila, they will secure it. I mean, si Nasjo hands down din naman talaga. From yesterday, ang ganda na napakita ni Nasjo sa paggamit ng set, no questions about that.
Yeah.
I think talagang yung overall yung sa micro decision making a
Yeah.
while ago ng Sunsparks lang talaga yung hirap sa kanila sa early game time. Now we see this Akali ban on the side of Fennel. Most likely they're gonna be eyeing for some squishy glass
Morgan
cannon
Fresh.
champions again for their lineup. Maybe Vayne could be there again as well. But surprisingly, this is gonna be a Gragas na hindi pa natin alam kung saan nila ilalagay. Usually we've been recently seeing him as a
Yeah,
support,
madaming
but
pwedeng
ang ganda yan kasi at least ay kuhan o saan nyo i-counter ganyan.
Oo.
Saan lane nyo i-counter.
Napapaisip na sila kasi flex pick nga naman talaga tulad na sinabi ni Mami dito, ni Mami Kaysaya na Gragas can be placed on to be honest, every role, di ba? Na, although hindi siya AP, hindi mo siya malalagay as Dragon Lane AP carry, pero still an AP carry, still an AP, di ba? Na may damage output pa rin yung explosive cast. Pero mostly people prefer to have him on the tank role. So we might be expecting para sa kamay ni Doming o kaya ni Ryzen. Ang tinitignan naman natin dito, yung Z is nakuha na nila. Habang itong alam mo, in-expect ko, ipaprioritize sana nila yung Arise Z. And yun yung mahirap. And overall, yung pwesto dito ng Sunsparks sa kanilang pick, mukhang ito na. Uy, pati Rakan, kinuha nila.
Baka ang Sunsparks dito, I'm gonna teach you how to play. Sila yung mag-ano.
Seminar
Sila
ka
yung
muna.
magsa-seminar. Yeah, well, this is exciting kasi there's a flexibility na agad sa first 3 picks dito ng Sunsparks. They have a setter. They actually 2 setters pa nga. And then they also have a flanker. And split pusher, we can consider this a Z. But at the same time, tricky pa dito kung nung plano talaga ng Fennel kasi nga because of that Gragas first pick, di natin alam kung saan malalagay ito. Pwede ring sa jungle, you know.
Darius
But,
na.
yeah, tapat sila pa rin na makikita sa Baron lane natin.
So jungle kaya to o kaya kay Arise siguro? Ang dami pa natin
Tayo
choices.
napapaisip talaga. Okay lang yan. Pero given that possible din naman na sa duo lane tour. But yeah, ang dami pang possibilities. It could be in the mid, could be in the jungle. So, ang dami pang pwedeng paglagyan nitong si Gragas natin. But so far, surprisingly, wala pa tayong priority in terms of mga ADC dito.
Binan nga nila yung Garen. Nakita natin to sa kamay ni Bambi yesterday na initial na pangontra talaga sa Z currently is a Garen at syempre nabubuli. I was thinking pag lumusot tong Garen is si Gragas si Rafi ang maglalaro kay Gragas at si Danny sa Senna. Since this is a Senna Gragas setup, pwedeng mag-farm itong si paring Gragas. And yun yung nakita natin na usong meta dati and you can place also that Garen onto the mid lane para siguradong ma-counterplay itong Z. Pero dahil nga na-ban, good idea para dito sa Sunsparks. We still have more openings and the face of Arise is open.
There's so much respect actually ang Sunsparks dito. Pati si Diana, kung two champions na ginamit nila kanina yan, Lulu and Diana is already out. But of course, Fennel's gonna give that respect as well because Corky is down.
So,
parang puro Brusco brothers dito sa Renekton's been a long while. Hindi kita nakita kahapon.
Feeling ko kay Arise to.
Yeah, parang harapan ang bugbugan ang gusto yata ng Fennel adversity ngayon.
Parang nakita na rin yata natin sa kamay ng Oasis, yung ganitong setup na puro Brusco Brothers and then meron kang Senna. So, ang curious ako is paano to sasagutin na mukhang maganda. The first pick.
Napick ko to from last week. Itong si Brand, Kuya mo Brand.
Ay, talaga ba?
Titignan ko nga.
Hindi
Hindi,
ko-
tinatanong ko.
Okay.
Titignan ko nga.
Hindi pa. Wala ka pala nun. Alam ko kasi hindi pa eh.
Napick siya ng underground.
Oh,
Once,
underground.
yeah.
Hindi ko maalala yun. Pero siguro may nangibabaw kasing player doon, kaya hindi ko man naalala. So,
Well,
baka yung
nagbe-base lang
review-
ako sa stat sheet ng Wikipedia.
totoo naman. Pero yun nga, no. Brand, madam, ano masasabi mo dyan?
Well, given nagkaroon tayo ng, of course, buff sa electrocute, no? Increased damage, increased CD. So, I think it's gonna
yan.
hurt a lot, especially sa late game natin. Lalo na kapag nakabuo na dito ng mga ng magandang itemization in
Greaves.
terms of buffing up all the magic damage on the side of Sunsparks. Pero, looks like dito sa side ng FLA, para ang laki ng difference ng composition nila. You see Glass Cannon
Yes.
on the side of Sunsparks because of the said Brand and also itong si Kha'Zix. But on the side of Fennel Adversity, looks like they want to circle in onto the Graves. So,
Yes.
in here, walang problema for the side of Fennel Adversity na makipagharap-harapan sila. But at the same time, sabihin na natin walang assassin dito, it's fine because we usually would see naman na napakabilis din naman mag-split push in case nitong si Darius as well as si Renekton. So, it's gonna be tricky, I guess, for the win condition of Sunsparks. I think what they want to take a look at is to punish early on itong si Graves. Kasi that will be the carry, of course, sa side ng Fennel Adversity natin. And if they do not find that, it's gonna be tricky in terms of, putting all those damage against this Brusco Brothers composition ng Fennel.
Yeah, I mean, meron silang double assassin na may kasamang burst na manggagaling dito sa Brand and haharap ka sa Brusco Brothers. I think this will be a tall order para makapagpatumba sila ng isa. Knowing na yung Graves is yes, yun yung primary carry and sabi nga natin kanina, sabi ni Mami kay Saya nung first game na puguin daw si Danny. But this time it will be doming on the Graves so siya dapat yung puguin ngunit meron siyang true grit. Uy, teka muna, masyado mainit naman dito si kuya mo Arjo.
Mainit. Kumbaga, kung pwede kang tanggalan agad ng buhay dyan, why not? Or at least yung mga Psalms, di ba? Nakita natin si Arise na napa-flash out agad dito, no? So, that's one thing. Di naman nila necessarily kailangan kumuha ng kill, but at least yung flash dito, which is, yun nga, natanggal na agad kay Arise.
Yes, and kita mo naman kung gaano rin nagpe-pressure itong bottom lane natin. And right now, ito na nga yung setup na nakita natin. Although hindi ko gaano pa na talagang masasabing malupit si Rafe sa isang Gragas, but definitely he is doing the job as a support. So okay na siya yung nandito ngayon to flex a bit itong champul ng Fennel Adversity.
Oo, ito makikita natin talagang mas agro itong bot side natin, with all the pokes that they can actually dish out, but they have to be very careful because there's already a rotation going sa bot side. Tahimik lang.
Na-ward yung Raptors kaya alam, pero uy, grabe naman body slam na may kasamang flash, pero si Arjuk ang siyang nahuli dito at siya ang unang tutumba. 4-man rotation for 2 minutes. Pero ito na ang ignite pa paring Danny. Makakuha siya sa Grasp of the Undying and the Soul. At mukhang buhay pa rin talaga. Dahil na rin nakasama doon. And Danny isn't going down again and again. This is the second time nung nakita natin ito ng first game.
Grabe, naka-Grasp of the Undying pa. Pero ito na naman talaga, parang ang daming buhat. Pusa yata itong si Danny.
No nga eh. No? Hindi mo i-expect ignite na ginamit na lahat-lahat eh. And that big brain play na umatake para makuha yung grasp, grabe. Oops, teka lang.
Well, pagsamahin ba naman yung Font of Life tsaka yung Grasp of the Undying?
Oo,
So much sustained dun sa baba ng mapa natin. But yeah, ang ganda ng rotation na ginawa ng Fennel Adversity doon. So I think there is like a questionable in terms of putting wards or vision dun sa bottom half ng mapa ng Sunsparks. I don't know what happened kasi usually hindi nangyayari yun. I mean, usually you would know na okay, bababa itong dalawang membro na to, the Renekton as well as itong si Graves going on the bot side, magmamba out na kayo dyan kasi magagang kayo 4v2. And unfortunately, that's what happened. Hindi ko lang sure kung bakit si Zed hindi bumack up or I don't know, hindi kasi natin din alam yung comms eh. But yeah, that's kind of questionable bakit
Feeling ko,
hindi na-inform. Hindi ako
Kaya-
na-inform.
feeling ko mami, hindi siya nag-back kasi for the fact na malulus niya yung isang buong wave. Kasi nag-wave clear, dumaan dun si paring Domeng para mag-wave clear. So isang buong wave yun na magbabounce papunta sa kanya it's either take it or leave it. It's either kukunin mo o iiwan mo siya na madedonation ng Tori mismo and knowing na namatay siya, baka mas doble pa yung nawala sa kanya nun. Although talagang losing yung nangyaring yun kasi the moment na nakita nila sa wards na tumapak itong sa Raptors banda, itong dalawang miyembro ng Fennel, it should be a recall na. Pero dahil naglagay pa ng word si Arjok and FLA knows na magre-react na umatras na tong carry nila si Consi, sinubukan na lang nilang i-go kaagad. And yun nga, everything's, nakita na nila, na foresaw na nila kung ano yung gagawin dito ng Sunsparks. And
Yeah.
ibang next level rotation, no?
Oo. And again, that doesn't usually happen kung maganda yung placement ng wards and of course yung information na naipapasa. But yeah, in here, let's see if there's gonna be a contest. But look at the respect pa rin na binibigay ng Fennel. They don't start it. They don't wanna get punished. Kasi again, meron pa tayong haze dito, of course, na pwedeng kung mag-flank on the side and maybe gonna go for that punish dito kay Domeng. So, I think pakiramdaman so
Oo.
far sa ngayon for both sides.
Oops, warded, no? And as a double assassin, mostly dapat sila yung merong head start para mapagana to ng mid lane to late game. Pero dahil nga may losing moment sila, ito na nga mukhang another losing moment dahil magkakagalawan na nga dito ng Deathmark at iba-iba pang shadow play. Pero ito na si Arising, nagwawala na naman siya, ginamit na palakol pero si Ace nagkaabang doon para makapag-explosive. Kaso ito na nga ang napaka-explosive, the showstopper para makuha ng Infernal Drake. Talagang FLA pa rin na makakasecure Infernal Drake and a few casualties lang talaga para sa side ng Sunsparks.
The thing in there is, I think ang ganda sana ng pwedeng ilaban ng Sunsparks doon, but medyo nahuli nga lang ng lakad itong si Kuya Monas Jo. Kung mapapansin kung nakita nyo, actually medyo nauntog pa kasi siya sa yung hirap pag medyo nauuntog ka talaga, mahihilo ka muna bago ka makaangat eh. So, medyo nauntog lang si Kuya Monas Jo doon bago siya makapag-set. And I think yung pag-transition niya from the top side going to the dragon side is mas na-late talaga. Naunahan siya ni Arisen. Arisen was actually already there trying to box out the rest of the members of Sunsparks and of course contributing into dealing some damage as well. So I think late reaction, I think that's what I can say from what has happened a while ago.
Yeah. And talagang expected na nila. Dahil nga yung pwesto is warded and yung Deathmark is yes, nagamit sa key target pero not enough pa rin yung damage ng isang Zed at this point of the game na Yomu's Ghostblade lang ang yung dala. He didn't really opted to go for Duskblade of Drakthars o hindi pa ganun talaga kalaki yung burst niya. Pero mukhang sapat naman na for a few of those damage pero mukhang magkakahabulan na naman muna dito. Arjuk into the side. Pero itong mid lane natin mukhang tutumba na ng tuluyan dahil ginamit na rin ang explosive cast to completely deny ang Sunspark sa pagpatay dito kay Herald.
Ganda ng momentum ng Fennel Adversity. 2 turrets after taking that Herald. Wala na silang pakialam dun sa bot side. For as long as, okay, sige, kunin mo yan. Dalawa sa amin. Actually, in fact, tatlo. If we will include itong Herald, no? So, I think it was the momentum that Fennel Adversity is currently playing right now. And I think Sunspark should have like what do you call this?
Medyo
In-expect dapat nila yun, kumbaga.
Oo, hindi kakaiba kasi na itong ginagawa ng Sunsparks, nagiging reactive na sila sa galaw ng Fennel Adversity. And kung nasa iyo ang tempo, mahirap, di ba? Mahirap na sumasayaw ka sa tugtugin ng iba dahil alam nila yung kanilang advantage at kinukuha nila yung mga team fights na kung saan meron na silang edge. And right now, in terms of itemization, talagang kuhang-kuha na rin natin dito sa side ng Fennel itong beefiness ni paring Rafe with that Rod of Ages. And kung babalikan natin yung laning phase, iniwan siya ni Danny sa bottom. Pero ito na nga, may laban na naman sa Dragon Lane. Ginamitan na rin dito ng kadenang ginto. Mauhuli makaka-charm pero makakamabaot nga. Kaya mukhang hindi na sapat dahil si Arise ay nag-aasik ng lagkib. Dominos and they are going down one after another na akala mo Dominos. And ito na rin ang another objective with the tower dito ng Fennel Adversity.
Mapapansin natin talagang gamit na gamit ang Black Cleaver mula kahapon. Actually, maybe wala pa ng week 1 natin, no? Black Cleaver item, tatlo nga sa kanila yung meron. Bukod sa mura, for only 3k gold, bili na po kayo. Makakakuha ka pa dito, of course, ng additional damage and of course, movement speed, ability, haste din naman. So, I think that's the reason why napapunch din nila dito in terms of mga armor. Kumbaga, class cannon na yung mga targets natin dito sa side ng Sunsparks. What more, yung apat pa nga yung nag-Black Cleaver dito. Ang ganda ng aking pitch sales. Alright, bumili din dito si Renekton. Nakabenta ako agad kay Arise. Thank you for buying.
Ayun na nga, so meron na naman tayo ditong hahabulin si Hayes with a split push. Pero mukhang masyado mabilis dahil sa Yomus Ghost Blade. Pero aabutan pa rin ng body slam. Wala nga lang follow up dito. At mukhang sapat naman na yun. Ang gusto lang naman nila is pigilan ang split push. At mukhang hindi na yata sapat ang damage siya dahil alam niyo naman si Danny, meron siyang grasp the undying, so makaka-survive siya. At tignan mo naman, nakaalis pa rin dito si paring Hayes. Yes, nabugaw nga nila and this may be it na kailangan nilang kunin ng Drake.
And this is gonna be the second one, ano? So exchange yung mangyayari dito. I feel like of course Arise will just give this turret out. Of course, kesa siya yung mapunch 3v1, makikita mo yung respeto nandun pa rin, no? Hindi siya yung tipong okay, lamang kami. Tapos, dedepensahan ko pa rin yan. No, it's not like that. But for FLA, they're really leaning towards okay, kahit mag-late game to, talagang kukunin namin yung Dragon. Because definitely, until late game time, magpe-pay off to. Again, that is a Mountain Dragon. Pinag-usapan natin na Makunachi na itong mga champions natin sa side ng Fennel. What more that they got the Mountain Drake.
Yes, so extra regen, extra armor, extra lahat dahil nga sa Drake and items nila dito. And itong si paring Domeng, Mami Saya, kung sinabi na natin na makudat dahil sa True Grit, bumili pa. Nag-bloodthirster. And yun na yung pinakamahirap na part doon. So, pakunat ng pakunat, Chi po, itong mga tropa natin sa Fennel Adversity. Wala, may hirapan dito gumalaw ang Sunsparks.
Anti-burst. Kumbaga, balance talaga ng damage and sustain. So, may hirapan dito, of course, na makahanap ng iba-burst itong si Ace. Oh, by the way, I think this is the first time that we see Ace pala, no, on the carry jungle. Because from last week, teka lang, panoorin muna natin yung ganap na ito.
Alam mo, Mami Saya, ituloy mo na yung explanation mo. Hindi natatagal din si Arjok the moment na pumasok siya sa apat eh.
Oo nga medyo hindi ko alam kung sino yung may kasalanan. Siya ba na pumasok siya o yung kakampi niya na hindi nag-follow
Hindi pumasok.
Pero ayun na nga, mukhang magiging ito na to anytime soon kasi. Pero ang ganda ng ginagawa ni Hayes dito. I mean, from game 1, siya yung talagang nagtatry buhatin yung game. Until now, he's trying to go for that macro play in such a way they will pressure Fennel Adversity, and just like now na-pressure si Arise, okay, I have to defend this, baka dito makabawi ang Sunsparks kung saan nakakuha sila ng maraming torres. So yeah, we'll just have to find out on that one, but team fight happening on the top side.
Yun na nga, nagkabakbakan na naman muli. Ito na baka ang follow-up na kinakailangan nila, pero in-embrace na nga dito ni Danny. Napakasakit ang damage si paring Domeng. Dalawa sa mga nambabaril dito ang hindi na magpapaawat pa. Even may kasama pang redemption. Ang kunat, hindi talaga mawawala para sa side ng Fennel Adversity, and Arise pinipigilan niya dito si paring Hayes mag-split push. Pero mukhang mas makakakuha pa nga ng Tori dito ang Fennel Adversity.
Sa true. And nakikita natin, I mean, sobrang layo na ng gap in terms of gold. And itong si Domeng din naman, 505 main. 505. Look at that. Halos 100% kill participation. Napakalinis nga naman din talaga. And ito yung composition na hindi mo basta-basta mapapatay. And hindi siya yung squishy. You wouldn't even consider Graves right now as a glass cannon target. Even itong si Hayes at Ace, mahihirapan. Even Consi, medyo hindi natin maramdaman si Consi right now. Ginamit niya nga din dito yung electrocute, no? But that's apparently it's not really working on. There's just a lot of sustain coming from the side of Fennel na hindi mo talaga sila mag-burst.
Yeah, and tignan mo meron kang Lunenseco, meron kang, Rabadons. Yes, supposedly meron ka ng damage pero parang it's a bit too late kasi kung titignan mo yung mga gamit natin, naka-third item na mostly ang mga tropa natin dito sa side ng Fennel Adversity. And I'd rather go with a Liandry's Torment para tumatagas yung health bars nitong taga Fennel kaso he opted for a Rabadons or a Ludens. So I think sa itemization, kulang pa si paring Konsi para maging threat. And considering nga na itong si Rafe din, who got another catalyst of Aeons, ibig sabihin more HP para dito sa tropa nating Gragas.
And look at that, nagdagdag na rin ng slows dito with a Storm Razor na nilagay ni Graves sa kanya. And of course, to Senna as well. So you can see they really want to stop the assassins on the side of Sunsparks in here in doing what they can do. Kasi baka syempre, baka makalusot, no? Makakuha ng loophole. So I think they're still respecting them by stopping or by purchasing this itemization kung saan pwede makadagdag ng slow.
Yes. And kita mo naman, easy dragon. This might be the rotation na kailangan nila. Tulad ng sinabi ni Mami Saya, madami ng purchase dito. Ang Fennel Adversity, hindi na kailangan pa ng sale dahil nga ito na ang damage ng Fennel. Sapat na sa current items nila and the power spike is already there. Mapapalaban kaya dito si Hayes. Pero si Konsi nakikipagharutan, inaapoyan ng bahagya. Pero ito na yung flank na hinahanap natin ng Game 1. Mukhang papalag na nga talaga sila. Ginamitan pa ng pagtalon dito. Leap of faith dahil nga mukhang may hirapan sila. Twisted ang fate dahil mukhang nasa tadhana talaga na manalo ang Fennel Adversity and si Konsi pinaglalaroan dito ni paring Domeng habang si paring Giz nakakuha ng shutdown. Pero syempre, sabi nga ni Mami Saya dito, yung baba, binuksan na ang pintuan ni paring Arise.
Yun lang. Medyo na macro play din dito ang Team Sunsparks habang busy sila makakuha ng kill doon sa taas ng mapa natin. Itong si Arise, medyo segue pala gamit ang Renekton. Nakakuha ng inhibitor turret sa baba. Well, then again, we saw that one kill coming from Hayes. So I think si Hayes yung magdadala talaga dito until later on. Kasi we couldn't feel Konsi right now in the brand. They've been trying their best but I think the composition is just not working sa comp ng Fennel Adversity. And again, Nasjo, very different on the Nasjo that we've seen from yesterday na nakakakuha ng set and all that. But this time, wala hindi natin makita yung ganong set ni Nasjo.
Oo, and knowing na puro brusco to, kahit sinong iba to mo, definitely may damage ka. Ang problema, dahil lahat sila ay brusco, kahit makapaglapag ka ng magandang set, parang hindi sila threatened. Parang wala ka ganong naibawas dahil nga sobrang healthy nitong nasa Fennel Adversity. Pero mukhang delikado itong ginagawa nila. Papasok na nga ng tuluyan. Pero syempre, nakapag-Sonya para proteksyon. Papasok sa Baron Pit. Itutuloy ang laban sa labas. At mukhang sapat kaya dahil nga sumasakit na ang damage dito ni paring Ace. Pero ang Baron mapupunta pa rin sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Si Konsi na lang ang siyang natitira at kailangan niya pa mag-wave clear. Si Hayes naman nag-i-split push sa kabilang ibayo upang sagutin to. Sapat nga ba ang damage na pinaikutan na ng palakol at mukhang this is it. Dahil nga ang Fennel Adversity na ang siyang tatapos 2-0 para dito sa FLA.
Nice try for the side of Sunsparks. It maybe is like kind of frustrating kasi dama ko si Hayes na tinatry niya yung best niya na ipanalo yung game but it's just like too late. Again, the early game, sobrang importante niyan. If you don't want, kung ayaw mong mahirapan, tinagalog na lang. Kung ayaw mong mahirapan,
Tama yan.
kung ayaw mong mahirapan sa mid to late game, huwag mong bigyan ng kills yung kalaban. Unfortunately, that has happened para sa side ng Sunsparks, no? So, nabigyan ng kills dito ang side ng Fennel Adversity, kaya medyo lumaya, naging free bird dito ang mga Fennel Adversity, lumipad ng malaya, 4v2 situation dun sa bot side. And of course, doon nakita natin yung attempts mid to late game time nitong si Hayes na isalba yung laro, but it's just already way too late. Bukas na yung inhibitor turrets. Wala nang inhibitor turrets dun sa top and bot side natin, kaya naman medyo mahirap na talaga yun. I've seen this kind of play from yesterday, I think from Team Secret ba yun? Yung naka-Rengar, correct me if I'm wrong, kung saan medyo late na nga yung realization na let's just go for the split push kasi hindi na talaga natin silang kayang sabayan sa 5v5.
Yeah, and that's a Baron already para sa side ng Fennel Adversity. And sabi nga ni Mami Saya, freedom. So, freedom adversity na sila dahil nga the moment na nakuha nila yung Baron, they can do anything what they want to finish the game. And a split push answer is too late. Dahil Baron-empowered buffs, even a Baron-empowered recall, para siguradong pagka nakauwi to si Ryzen, makokontra niya pa. So, this is the highlights ng ating game na kung saan matutunghayan din natin yung mga key moments dito ng FLA to entirely put the game on their back and finish this in a 2-0 fashion.
And mapapansin mo, hindi ko na lang nabanggit kanina actually kasi patapos na yung laro. May nag-mortal reminder pa nga sa side ng Fennel Adversity. Alam mo yung
grabe.
hindi naman tanky talaga yung lineup ng Sunsparks, but they bought it anyway kasi it seems like they really just want to finish it off and ayaw nilang, parang 1 to 2 hit gusto nila mabura agad sa mapa itong Sunsparks. So I think that was like a very decisive moment for the side of Fennel. Let's just finish this. These are glass cannon targets. Tanggalin lang natin sila sa mapa and yeah, still a good fight coming from Sunsparks, I believe. And of course, this is, competition. Ang daming realization. Marami pa namang laban. We're just on week 2 of this tournament.
Yes. May oras pa para mag-adapt itong Sunsparks. And their win yesterday speaks a lot of volume na talagang they are still definitely out there. Pero knowing that this is a Titan, ang Fennel Adversity, sabihin na nating Armored Titan kasi ito na kahit ilang beses mong patumbahin. And of course, having the experience from the international waters. And at the same time, may mga torneo din silang naipanalo being representative din ng Philippines, although they fell short sa Cebol, pero still knowing na they have the tons of experience, you would definitely understand kung bakit nga medyo back foot dito ang Sunsparks.
And look at that, no questions asked. 505 yata yung huli ko nakita, but for sure mas tumaas,
38%,
nadagdagan pa.
no?
Oo. Grabe
14K. And na siya, parang hindi naman yata si Graves to. Mami Saya, tignan mo. Black Cleaver, lahat ng espada, mukhang kulang na lang.
Parang ang nilaro na lang yung Storm Razor dito. Parang trip ko to ngayon.
Parang gusto ko ng dagdag espada para ako na si Zoro, no? Santorio na ako.
Ganun na
Kaso
nga.
wala
Parang napag-tripa na lang yung Storm Razor. But of course, for sure that contributed a lot. Kasi satisfied na siya dun sa Black Cleaver. And of course, so much sustained damage na rin naman. So, I think whatever goes na lang, it's just a matter of staying alive, which actually he was able to do, diba? No deaths at all. And this is Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and for the reason nga na talagang nakita natin na yung moment sa Baron Lane na pinagbabaril niya si Arjok na kahit nandun si Consi, it doesn't mind kasi wala nang damage na nalalagay dito si Consi, and having the true grit on ni full stack and at the same time yung Bloodthirster talagang bumabalik lang yung kanyang buhay. And may moment din na muntik na siya mahuli, and respecting yung damage ni Consi is nag-flash away siya. So somehow, sabihin na natin kaya niyang i-sustain yung damage, but the overall burst is still a problem na kailangan niyang ingatan yung sarili niya. So ayun na nga, no? So nakita na natin ang napakagandang 2-0 ng Fennel Adversity against Sunsparks, and mukhang magkakabawian pa naman tayo next week. Pero syempre, kailangan natin mag-move on. Marami pa tayong bakbakan ngayong araw at magbabalik kami after this short break. Once again, Osiris and kay Saya, dyan lang kayo.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high, sky high. It feels like We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Oh.
Welcome back to the WCSPH. Fennel adversity, yet another 2-0 to the team taking down Sunsparks in our first series. You are back here with Mega Fabs, Autolus, and Dash here on the panel. And as we jump into our series highlights, Dash, I mean, that win from Team Secret did not carry over, but the birthday buff from Fennel adversity definitely did.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that they would carry over the momentum that they did with Team Secret, but it's just unfortunate today. They're fighting a very disciplined team, which is FLA. And I was saying a while ago, I'll jump the Sunsparks hype train if ever they would win this, but they weren't able to do that. So really unfortunate.
Jump
but still, FLA just did that so well during the whole game.
And yeah, Dash, we were enjoying this from our watch party Discord room, right? And in the PPGL community, we were together, we were shouting on top of our lungs when Danny and Rafi did the outplay level 1, or the first few levels, first minute on game number 1. We were saying, oh my god, this is so hard to come back from. And on game number 2, we were doing some mini games when it comes to drafting. We know what we actually predicted a good lot of the drafts that did happen on game number 2. And Consi, again, we did say that this is going to be the Marksman Mania, was relegated to a brand because of the priority on Hayes picking up the Z. It does make sense, right? Also, one thing to note, Kaisaya did actually pick up a very, very interesting thing, which was Ace going for a Kha'Zix. I think this is the first time that he's going for non-utility jungler. And again, for Fennel University, we've been highlighting their discipline, but every single time that these guys play, they know what to do, right? And Arisen, again, you've been so I would say in awe of the choice for the Keystone for Darius, because Face Rush, especially against Set, you basically just need the mobility in order for you to do some shenanigans against the champion, against Set. When it comes to engages, when it comes to his kit, he's very, very powerful, but very, very slow.
And I think like, go ahead, Dash.
Yeah, but I mean, based on that point a while ago, Otilus, all I can say is that Face Rush is just so good for Darius, just because he can get the 5 stacks very easily, just because of the movement speed bump that he get, other than picking up the Conqueror, right? So that's why I think it's a really good choice right now, especially that it has been buffed to -3 seconds for the cooldown.
Yeah, and he's certainly been popular for sure in the WCS lately. And I believe we do have our interview ready, by the way, from the side of Fennel Adversity. I think we have Rafi joining us for the interview, but for sure the rest of Fennel Adversity will be there alongside him as well. Hello, everybody. welcome back to the
Hello.
desk, and congratulations on your win versus Sunsparks. Now, Rafi, I do want to ask you first of all, when you entered Fennel Adversity, can you talk to us about that moment that they invited you to join the team?
Nung moment po na nalaman ko na may chance ako makapasok sa team is para sa akin po sobrang malaking opportunity na to, and ay nga po since 18 years old lang ako that time, para sa akin po why not grab it habang pa ako, bata pa. Kaya ayun po.
Yeah.
Definitely. And nandito ka ngayon, of course, at WCS PH. And as one of the strongest teams. Now, this one is a bit of a personal question. Si Osiris ang biggest fan mo dito sa panel. I just wanted to know if you had a message for him dahil siya yung talagang ikaw palagi yung hina-highlight Ikaw palagi yung hina-highlight niya ever since the fall season.
Para sa akin po, sobrang appreciated yung ginagawa ni Osiris sa akin, lalo na po sa pag-cheer up niya sa akin, ganyan. Sobrang po nakakatawa kasi ang sarap po sa feeling na may ganun na may nakatingin sa'yo, na may nagagalingan sa'yo, ganyan. Nakaboost po ng confidence.
Ship it.
Oh, nakaboost ng confidence. So, tuloy mo lang yan, Osiris. Rafi definitely appreciates it. Otolus.
Question lang for the whole team. Meron ba kayong I would say battle anthem o yung pinapatugtog nyo bago magsimula yung mga laro nyo or wala? Tumatawa na sila. Meron.
Mukhang meron.
Ano kaya yun?
Po yung PSG ni Al James at saka Bugay na Koy.
Right. Support local. Why not, diba? James and Bugoy na Koy. You know, that's their secret. And yun yata yung disiplina. Oh my God.
Well, it looks like it's working. Dash?
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, sa akin lang naman, more on the game natin a while ago. I would just like to ask if ever you were expecting yung last two picks. Yung game to kasi, di ba, you went in with the Senna and the Gragas, and during the last pick, you went in with the Graves, which I was surprised with yung nanonood kami ni Otolus kanina. So, were you expecting that, or were you just thinking na this Graves works with our team composition rather than thinking na gusto namin i-counter yung composition nila?
May tiwala po kami sa leader namin, and ay nga po si Domeng. And sabi niya nga po na Graves ako dito, tiwala kayo sa akin. Tapos ayun po, binuha niya kami sa 0.
I like that. I like the trust na.
Question. Mika, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Parang may ginagawa si paring Danny dyan. Anong pinapanood niya? Highlights niya? Ganon?
Ganyan po malaga si
Papakita
Felix.
daw?
Ano kaya yun?
Sinolo pa niya yung pillow.
Okay.
Naglalaro po ng bang.
TikTok.
Nice. Always
Thank
fun.
you for sharing, Danny. Thank you for sharing. At mukhang nag-enjoy ka rin dyan sa sinusolo mo yung pillow na yan. For the rest of Fennel Adversity, do you guys have shoutouts, of course, and messages to all of your supporters out there?
Shoutout po sa management namin, sa staff, sa players, kay Sir Reggie, kay Sir Max, kay Sir Endo, and ito po sa mga teammates ko na si Arise, Domeng, Jivy, Calm, si Coach Mel, si Felix, si Ate Ellie, at si Ate Corinne. Ayun po, marami pong salamat sa lahat ng nagsusupport sa amin, and gagalingan pa po namin. Thank you po sa lahat. And especially po, shoutout po kay Christina. Ayun po.
Yun na.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Fennel Adversity, and congratulations to you once again. Good luck on the rest of your game. We'll probably see you back here on the paddle desk.
Thank you guys. FIL win.
Ang ganda ng jersey nila.
I know.
man.
I know.
It's a very unique esports jersey, pero may dating no?
Here we go again. Yeah, I know the jerseys really nice.
Excuse me po.
It's a Sensi Icon series, of course. But aside from Fennel Adversity getting that victory, we also do have, of course, the victory on the side of Autolus, who does not have a wrong prediction, but for myself and Dash, I'm probably doing this the wrong way, by the way. I'm putting the points on the wrong predictions. Yeah.
Oo nga eh.
I'm putting the points on the wrong predictions. I should probably make a new one, make a new little post-it here and put that up. But Autolus is currently leading, and Dash and friends.
Yeah.
Because I believe somebody else will be joining us. Dash and friends will be is one step closer to that peacemaker dance.
I'm ready. Ready na nga ako agad eh.
We don't have to do this, by the way, during the post show, because we know that there's a bunch of important things to discuss. But for sure, stay tuned to our Twitter accounts, and you might see something there in store for you guys before the next series, before the next day begins, rather, after the post show tonight. But that was only our first series, and we are on to our second series of the day. It will be between Oasis Gaming and Cerebrum Wildrift, or Cerebrum Esports. Now, Autolus, Oasis coming from the loss against Underground yesterday, you kind of don't want to be the punching bag, right? Unfortunately, it's Cerebrum going up against Oasis, and of course, they're still one of our strongest teams.
Yeah, of course. Oasis, again, one of the strongest teams heading into 2022. The very first big tournament that we have for this year. Oasis Gaming went out on top, and that was actually not just them winning. They were dominating that tournament. Meanwhile, Cerebrum, again, they're still looking for their first series win. I'm trying to think of a way of them getting an upset against Oasis, because so far, well, they've been, I would say, telegraphed when it comes to their draft. They would draft for the AP Dragon Lane. So maybe it's time for them to bring Hao onto the marksman role. What do you think here, Dash?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that Hao could actually transition to the same thing, that they would have an ADC on their side. Because honestly, if it's against Demon Kite here, for sure, go for an ADC after this. So I'm kind of afraid if ever they don't shift to that, it would not really work out well, especially that it's Oasis Gaming that they're fighting against, and Demon Kite and Dragon are just a menace to deal with in the bot lane.
Yeah, you have the twin buff coming again here for Oasis Gaming. It's certainly been working wonders for them. And Autolus is absolutely right. This is going to be really tough for Cerebrum Wildrift, because Oasis Gaming, only Team Underground was able to really confidently beat them in a series. And for Cerebrum Wildrift, they're still waiting for that one win. It's gonna be tough indeed. But Autolus, I wanted to ask if there are any chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming here that Cerebrum Wildrift could possibly look into.
Well, they could possibly just go for Cerebrum. I think they have more to win and less to lose. Yeah. Heading into a matchup against a heavy favorite in Oasis Gaming. And when it comes to chinks in the armor of Oasis Gaming from yesterday, their matchup against UDG yesterday, they were still solid. You could see that they were still very solid. It just so happened that a certain mistake can really be heavily punished by UDG. I'm still trying to think right now as to where they could point their attack. I guess it's really going to be the Dragon lane here. Demon Kite and Dragon, although Demon Kite is very solid in the Dragon lane, he has this tendency to flash over walls as a Vayne or as a marksman. So if you can heavily punish those overcommitment by Demon Kite, then Oasis Gaming would have a fairly good chance of getting an upset against them. However, looking at the stats, man, 7.31 KDA.
Right.
It's one of the best KDAs that we have for Dragon laners.
Yeah, I think that's honestly, this is a really big KDA. I'm kind of afraid of Demon Kite right now, especially that they're going to be fighting against Cerebrum Wildrift. What's great about Cerebrum Wildrift right now is that we're holding Oasis right now on a certain standards. And right now, Cerebrum Wildrift could really just go up if ever they would be able to defeat Oasis Gaming. But that's still a mountain that will still climb though. So right now, Oasis Gaming is still at the top. They just need to fight, like what Autolus said, they just need to find that chance to punish Demon Kite.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Demon Kite stats are looking scary right now. I think we've always been afraid of Demon Kite. I mean,
Yeah.
like ever since
Right.
we've always had our eyes on him, and he's always been one of those very scary ADCs. And now, of course, at the WCS, he's looking very good indeed. And as you mentioned, they could possibly look into the flashing over walls, but of course, Dragon, his twin, and the ever reliable support will always be there to back him up. So it's kind of difficult to break that bond indeed. But we're gonna have to see if Cerebrum Wildrift is up to the challenge, and this team still yet has to get that victory. But you know what? What I like about this team is that they definitely keep things interesting, Dash, and they really do keep fighting up until the very last second.
Yeah, I'm really liking the changes that they did. I mean, during the fight yesterday against Grindsky that they did try a lot of different champions because Nasus is always getting banned, so that's why it was kind of hard. But at least I'm seeing some light somewhere there for members of Cerebrum Wildrift. But still, I still am expecting for how to change for that ADC role because he has been using the Lux. Yes, he's been using the Lux super well. Those light bindings, those final sparks are so great. But constant DPS right now is the name of the game, especially against Oasis.
They have to shake things up, definitely, because Marksman Mania, we want our Saturday filled with Marksman. And how, again, looking at the champions that has been used by this guy, look at those champions. Lux, Morgana, Ziggs, even the brand has been picked up by how. One thing to note, though, earlier, during the first series, Fennel Adversity versus... FLA.
Sunsparks.
Yeah, versus Sunsparks. Oh my god, my age is showing.
Yeah, it's
FLA
okay. It
versus
happens.
Sunsparks.
It happens here.
Morgana was actually left open, and
Yeah.
both games, and it hasn't been picked. If you give Morgana to Cerebrum, they would not hesitate in picking that up. But again, against Oasis, I just want them to show a different side of Cerebrum because so far, this composition that they've been toying with, having Zed, having Pego be on AD duties, is not working out for them, and they're still looking for their first win. The stats currently is showing that it's respectable, right? You have a 2.42 KDA, but could be improved if he goes for the comfort. And I believe every Dragon laner that we have here in the WCSPH, their comfort is the marksman role.
Yeah, and you know what? The thing with Cerebrum is that they seem to always be pushing for something that, they seem to be pushing for their plan A all the time. We haven't seen them yet push to the point of like desperation, so to say, wherein they'll totally shift what they have. So they seem to be like How seems to be pushing for more of these kinds of champions versus the marksman. And we for instance, up against the Team Secret, we did see Cerebrum also push for a certain kind of lineup. And they seem to not want to let that go very easily. But Dash, it seems like right now, if they're up against Oasis Gaming, if they don't do something that's out of the box, way off their textbook plays or something, Oasis is gonna read them really well.
Honestly, they have been drafting the same, especially during the first game yesterday. They drafted the same except for the Nasus, and that's something that they need to actually change for their side, because during the second game they were able to do that, but I think that was a little too late against Grindsky yesterday. But now if it's against Oasis, they need to find a way to get something out there, because there's a lot of skill expression that I'm seeing for the solo laners, and that's because there's a lot of ADCs absorbing the pressure. If Cerebrum Wildrift would be able to do that, maybe they could at least get one game against Oasis.
Oasis plays fast, right?
Yeah.
And Cerebrum just has to break the momentum of Oasis and find their groove. Again, we saw them get a game off of Team Secret. They should treat this series fairly the same. Control the early game, you would have a better chance in winning the game. And again, if Renekton shows up, Isilla, actually, I'm trying to think of the champion pool of Isilla here. He's not yet showing one of his very iconic champions in the Fiora. I feel that this could be that series.
And something that I would like to add is just because that Cerebrum Wildrift they don't really have a star on their team. I think if I could put out the star for Cerebrum Wildrift, I think Floor could probably be that one, just because Floor, especially with the Rakan and the Thresh that he's been using, he's always enabling most of his laners, and I hope that Floor would again step up during this game.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna be looking at Cerebrum really closely for this, and Oasis Gaming, we kind of know that they're pretty solid indeed. Of course, I feel like our predictions are going to go the same way for this, so that means of course we'll have to bring up another factor here. But just to check indeed, Dash,
Yeah. Yeah. What? Wait.
is it
What's your
Oasis
prediction?
or is it Cerebrum?
I'm going for Oasis for now. Yeah. I think it's a 2-0 for Oasis right now.
Yeah. Same on my end. Otlus?
Same.
Same on your end. Yeah, so that means that we will have to default to a
Yeah.
gold lead for this series in terms of our predictions, and whoever will get the closest one to the gold lead at the end of the series will get the points. So do you guys need a moment to think about this? I do. I do. I don't know.
For now, I think I could go with mine. I could go for the safe route, going with probably 20k with a gold lead. Cumulative, right? So 20k.
Okay,
I'll go
yeah. Cumulative. So it's gonna be both game 1 and game 2, and the sum of those. Autolus, I'm prepping mine. Mine was actually a bit lower than Dash's.
Okay. All right. So I'll be going extreme C or 25.
Oh, yes.
Whoa!
Yes,
Wow!
okay.
25. Okay, mine was actually a 15.
There you go. 15.
That's nice.
Actually, yeah.
That's nice.
15,
yeah.
20, 25. Okay, yeah. We have very clear lines over here, so it's gonna be interesting indeed to find out who gets this, who nails this one. And I do believe we have some tweets ready. By the way, if you want your voices heard, just head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags WCSPH or Wildrift Champion C, just like the tweets that we have coming right up from Nukella. Hello! I got iced coffee and we're set for the WCSPH watch party on Nukella. That's right, I believe she is hosting today.
Yeah.
So do check that out if you want to watch with her. Shout out to her. Hello. I think we have another one coming on up. And yes, we actually do also accept panel consequences on Twitter. Just be kind. Make sure it's broadcast friendly.
Right.
I think there should be another stream for other things. But over here we're broadcast friendly. Dancel, welcome back. Welcome back. Support PH teams, but also support Auto Joa, Autolus. Would you like to explain? Is this
That's your final warning from my guild, Dancel. Okay. I don't like my personal info being put out on stream. I'm kidding. I'm supporting myself, please. Let's go.
Let's support that. That's a new hashtag over there, the Auto Joa. The Auto Joa. All right, you guys, and of course, once again, if you want your voices heard, head on over to Twitter. Let us know what consequences you might like to see from us. Let us know which teams you're cheering for. Of course, using the hashtags WCSPH and Wildrift Champions C. So once again, we do have the panel consequences. Autolus is leading, and Dash and myself already have one wrong prediction. So that brings us closer to our consequence of the day, which will need to be sort of like oh my gosh, my meow meow connection is going crazy. I think. But our consequence of the day is the Peacemaker dance.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, look it up. You don't need to know the series. Just look it up. No explanations needed. But yes, we will be doing that, and I think we can't do that on the post show, obviously, because there's a bunch of different. But we will be doing that afterwards, after all of our series, and definitely after this second series between Oasis Gaming and Cerebrum Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
At syempre, tayo nagbabalik dito sa WCS Philippines. At alam niyo na kung ano nga ba ang susunod na bakbakan mula sa panel. Oasis Gaming versus Cerebrum. At syempre kami ang magdadala ng aksyon sa loob ng Wildrift. Syempre ang ever pretty na si Mami Kaysaya at si Tito Osiris. So kumusta naman? No? Ano sa tingin mo? Agree ka ba na puro Oasis Gaming yung panel natin?
Totoo lang, hindi na natin i-deny pa. Medyo leaning towards the side of Oasis din ako eh. Kasi again, the experience is there. Hindi naman sa, of course, Cerebrum bago sila ngayon sa big scene natin dito sa Wildrift. But of course, they're doing something na nagpakilala talaga sila. But you know, I'm ready to be proven wrong. For sure, yung mga panelists din natin, ready to be proven wrong for sure. But I think based on the statistics, you know, from last week, I think I really have to lean towards sa Oasis ngayon.
Yeah, totoo naman, no? Napaka-convincing talaga na pinapakita ng Oasis Gaming, and also for the reason din na talagang isa sila sa representative ng Philippines, and at the same time is isa sila sa mga nakascore against Fennel Adversity, which is really a strong team. And overall, no, napakabilis ng pacing ng playstyle itong mga tropa nating to. And Oasis Gaming, they are not a big of a question kung gaano sila ka-skilled, and their own playstyle really speaks a lot yung kanilang identity. So syempre meron na rin tayo dito, andito si Renzi Frenzy ng kanyang mga Rengar, and Isila na former RRQ and Berjaya Dragon. So talagang action pack itong lineup nito, and this will be a tall task or tall order for Cerebrum para ipanalo to against Oasis.
May hulaan ako sa draft ban Yumi. Oh. Agad-agad. For sure, merong Yumi ban tayo makikita dito. Easy predict ng ating draft. But yeah, from our last week, so nakita natin dito very prominent ang paggamit ng Oasis ng Darius. I'm not sure lang ifahayaan yan ng team Cerebrum dito na makuha ulit ng Oasis yung Darius natin. And given na bina nila itong set, so there's really a probability that they might really be eyeing onto a Darius priority.
Yes, and tinanggal nila yung Nasus ni Ivalice, no? I mean, if you're playing on a hyperactive lineup, definitely you can deny the Nasus in your own playstyle eh. Pero mukhang mas nire-respeto nila yung late game ni Ivalice pagka umabot doon, and at the same time, yung Nemesis duel potential. And right now ngayon, Jace ang kukunin ng Cerebrum habang ang Oasis. 2 picks tayo dito, no? Open pa ang Renekton, open ang wala na yung Yumi.
Darius is open.
Yung meow ni Mika Fabs na ito. Yung meow nga ni Renzi na talagang nakakatakot, pero mukhang Kha'Zix muna ang gagamitin niya ngayon. And kung si Etaf to, sigurado may lisin. Kaso buti na, binan ka agad nila. So they are respecting yung capabilities ng Oasis. And Thresh ang kukunin nila para dito kay Dragon.
I mean, good start. We can see that early game yung gusto agad kuhain ng Oasis dito, no? So, it's gonna be Renzi gonna playing in the jungle. And pag kumuha ka kasi ng Thresh in your composition, alam mo na you really are going for some team fights as well. Mga engages natin. And of course, with the balance na meron silang Kha'Zix dito, given na yan na they really wanna go for the early power spike. But, Brusco Brothers ang simula natin dito para sa side ng Cerebrum, given that the Darius is actually on their side.
So maraming setup, and knowing Fleur, magaling siya gumamit ng Rakan. There are so many setups na pwede silang magawa dito. Yesterday, we saw yung kanyang 4-man or 3-man knock-ups. So talagang definitely Fleur is out there. Although ang pinaka-comfort pick niya is a Thresh, pero dahil nga nakuha na rin ni Dragon, and Dragon is currently practicing a lot of Thresh these days. Si How, kung titingnan natin, balikan natin yung key player clash, is 78 around 84 kung di ako nagkakamali. And ang lapit pa, no? Kahit sabihin mong Oasis is the leading team para dito, itong underdogs na si How, who's using Lux and Ziggs sa kanyang composition, ang lapit lang na score niya. And it feels like talagang nagde-deliver ng damage and kill participation itong si How. It's just that they're having a hard time finishing games or winning games. But definitely, he is out there showing what he can. And dahil nga wala ng Ziggs and Lux, a possibility of a second brand or Oriana AP carry mapo-force out dito sa kanya.
Very personalized nga rin eh. Sa Cerebrum lang ako nakakita na may priority ng utility dito, no? Like mentioned, Lux on the side of how dito or sa bot side natin. So, we'll see if that's still gonna be prioritized. And I think Camille set up ay yung balak talaga ng Oasis dito, you know, it could be the Thresh or the Camille going for that set. Kumbaga, handa rin silang harap-harapan dito. And of course, we might be expecting them circling in sa ating Corki.
Oo nga, no? Yeah, hindi pala nababan yung Morgana recently, and this is one of the go-to ng mga AP carry. So definitely no brand, no Oriana, pero sino kaya ang gagamitin ni Pego? Na-open pa yung Z niya. And okay, this might be a jungle Jace or a jungle Riven. Pero Z naman ang makukuha dito ni Edaf, which is mas delikado. Isa rin to sa mga naging highlights ng plays ni Edaf. And Edaf, yes, he is really flexible in terms of champion pools, but he is known also as one of the best assassin players dito sa Philippines. So I think Z definitely fits the composition, and mukhang magiging maganda. This will be a bloodbath para sa magkabilang koponan. Double assassin tayo dito sa Oasis. Pero para sa iyo, Mami Kaysaya, sino ba sa tingin mo yung mangingibabaw dito?
In terms of late game, I think I would go for the composition of Oasis. But sa early natin, I think I'm fine with the Cerebrum, pero nakukulangan ako in terms of damage eh. Unless na lang talaga na ang laki ng lead na nakuha nila early pa lang, at lumobo na si Darius, lumobo na si Riven. But if that didn't happen, and nakakuha dito sila Renzi, yung mga assassins natin on the side of Oasis ng early play, up to the late game, they could really go for this game. Kasi again, there is the security on the Corki as well, and again, tatlo nga yung split pusher natin dito eh, no? Isama mo na si Camille. Ang daming pwedeng laruin na playstyle ng Oasis dito. So I think in terms of the draft, I'm gonna be leaning towards Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, this is the identity of Oasis itself. You're running 2 assassin team comp, and with the hyperactive playstyle, or sabihin natin Oasis nga, di ba? Overly active na galawan nila is mag-fit into. Dahil once na makakuha ng head start ang dalawang assassin, this will be a backseat gaming na lang para kay paring Demon Kite. But knowing Demon Kite, hindi basta-basta magpapatalo tong tropa natin. Definitely, mag-ano rin siya, magde-deliver din siya ng mga, well, package. Magde-deliver siya ng mga rockets and all the damage as someone who's playing on a Corki. But I am eyeing more dito kay Renzi and Edaf. Pero mukhang maganda ang ginagawa ni Pego dito. And Jungle Driven ang makikita natin.
Jungle Riven. So, going back lang kay Demon Kite, no? Kaya nga Demon Kite eh. So, expect to have a demonic kiting capability dito kay Demon Kite talaga. What more? Meron siyang bouncer dito in the form of dragon. So, yeah, right now, very peaceful lang ating mapa. Uy, pero no, sabi nila, bakbakan muna dito sa baba. Hindi pala peaceful.
Walang peaceful pagka nanonood ka ng Oasis, pero yun na ginamit ni Ignite and Phosphorus Bomb. So at least may wave clear naman. Decent ang wave clear ni How. So definitely kahit mawala dito si Fleur is makakapag-farm siya with the soil, and at the same time secured ang pwestuhan niya. Pero dahil nga nag-recall na si Dragon, si Pang, kaya ang next niya dito, saan kaya siya pwedeng pumwesto? And mukhang 3-man papuntang baba?
Or mid rather, I think.
Oo nga. Tignan natin kung makakahuli sila dito. Wala pang binabatong death sentence. And ito, isa rin sa magandang ginagawa dito ni Fleur is yung kanyang rotation. Early rotation. Yes, ginulpi siya sa Dragon Lane natin. Pinabayaan siyang mag-run low. Sa kanyang nabasa rin ay magiging possible rotation dito na Awakening, pero si Pego napalaban lang ng bahagya. Yes, ito na. Nakikita naman natin dito na si Demon Kite, tamang form lang, And wala na silang ginagawang problema at death sentence. Pero chill lang tayo guys. Meron tayong Black Shield at syempre shoutouts ko na rin. Pinakita na nga kanina sa ating panel segment yung mga watch party dyan. Thank you so much sa mga nagsumusuporta na streamers at mga tropa natin na ini-invite dito sa ating WCS na maging ka-watch party. Pero so far so good. Dahil ang Oasis, medyo iba ngayon, no? They're trying to take it slow, but this is a favorable moment for Cerebrum. For the reason that, tingnan mo naman, di ba? Yung lineup nila, medyo kailangan pa ng konting push, habang ito naman sa side ng Oasis, nasa kanila yung factor na sinasabi nga natin. Yung kumbaga yung sapak, yung haymaker, gano'n.
Oh, yung
Oops, teka.
isa pa nga ulit isa pang ulit
Paano yung
Parang paano yung
Paano
Yeah.
ulit?
I think sa taas lang, talagang kalma lang muna. Medyo, I think talagang we'll have to wait na lang for the objective, either the Dragon or the Herald, bago tayo makakita talaga ng malaking changes dito sa battlefield natin. And a while ago, I was expecting nga dito on the side of Oasis na gumawa sila ng early play. Actually, either of the teams. Kasi most especially kasi kapag ang CE dito hindi nakagawa ng play early on, baka medyo magiging ding yung laro. And usually, they wanna avoid that. But in the mid-side...
Flash? Why? I mean, parang hindi naman yata abot sa tip, pero sinigurado lang ni paring Edaf dahil nga mahirap. Sa bagay, that's a chain combo. Remember, pagka na-knock up siya, you have the soul shackles and then you have the bind itself. So,
Esaf.
good move.
To be Esaf, si Edaf.
Ay, wow.
Tama ba?
Efas.
Efas pala.
Efas, yeah.
Efas. Nagoyo tayo na.
Ano pa rin, malapit naman.
Close.
Close.
Ito, close to,
Pero
close
tingnan
to.
natin. Oops, teka si Pego. Ayun na nga siya ang close dito ng kabaong dahil siya ang unang tutumba. First blood sa Oasis, and that's a bit odd na rotation na makita mo ang mid laner sa Dragon without the jungler.
Actually, yes, nakakapagtaka na nandun actually si Pego dun sa Dragon Pit, knowing na wala siyang kasama. He could have just like give that Dragon sa side ng Oasis and nag-defend na lang siya or nag-clear na lang siya ng lane dun sa baba. Kasi yung rest of the members ng CE, nag-go na for the Herald eh.
Yes, so talagang iba pinapakita at ito na yung dinideliver na package. Mukhang umorder yata si Evalis ng 3 sale mukhang na-deliveran pero mukhang hindi naman niya kinuha yung deliver dito ni paring Demon Kite at safely na makaka-back out, pressure all over the map, but the rotation, they are eyeing into the mid lane. Lahat sila.
This is a momentum controlled by CE ngayon, but the question is this gonna be enough to actually take down? Kasi halos nasa kalahati pa. Yes, it will, and that's good actually.
Naman yung pinakita doon, mid-air na may kasamang death sentence at syempre yung sweep na may kasamang hook shot. Pero mukhang may makikill shot yata dito dahil hindi na magpapaawat dito ang Cerebrum dahil oras na para makipagbalag-bagan. Pero si Pego running low, si Renzi hindi na natapos yung kill at mukhang siya ang may kita dito into the sky. Si Pego aabot nga ba 3 ang siya naghahabol, and si Fleur mukhang magko-cooldown na ang kanyang grand entrance. At syempre the flash.
Alam mo yung nararamdaman ko si Fleur dito, ang tagal ng cooldown, hindi ako makatalon. Baka tumalon na yung EPs, which is nangyari. Ayun nga, medyo frustrating, but it's okay. Nice try. And I think ang ganda ng ginawa ng CE doon. Nabuksan nila agad yung mid turret ng Oasis doon. And not only that, Morgana got some kills. And you would expect dito, medyo for sure, makakita na ng masakit na Morgana ang Oasis dito. Tulad na lang ng nakuha nila. Very, I mean, look at that. They actually were able to equalize the number of kills. And at the same time, mas lumamang pa nga sila dito sa gold.
Oo, and iba yung pinapakita ng Cerebrum. Nung the moment na nag-group up sila para kunin yung mid lane tower, that's already an opening for them. At nagulat siguro ang Oasis kasi medyo hindi sila nakapwesto eh. Kaya it took a lot of time bago sila nagsama-sama. And speaking of sama-sama, mukhang ang Cerebrum naman ang magkakasama dito. Pero iba pala ang magkasama, kundi sa Baron lane dahil ang Oasis dito sila naman ang babawi. East Coast to West Coast ang nandito ang trade dahil pinofocus naman ng Cerebrum ang Dragon lane.
Although medyo nakulangan lang ng minion wave dun kaya hindi sila nakakuha ng push. So medyo sayang, but I think given the fact na late din naman hindi actually bumagsak yung Tori agad sa taas ng mapa ng CE, that's fine. But in the middle lane, look at that, Stasis has been used, but talagang Fleur hindi na nga makakatakas dito sa side ng Oasis. But naprolong pa yung teamfight. There goes itong Sihaw na nabuo na nga rin naman yung Liandry's Torment.
Grabe yun, no? Sinubukan niya mag-hook shot papasok, pero yung Dark Binding, and that's why you need to respect itong si Paring How dahil dun sa kanyang tumamang binding upfront, point blank yun. Huling-huli at syempre yung rotation ni Paring Ivalice puts everyone down dito sa side ng Oasis, habang yung ibang members naman is nagro-rotate na lang muna sila dito. 28 seconds bago ang Dragon. So okay lang din na namatay siya doon. Not until na pumasok tong Dragon, at least the timings are real. Oasis is complete para dito sa rotations nila.
And win condition for the side of CE, may nakikita akong window of opportunity sa kanila. Especially for the Morgana na online siya, 2-0-1, napakaganda. Buo na rin yung Liandry's Torment. Kailangan lang siguro talagang isama siya sa lahat ng teamfight. And again, as we know, mas tumatagal sa laban, nakasama yung Morgana na may Liandry's Torment, mas mataas yung damage. So, I think yun yung i-capitalize ng CE dapat, na dito muna sila mas mag-focus kay How na gamit-gamit itong Morgana natin. Kasi I mean, given the fact na Brusco Brothers yung mga nagpo-frontline dito, kaya basta maka-free hit lang dito si Morgana, then they're gonna do okay.
Yeah, and medyo kakaiba na dahil sinuko ng Oasis ang kanilang Mountain Drake, and they are opting for a Rift Herald na I think kung head-on nilang lalabanan, kayang-kaya naman nila, pero head-on na sila dito ng CE dahil it's easy time emergency call ang sinagot nila dito. Might be a wake-up call para sa Oasis dahil nahihirapan na silang labanan dito. Nagkapaso na nga lahat dito sa ating Baron Pit. They are running low but they are running back dahil kailangan nila mag-step back in, but the shoot coming in para dito kay Demon, kahit pumasok yung kanyang rockets, and 2 down para dito sa Cerebrum.
Kailangan lang ipa-late game ng CE to. Kasi as you can see, buhay na buhay si How. Napoprotektahan naman siya. It's just a matter na hindi talaga makalast longer itong safe lure natin. Siya yung unang namamatay. Nawawala ng protection dito si How. And How ending up na, okay, alagaan ko. Ako na muna bahala sa support ko muna sarili ko. Ako na muna. Parang ganun yung nangyayari. Ako na muna. So I think, patience muna dito para sa side ng CE in terms of finding that spot na mas makunat na mas kaya nang tumagal in terms of going for the front line itong mga Brusco Brothers natin para kay Morgana.
Yes, so talagang iba yung setup na ginagawa nila dito, and I could not more agree, Mami Saya, dahil nga nakita natin kung gaano ka-bold itong Cerebrum na talagang head-on yung courage nila mag-take ng mga ganong klaseng team fights. Imagine, Oasis ang umatras sa'yo sa Mountain Drake, and then at the same time, yung laban nyo doon sa Rift Herald, muntik pa kayong makakuha ng mga kills. So overall, kudos talaga sa Cerebrum. They are evolving every day, and this challengers is really making sure that they have the run into the money. Pero papasok na dito, ginamitan na ng Hextech Ultimate, mag-lantern out. Pero ito na si Ivalice, sa harap, apprehend. Pero di ko ma-comprehend dahil masyado na magulo dito, nagkakapatayan na nga ng tuluyan na 2-for-1 ang trade nila dito. Hindi pa magpapaawat, ginamitan na rin ng kasamang death sentence. Konting broken wings para kay paring Zaupi, pero hindi na niya ikakasa ang pangatlo pa. Shock blast na may kasama accelerator gate. And here comes the decelerator dahil bumagal si Dragon. Ginamitan ng the box. Pero this might be it. Kailangan na nilang umatras. They all got already what they want. That's the second tower sa mid lane.
Ganun lang. Look at that. Keep How alive with that Morgana and you'll win the fight. Napaback away yung Oasis doon kasi hindi squishy targets din sila. Hindi sila makatagal doon sa damage na binabato ni How. So I'm just so excited to see later on yung stats natin kung gaano kalaking damage meron dito ito si How. And I guess, kumbaga rinse and repeat lang yung pwedeng gawin dito ng CE. Of course, they shouldn't go for team fights na, for example, kulang sila. They should capitalize on kung anong composition sila meron dito.
Yes, and mukhang hindi na ma-maximize ng Oasis itong assassin nila, dahil, tulad ng sinabi ni Mami Saya, aware ang Cerebrum sa kanilang win conditions. Aware sila doon sa kanilang team composition and they are maximizing. They are being efficient on how to rotate and they are taking 5v5s because these assassins can really have the breathing time para makapwesto. Pero kita mo naman, bumipwesto na sila for another objective. Pero nagkaroon na rin ng ping na tina-target na ni paring Isila, one of the best split pushers dito na nakita natin. Panahon pa lang ng RRQ, may split na to na mapa.
Just like that, mukhang makakaisa siya ng tore dito. Tapos sabay mamba out, di ba? Ganyan-ganyan lang, ganyan-ganyan lang.
Pareha sila, no? Ganyan-ganyan lang na objective lang, konting kills, tapos exit na. Hindi sila nagpapa-ace basta-basta. And yun nga, no, disiplina sa magkabilang kupunan. And teleport para kay parang Edaf. So makakita tayo ng split push talaga ng isang Z. Double ghosting dito. Hindi na kontento sa isang multo. Gusto nila dalawa.
And I think na-realize na rin ng Oasis na okay, nahihirapan tayong pasukin itong si Hao to the backline. Maybe they have been trying, pero kasi again, Brusco brother, pero tignan natin yung team fight dito.
Aabot kaya, pero ito na, nagda-box sila dito. Hextech Ultimatum into the skies as the future sa kamay ni paring Tego is mukhang maliwanag dahil pinaliwanagan na nga talaga dito. Tumumba na si paring Isila. Here comes the backup, pero may kita nyo sa other side na mapa na si Edaf. Talagang umi-split push lang. Pero ito na si Corky, ginamitan na ng flash. Demon, kahit kailangan na mag-back out. And this squad, they know na merong Torin tumumba.
To be honest, ang talino ng parehong team natin. They know their win condition and their losing condition. As you can see, humiwalay na agad si Edaf doon. Kasi they know for a fact na okay, napakasakit ni Hao dito. Baka imbes na ako yung makauna makaburst sa kanya, maunahan pa ako. Kasi nga ang daming front eh. Nandiyan si Ivalice, nandiyan si Saupi, nandiyan si Fleur. So might as well wag na lang. Instead, i-pressure na lang natin yung top side, even the bot side as well na ginawa kanina ni Esila, and that worked well. Kumbaga, hindi fully na-punish dito yung Oasis. In fact, lamang pa nga sila sa goal ngayon. But nahihirapan kasi silang kuhain itong si Hao. Naka-80 pa nga. Look at that, naka-heal pa siya dito. And at the same time, in terms of damage, meron siya. Luden's Echo, 2 items na siya dito. Leandri's Again, the longer the team fight is, the more sakit this Hao is.
The more sakit. Oh my God. The Mami Konyo strikes again. The more sakit is the more galing. Ganun mangyayari, no?
Oo.
And grabe. I mean, strongly agree. Tingnan nyo guys, sitting on the 204, ibig sabihin hindi pa talaga nila mahawak-hawakan itong si paring Hao. And mas it means na talaga mas iniingatan. It means na pinapakita ng Cerebrum na these assassins hindi problema sa kanila. Hindi sila natatakot. And one after another team fights, si Zaupi at saka itong si paring Ivalice, mini-make sure nila na walang makakalagpas, walang makakalundag dito kay paring Hao, even though na nag-i-initiate itong si Fleur. So everyone is really functioning dito sa side ng Cerebrum, even Pego na hindi na rin siya nagdadalawang isip mag-into the skies after accelerator gate and the shock blast to surprise itong Oasis.
That's for sure. The pressure is in. Package is already available as well. So, as soon as makita dito ng CE na magre-reset ang Oasis, for sure they have to be very careful. Hindi. Nagtitipi lang. Siguro,
chill lang.
Chill lang. Pero look at Edaf, I like what he's doing. Talagang pressure lang sa lahat ng lanes para hindi makakuha ng magandang formation yung CE. And that's the macro play that you will really clap onto, you will give kudos onto dahil, again, you're thinking outside of the box. Hindi ka tumitingin sa, okay, sige, Morgana lang. Pero hindi nga kasi mapasok eh. So tara, macro decision making tayo dito.
Walang napulagay na damage. Si paring doon, Renzi, wala kasing isolation and dikit-dikit nga sila dito kaya maganda ang pwestuhan and the double split push dito sa ating Dragon Lane and binubuksan na nila ang mapa. Oo, talagang iba. Iba na ang pinapakitang macro dito and kunyari, umalis na pero ang totoo, andun pa si paring Isila. Ito na nga. Okay, death mark. Pero ito na, mahuhuli yata dito si Isila. Hindi talaga siya dito umalis. And
magkahiwalay na target
Bakit ulit?
Yeah, and I guess talagang ganun lang at paulit-ulitin ng Oasis.
Naging damo si Zaupi. O, teka muna. Hindi tumama death sentence pero umaray. The damage is there. Ginamit ng sweep ng Blade of the Exile. Pero mukhang may exile si Demon kahit kailangan niya mag-burn ng flash. And ito na ang pressure na ilalagay ng ating mga split pushers. Pero si Isila lang ang nagpo-push muna. They are going for the Infernal Dragon. And this is an Infernal Drake. Kaya mas delikado. I mean, Elder Infernal Drake.
Delicates, man. Delicates. Pero,
Oo.
eto na nga, no. I feel like Oasis, tutuloy lang nila yung ginagawa nila na panggugulo sa mga side. Again, tatlo yung pwede mag-split push dito, but of course, they balance it out with Edaf, you know, Sila going for the split push work already. Doesn't matter even, there's a pressure on the top side. And dito, we know that this is a Kha'Zix, so tatiming na lang yan. Let's see.
Vision game, pero papasok na kaya sila dito. Protektado na si paring Tego and they are go na para makuha ang Infernal Drake. A Cerebrum, they got the upper hand and they are taking down Oasis one by one. At si Demon Kite tsaka si Dragon may iwan na. Nagsisplit push na si Isila pero this is not a wonderland para mabuhay ang Oasis. And this might be it as everyone is converging dito sa ating mid lane. Makaka-recall naman dito si paring Alice pero hindi pinagre-recall si paring Dragon.
Gusto na nilang i-end dito yung laro natin, and will they be able to put this into an end? That is the question!
What is this?
Woo!
What is this, Mami Saya?
Gusto ka ba?
Bakit naman nagkaganon?
Bakit nagkaganon? Alam mo bakit? May nakita kasi
Bakit?
ako dun sa sa top side natin. I feel like si Edaf kung gusto nila, maganda na yung ginagawa niya eh. Nagsisplit po siya sa top side pero umalis siya. Right?
Oo,
Kung napansin
nag-back
nyo dun
siya, no?
nag-back siya, sumama siya sa team fight. And again, hindi sila mananalo sa team fight doon given their lineup. Kasi again, ang sakit na ni Morgana, tapos ang daming naka-front facing dyan. O inubo na si Fleur yata. Ay, partida. Partida
Mukhang
may ubo.
sumisigaw yata si Fleur kasi. Ano kumana yung more sakit dito
More sakit?
ni Morgana. Kumaga, yung kalaban yung nawalan ng gana eh. Kaya mas sinipag dito ang Cerebrum. And yeah, nilaro lang talaga nila yung team comp nila. There are few moments na possible mag-engage ang Oasis pero they didn't pull the trigger. And what's worse about that is yung objective game ng Oasis parang napaka-questionable. Meron kang Kha'Zix pero you're not getting what you want. You are playing on a double assassin pero dahil magkakasama sila, wala doon yung isolation play ng isang Kha'Zix. And tulad ng sinabi ni Mami Saya na yung sa Baron lane sana, yung ZD, no? Si Edaf yun na dapat sa opening niya para mag-split push. And as a Z, sasali ka sa 5v5, it feels like it doesn't really play correctly.
And I thought nga, actually nagulat ako nung nag-teleport siya papunta dun sa team fight. Kasi again, we have been talking about it, pang 5v5 yung composition ng Team Cerebrum doon. And sobrang sakit, konting pitik lang ni Morgana. Talagang mayaya-tarp yung HP mo doon eh. So I guess, well, you know, mistakes in decision making happen. So I guess they'll realize that later on. Kasi initially, ang ganda na ng ginagawa nila, online si Morgana. Mid-game, nakakabawi-bawi yung Oasis. But then again, the moment, siguro nagutom si Edaf sa, gusto ko sumali sa kills, gusto ko ng assist. Pero yun.
Kailangan. Pero hindi nila minmaximize. Hindi nila ginamit yung team comp nila overall ng mas efficient, no? And yun nga, from Edaf to Yatarp, ano susunod? Etneb, di ba? May napakita talaga dito ng Cerebrum na they still have it. And tingnan natin kung aabot nga ba to ng 2-1 or this will be a 2-0 ng Cerebrum. Is this the first win na inaantay natin?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for that if ever ito talaga yung papakita. But, you know, kudos dito kay How. And I think overall, how they drafted it out and played it out in their game. Kasi nandun na nahihirapan si Renzi na pasukin. Like you mentioned, Osiris, dikit-dikit dito yung CE, hindi talaga mapasok, di makakuha ng isolation plays. And tignan mo yung prolonged team fight dito, nangihina yung red team natin. Di ba? Napakasakit.
Wala silang mapatay na, wala silang ma-assassinate. And yung kills nila is nanggagaling pa halos kay Demon Kite.
So true. And Hero, talagang i-go mo yan eh. This is an ongoing team fight. For as long as buhay si How, the damage is gonna be there. And Yeah, I think it's more in the mistake play din na ginawa ng Oasis dito. Hindi nila na-realize yung capacity. We thought they have realized, but in the end, look at this. This is the time na nag-teleport dito si Zed. Which I think he could have put more pressure dun sa top side natin. I mean, 50-50 kasi yan eh. Sinimulan na ng Cerebrum yung Dragon dun. 50-50 na lang whether you allow the Kha'Zix to steal that or not be able to steal that, it's fine. Pero get that win condition, nakukunin mo yung pressure dun sa top as well as maybe sa bot side, maybe kung si Camille mag-go for the bot side, at least meron kang pangsalba. But ang nangyari, everyone went onto that 50-50 position. So nawala yung 100% chance na makakuha sila ng pressure dun sa top at saka sa bot.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly sila na dapat talaga yon, but player of the game, Zhao P, kita mo naman 67% kill participation at anong meron sa mga espada at palakol ngayon. Black Cleaver for days and every games na talagang hindi na mawawala dito sa itemization ng ating mga frontliners. So ayun going back sa point ni Kisaya na yun nga matindi nga na yung pinakita nila doon na 50-50 doesn't really, I mean, you can hardly commit na. There's already Isila sa Dragon lane and you can see Edap onto the Baron lane, and what you can do is stall. You have the missiles, you have everything to stop any recalls kahit makuha nila Infernal Drake. And if they really put their minds doon sa kung gusto nila lumaro ng macro and split push, definitely nag-baron na lang sila kasabay ng Infernal. Or,
that's another one actually. That's another one, di ba? Kasi ang lakas ng split push nila. Again, 3 yung pwedeng mag-roam around sa map, but things happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have also a Kha'Zix para mas mabilis mong linisin yun. Pero yun nga, sa dami ng pwedeng i-digest, pero mistakes after mistakes, makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang babawi sa Game 2 or ito na ba ang unang panalo ng Cerebrum. Diyan lang kayo, huwag kayong aalis.
On the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
At ayan, nagbabalik na tayo sa susunod na bakbakan ng Oasis against Cerebrum and hindi natin expect na ang mga big brains makaka-get over dito sa Oasis Gaming and they already got the upper hand. 1-0 tayo sa scoreboard. Makakabawi kaya ang Oasis sa Game 2. Ano sa tingin mo, Madam Kaysaya?
Well, big brain yan eh. Talagang merong dito, laban ng mga utakan,
Oo,
di ba?
oo.
So, pero may balita tayo, no? So, magkakaroon tayo ng substitution sa ating jungle. So, it's gonna be Eta playing na jungle. Sub out muna si Kuya Morenzi. So, given itong substitution in ni Eta, alam natin na, of course, Lee Sin. Pagka Lee Sin to, kanina nabanggit na mo, kanina, okay, kahit nga hindi si Etaf, di ba? Bilang talaga yung Lee Sin, in respect as a whole dito para sa Team Oasis. But of course, given na napalitan yung jungle natin dito, for sure, maiiba yung way of commands.
Yeah. So, ano kaya, di ba? Parang, di ba, iba na yung magiging jungler, mag-iiba kaya yung dynamics, and Etaf is not a big of a question pagdating dito sa loob ng Wildrift. And sana, mas mapakita na natin yung iba pang sides ng Oasis Gaming. Pero Cerebrum, they are taking these games by storm. If last time nakascore sila ng 1 point against Team Secret, is this gonna be it na makakascore sila ng 2-0? This might be the first win na hinahanap nila and be on par with the standings of Sunsparks, who also got 1 win. And iba. Mas talagang naging disiplinado yung plays nila to the point na after nilang kunin yung objectives, mang-zone lang sila, hindi na sila mag-overcommit. And that won them. At the same time naman, we might say na may issues currently itong teams natin na na-iskoran nila dahil nga even Team Secret, they're having a hard time winning sa mga previous matches nila, and right now itong Oasis Gaming, after losing yesterday, this may be the opening talaga ng Cerebrum to finally put something into their scoreboard.
After all, mga tao tong pinag-uusapan natin, di ba? So, it's not just a matter of, okay, alam ko, skillful ako sa player. Meron din tayo mga tinatawag na baka hindi naging maganda yung gising or there's something going on na hindi natin alam. But, syempre, it's no excuses. We're in a competition. Then again, result will matter. And I think, minsan sinasabi natin, di ba, kanya-kanyang oras nga lang. But maybe, hindi rin ako magtataka kung i-prove tayo na mali nitong Cerebrum gawa nga ng ating prediction kanina.
Yeah, ito na talaga yung game na pinaka-na-expect natin na mag 2-0 dahil nga Cerebrum lately, yes, they have the momentum, they have these open possibilities, but knowing Oasis, they haven't dropped a game na against sa mga ganitong klase ng teams. And knowing na sila yung pinaka-hyperactive or overly active, parang hindi natin na nakita nung game 1. Hindi natin nakita yung mga kills ng isang Z. Hindi natin nakita yung Renzi on a frenzy. Alam mo yun? So ngayon si Etaf ang makikita natin and they are sitting on the blue side. So tignan natin kung makakaligtas ba ang Lee Sin ni pareng Etaf or this will open a different spot. Pero wala na kagad yung vein dito ni Demon Kite. So what's next for Oasis?
Nasus ba na, respetado pa rin dito yung isa sa mga topics ng Cerebrum. So, kumbaga, knowing, kasi of course, ang nakikita natin madalas sa Cerebrum is kung ano yung mga nilaro nila from last week. So, of course, if that's working on them, ban it. But, nabanggit mo to kanina, Osiris, baka ban Morgana. Respetado na nga. If magaling sila doon, highly skillful sila doon sa isang particular champion na yan, sure, why not? Respetuhin na lang natin if hindi natin magawa ng play.
Open yung trash ni Fleur. So may posibleng trash pick agad to. Pwede na lang kunin. At the same time, Jace, which is nag-work well din sa kamay ni Pego. So meron ka kagad 2 comfort picks sa kamay ng Cerebrum. Ano kaya? Pero ang daming open ngayon na pwede
ang daming
i-double
open
pick.
pa talaga. Yeah. Darius, like that is open.
Okay.
But yeah, kind of surprising. Walang Pryo sa Lux. Medyo talagang siguro na iba na ang timpla ng Cerebrum this week. Hindi na katulad nung last week. So they're still gonna go on the Brusco Brothers just like what they did a while ago.
Yeah, parang ang weird na merong nag-first pick ka na ng Sono. Ito yung I was expecting na ang una nilang ibaban, I mean, ang last ban ng Cerebrum would definitely be Yumi dapat. Kasi as a red side, kailangan mo talaga maglaan. And knowing na nakaligtas ang Yumi, hindi rin to first pick. So dapat Cerebrum got the opening na first pick to. And yun nga, no, nag-Darius ka rin kahit alam mo na yung Baron laner mo is already set. Parang masyadong giveaway. No one is going to pick Darius already, not unless Dragon will be playing on a set. So parang sayang na hindi nila nakuha yung priority tulad ng Yumi Jace.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
That's
no.
true. You have a point in that one. Kasi obvious na nga na meron ng Baron dito para sa side ng Oasis. Bakit ka pa ulit pipick ng Baron? Pwede mo namang ipick na yan, na lang yan later on. But yeah, nakalusot nga si Yumi dito, ano? So, ngayon natin mawi-witness yung buff ni Yumi na kung saan halos lahat, halos lahat ng kanyang skills talaga binuff dito. Decrease CD, low mana ko. So, lahat-lahat na. So, we will find out. Si Jax, although na-nerf, pero maliit lang naman yung nerf sa kanya. Attack speed lang naman yon. But I think with the buff coming in from Yumi in here, medyo magiging malaking factor. So this is scary. This is scary right now.
Yeah. Imagine hindi ka man Lee Sin, hindi ka man Rengar ngayon. Pero knowing na meron kang Jax, and this could be a possible, I mean, jungler naman na talaga to, not unless you wanted to flex itong set natin papuntang support. Oh, no champion? Parang weird yan kay How, ha? Pero yun nga, no? So titingnan muna natin dito. Yumi nasasakay sa isang Jax na talagang meron siyang sariling stacks or steroids. Talaga surely, definitely makukuha mo yung attack speed boost. You have the heal, the sustain, Grandmaster's Might para sa kunat. Pero ito na si How. Makikita natin sa kanyang Ziggs and binan pa rin itong Lux pala niya, kaya pala hindi siya nakapag-Lux. And last pick na manggagaling dito sa Oasis. Pwede rin palang mid lane set to, no, kung gusto man nila.
Baron
Twisted
talaga.
Fate.
Yeah.
Iba.
Ang daming global skills na available dito for the side of Oasis. Of course, the Yumi, and of course, Twisted Fate. Ngayon ko lang ulit nakita si Twisted Fate in this week. And of course, in terms of finding where the members of Cerebrum Esports are, then meron sila. Though, I think for the side of CE dito, no, pwede silang bumawi in terms of really finding that, tulad ng, dalawang Yumi. Teka, OP ata yan. Hindi, joke lang. I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, for the side of CE, I think they can repeat what they've done kanina, no? But yun nga lang, Morgana kasi yun, this is gonna be quite a different story with the Ziggs. More on really gonna be eyeing for the third place. And yeah, we'll see kung ano yung rune dito na gagamitin din niya as a Ziggs.
And parang definitely iba na ang dadalhin ng Oasis dito. Kung kanina medyo nahirapan sila, feeling ko ito comfort pick nila to. We saw game 1 ng game 1 ng first season na itong si Edaf sa kanyang Twisted Fate. Although hindi naman kasama sa buff to, so medyo nandun sa middle ground ng current standings ni paring Twisted Fate. What I'm curious about is Fleur playing on the Janna. And last time na nakakita tayo ng Janna is nasa kamay pa yun ni Orthros. So mukhang may mukhang kakaibang picks all over, and this might be it, a new environment para dito sa Wildrift, from AP carry to traditional marksman. This time bumabalik tayo dun sa mga klase ng support na itong si Janna, Nami, and right now makakabawi na kaya ang Oasis and end this on a 2-1 fashion.
Si Brom na lang hindi pa bumabalik. Kung napapansin mo. Si Brom na lang hindi pa bumabalik.
And wala pang Timo na pick ever since last year.
Wala pang Timo na ban din. Diba?
Wala
Dati merong ban na Timo eh.
Oo, dahil yun sa sa Nahima. Yung team ng Nahima. Para ligtas tayo. Tayo.
Ligtas. Ayun na nga, only sa need para kay Yumi dito. Of course, that's gonna give an advantage in terms of sustain and damage as well. But yeah, kalmado ang mapa natin. both of our junglers are not really onto the assassin side. Kaya we'll expect na maghihintay muna talaga sila ng power spike dito o gonna be waiting for that ultimate to become available on their hands bago magkaroon ng matinding aksyon. Pero aksyon sa baba ng mapa natin, ganap na.
Oo nga. Uy, naku po, ignite na dito si paring How. Pero meron pa namang honey fruit. Pero kita mo naman yung aggression dito ng isang Yumi at saka ng isang Ezreal. So, mga bihira rin talaga natin makita itong si Ez at saka si Janna. And nakikita na natin sila mukhang nakakabalik na tayo sa sinaunang panahon kung saan viable itong mga ganitong pick. And Etaf sitting on her jacks is just taking it slow habang etong si Zaupi at si Pego mukhang may pinaplano. And then, Scuttle na lang secure.
So mirror dito yung rotation ng ating jungle except for the fact na meron atang balak dito si Jax, si Etaf sa baba ng mapa. Let's see.
Oo, ito na. Hinarang na. Pero rotation na ng Cerebrum, makikita nyo sa mapa. Isa na sila sa mga nagro-rotate din na mabilis. Pero first blood nga ba ang makukuha nila dito? Flash after gold card and even the wild card. Pero ito na ang wild rotation sa loob ng Wildrift dahil this is going wild na nagkakalat dito. Ang dalawang kupunan and this might be the fiesta na hinahanap natin. Cerebrum 3-1. They are already ahead and si Zaupi mukhang ayaw pa mag-peace out. Dahil hinahabol pa dito si Demon but of course, kiting away this Demon, he is safe.
But kudos dito kay Ivalice sa Kalasaupi. Bumaba agad sila right after they saw na, sige, ipapunch nila yung bot side natin. Kasi kung hindi sila umikot agad doon, walang comeback play. And look at that, lamang pa ang CE ngayon sa kills and sa gold. So, yung akala mong, sa amin na to, because we're gonna get the kill. But then again, may sagot, may answer dito. Napakabilis lang, isipin mo, galing sa taas ng mapa, itong si Ivalice. Nandun na, napunta sa baba.
And iba yung pinapakita ng Cerebrum na nagagawa nilang sagutin yung ganitong klaseng rotation ng Oasis. Asan kayo nung week 1, di ba? Dapat ganito, dapat week 1 pa lang. Talagang ramdam na natin yung lakas ng Cerebrum kung ganito yung head start nila. Pero dahil nga na may siguro adjusting phase and they are the new kids on the block, at least they did their assignment to understand how Oasis function.
And kung makikita mo dito, fleet footwork, face rush as well. Talagang you would expect itong si Pego at saka si Ivalice na magro-rotate talaga sa mapa. So okay, the soonest, kahit ma-neutralize lang nila yung wave dun sa lane nila, basta backup kung kailangan mag-backup. Kasi of course, hindi talaga kakayanin to na mag-isa nitong si Hao at saka ni Fleur, yung kung anong aggression man ang dalhin ng Oasis. So for sure, I think maganda dito yung sinet up na runes din nitong si Ivalice and of course ni Pego in order for them to rotate faster.
Yes. So rotations after rotations. And nakita naman natin na nag-pay off yung ganong klaseng movement ng Cerebrum. Pero 5 seconds before the Dragon, everyone is going for the reset. Mukhang gusto nilang mag-focus sa goal. Pero mukhang ang goal dito ng Cerebrum, this might be a herald na pinipwestohan nila dahil andito si Zaupi sa Baron side. Habang itong si Isila ay magre-recall, they have the information. Kaya mukhang wala silang information. Pero ang vision is nasa kamay ng Oasis. And they are going to disrupt this Mountain Drake. Red card na bubunutin dito ni Edda. Pero Mega Inferno Bomb makukuha pa rin nila dito. Grandmaster Might ikakasa na rin. And this is my favorite chapter. Di paring Yumi. Pero okay na, nakuha na nila. Disiplinado once again, mga Misaya, no, na talagang aatras dito ang Cerebrum pagka walang objective.
And si Esila dito, medyo nauntog-untog lang din siya, pero okay lang. Punta muna tayo dito sa gitna. Yun talaga, alam mo, kahit ako nagkakaroon ng mga moments na untog-untog eh. Ikaw ba nagkakaroon ka rin ng ganyan minsan?
Oo, yung lalo na yung flash ka over the wall, tapos mauntog ka. Yun na masama klase ng untog, di ba?
Kunwari wala nakakita.
Oo, kunyari na lang, hindi ko napapansin. Pero pag kasi kay sayang nakatingin sa inyo, pwede na kayong gawan ng montage ng untog nyo. Kasi si Mami Saya, nahuhuli niya ako. Hindi ko napapansin yung mga untog na yan, pero ikaw nakikita mo kaagad eh.
Ay, nako. Ito na nga. Nakadalawang tore tayo dito. 1-for-1 exchange sa mid and of course sa bot side natin. Maganda. A while ago, game 1, CE. Ganun din yung nagawa nila. Bukas ng tore sa mid. And naulit nila for game 2. So I think despite na medyo squishy yung duo lane natin para sa side ng CE. But teka lang. Fight
Flash
ongoing.
into the showstopper para lang ma-displace itong si paring Ivalice, pero not a great idea because andito na ang tropa and mukhang wala talagang aalis. Here comes the last chapter, pero mukhang final chapter pala talaga dahil lost chapter yon. Pero face breaker, here comes the backup ni Demon kahit yung Ezreal natin nagpapakawala ng mystic shot, pero this is really mystical dahil ito na si Pego and even Blur, konti na lang mukhang tutumba, pero the bombs after the bombs, explosive games from
Ace yan,
Cerebrum and they are
man.
taking this tower. Once again, Cerebrum, Team Ace in 6 minutes?
That is an ace indeed. Hindi man Morgana, pero may Zed kami. Again, naka-80 yan. So, of course, sa balance between damage and shielding. And at the same time, hindi kasi siguro nila na tatalunan itong si Hao natin. No? So, in terms of disengage, nandyan si Fleur to protect with Monsoon para lang i-shove away yung kung sino man yung papasok dito kay Hao. And I think timing is great. So, pero yung katapusan ng mundo, no? Although nakakita natin yung lead dito sa CE, but I think there is a restructuring na kailangan gawin dito ang Oasis, which I think they're currently doing right now. Okay, segue muna tayo. Medyo mahirap tapatan to ng harap-harapan ng CE.
Walang rames po sa Baron side. Remember, this is a Jax. And a fully stacked Jax can definitely take down this tower. And kita mo dito, mukhang uhulihin naman nila, pero si Dragon nanonood lang muna sa Gedli. Here comes Pego into the skies at mukhang palili pa rin na si Etaf. No mana. And even Dragon dito, may mapapasok siya. Rocket Belt into the jump once again, pero si Pego mukhang hindi pa tapos and hindi magpapaawat ang Cerebrum as 4 members is already on this Baron side, habang si Zaupi mukhang pa-flank, pero dahil running low dito ang Cerebrum, aatras muna sila.
Na-pressure na lang din gamitin ni Dragon yung kanyang heal doon, ano? Kasi kung hindi siya nag-heal doon, talagang yatarp siya dito sa binatong bomba ni Hao as a Ziggs. And again, Hao doing a great job in playing the Ziggs right now. And I think we have to commend Zaupi din sa mga setup niya.
Yeah, totoo.
Actually, even, itong tatlong Brusco natin na nagpa-front for CE, they're doing a great job. Okay, basta may makita tayong isa, talaga go natin, knock up natin, and then all in lang, all in. So,
Yeah.
ibang CE ito ngayon, man. Ibang CE ito this day.
Sobra. Sobra, ibang-iba talaga compared dati, and at the same time, titingnan mo binaban nila lagi yung Nasus ni Ivalice, pero parang hindi talaga naalis yung kanyang kagalingan. Naglalaro siya sa isang Darius ngayon and those apprehend and even the 1v1s against Isila set, parang hindi ramdam, and this is a textbook play ng Cerebrum dahil they are split once again. They want to disrupt, they want to take this, and this might be the win na kailangan nila para dito sa objective na to. Haymaker, madaming tinamaan, pero Heidi Dreamer, dahil mukhang gahabol pa rin ang Cerebrum, they are in it for the pressure dito sa napakainit na bakbakan. At nagpapakawala pa rin ng bomba dito si Hao. The rotation, mukhang may mauhuli dito. Face breaker, inuntog na naman dito sa biceps, pero si Zaupi nakapag-valor out. And the tower, hinahati na naman nila ang miyembro ng Oasis dito.
But I love the idea. The moment na nakita nila na okay, wala naman nagko-contest ng Dragon, sige, iwan na natin dito si Gems, tapos tara na dun sa ating
Destiny play.
Herald. Wala.
Di
So,
aabot.
well, that's information. Walang ultimate dito ang ating EDAF, kuya mo EDAF. So, for sure, hindi mag-engage agad-agad yung Oasis. So, I think this time, CE, pwede muna silang kumalma. So, then again, that at least that's a Dragon na napunta sa side ng CE. In comparison sa kanina na medyo yung Mountain Drake, no, hindi nila nakuha. Actually, that will be a plus, by the way pala, no, kung nakuha din nila yung Mountain Drake. So, more sustain para sa mga Brusco brothers natin. But that's good enough. I think they need to just empower na lang dito yung kung anong kayang gawin nito in terms of damage ng mga miyembro ng CE.
Yeah, yun nga, no, medyo worrying nga, Mami, na isipin mo. Nakuha nga nila yung Mountain Drake na may pandagdag Brusco, pero parang no-overwhelm sila sa damage ng Cerebrum Kaya parang hindi mo rin gaano mararamdaman, but ang talagang nagsashine dito is Cerebrum's macro play. Yung disiplina nila, hindi natin sila nakitang kumilos ng ganito na napaka-methodical. Na akala mo dinadissect nila unti-unti itong Oasis. And right now, even a brush play para sa Cerebrum.
Oo, eto. And I think ang kailangan na lang i-watch out dito ng CE is yung top side nila. Kasi laging may pressure na ginagawa yung Oasis. Just like what they did a while ago sa game 1, at least there would be one na magpe-pressure ng lane. And ito, nakikita nga natin, a while ago, si Jax napunta dun sa top side. Kanina question mo, bakit walang nagde-defend ng top side natin? No? Kamunti ka pa mabasag in tier 2. But,
Oo, isang kalabit na nga lang.
oo,
No?
so I think it's good naman. Ivalice went into a reaction play on that by pushing that bot.
Oo, pumalag na sila. Final chapter na naman. Pero si Demon, kahit nakuha niya yung pwestong gusto niya, but the moon's too soon. Mukhang mamamatay na naman. Coming soon. Pero mas mabilis pa. Sa alas 4 ang pagbagsak ng Mega Inferno Bomb. And Demon, kahit tumumba din.
And again, if you take a look,
O teka muna, nag-showstopper pa dito pero papasok nga ba talaga ang ibang kupunan?
Yung
Dahil
mid?
wala na namang follow-up, gusto na naman nila mag-split push pero enough nga bang pressure yon para mapaatras ang Cerebrum dahil nasa kanila pa rin ang bola.
here's the thing, hindi pa rin namatay si How. Oasis was actually aiming to get How on the backline, pero I mean, ganito gumawa ng composition ng draft ang CE ngayon. You get a carry, whether it be in a form of an ADC or APC, for as long as merong 4 or 3 na popronta para sa kanya. How right now, 417. There's a lot. Talaga nakabuo siya in terms of damage, mana regeneration, and all that. And look at that. Although yes, sige, tuson yung Moonson ni Fleur dito, but look at that. Di pa siya namamatay. 0-0-1. So in terms of itemization, habol na habol din siya dito. And of course, there's a sustain and damage as well. And yeah, I think yun yung kailangang hanapin muna. Win condition for Oasis, kailangan nilang kuhain si How. If hindi nila mapatay si How, this is gonna be CE's game.
Yeah. So talagang from game 1 to game 2, ilang beses na to na-highlight ni Miss Kaysaya na talagang si How ang susi. Maliit man pero susi sa tagumpay na talagang magbabago sa takbo nung kanilang team fights and one after another team clashes, untouchables. And yun yung nag-open ng kanilang positioning. Pero ito na, magkakasabayang muli. Andito na si Ivalice. Pero mukhang hindi na rin talaga mapapaalis dito si Etaf dahil siya na rin ang papasok pa, flash over the wall na may kasamang palakol. Pero mukhang ito na ang emergency call dahil talagang maaaray na sila dito kahit mag-destiny pa. Si Fade kasama na dito ni Dragon, mag-i-speed push na lang pero 5 miyembro ng Cerebrum ang siya magwawalis dito. The sweep na akala mo, Brum.
And yung ano, defensive ultimate na Titan coming from the Twisted Fate. Hindi na rin nila tinuloy yung mid kasi delikado, habulin sila ng lahat ng miyembro ng CE dito. But this is exciting, really decisive move na okay, Baron tayo, saka tayo mag-push. Dalawang...
Teka muna.
There's a teleport.
Pero abot kaya? Mukhang hindi na umabot pa. Pero ito, napapasok na sila. Si How nasa harap ng 3. Hindi ako matatakot sa inyo. And Def and Fade mukhang naging Def na hindi na narinig ang pagsabog. Pero dediretso na rin dito ang Cerebrum dahil nga napakabilis na akala mo naka-broom. This might be it na kailangan nilang tapusin. Baron empowered and syempre 3 death timers sa kamay ng Oasis. And this might be it as How will put them down. Oasis into Oasis. Dahil nga sa kanya ang pagkapanalo dito and hindi na pinansin pa ng Cerebrum and the win. Ang unang puntos ng Cerebrum sa kamay pa ng Oasis.
At syempre, that is of course with the play coming from Fleur. Anong early
Si
moon.
Fleur, tuwan-tuwa.
Ang queen ng mga support ngayon dito. Ayan, ano na kwento nga sa akin ni Fleur, no? Gusto niyang ma-recognize talaga siya as one of the queens ng mga support players natin dito sa ating WCSPA. So congratulations to Cerebrum. Wow! Ang ganda na namin. Almost all of us were proven wrong talaga by Cerebrum. And I think nag-work yung bago nilang playstyle this time. Well protected, okay. Sige, feeling ko nga kahit iba nila yung Morgana, iba nila yung Ziggs dyan, basta hanap lang sila ng ipa-funnel na APC.
Inaral nila na maigi itong Oasis and iba kita nila dito. Sobrang ganda ng rotations nila. They have the death brush. Disiplinado sila in using their sweeping lens, making sure that they keep everyone in check. And kung pansinin nyo, 2 games, they are focusing the mid lane tower ng Oasis to shut them down sa kanilang rotations.
That's true. And again, an open mid lane turret is an open jungle camp. So more vision for them. You're gonna be opening two sides of the map. And again, eto talaga, highlight play yung bagong estilo ng Team Cerebrum ngayon. And that was a Yumi. That was defeated. Usually, we would think, oh, Yumi, sure win na yan. But no, eto na ang mapinove ng Cerebrum. Nasa laruan talaga yan as a team. Regardless kung may Yumi ka, pero hindi nyo naman malaro yung laro nyo,
and
wala.
considering na meron ka pang Jax, may split push potential sila. Remember, ito yung methodology ng isang Oasis Gaming. Parang in-acknowledge yan ng Cerebrum. Ang ginawa nila, okay, so medyo matinik kayo in terms of split push. Ilalaban namin kayo as moving as one unit. Wala kang makikitang moment na may nag-iisang taga-Cerebrum after laning phase. Everyone is close to each other na pag meron nangyari, mabilis sila makaka-backup. And definitely Fleur did deliver on those two games. Sobrang ganda na pinakita niya. And I admire yung kanyang pag-feel dito kay paring How, di ba? May corona na rin itong si Maring Fleur.
Ipapasa natin sa kanya ang, hindi, wala namang may-ari pa. So, sa kanya ang corona.
Sa kanya. I mean, sa ibang game, bale, meron tayong ganon, na may reyna tayo ng pagiging support. And,
correct.
To be honest, kung hindi ako nagkamali, alam ko, inspiration din yun ni Fleur na talagang maging ganon na into the future, no, na makahawak ng isang corona. And definitely ngayon kitang-kita natin ilang araw na siyang nag-deliver, especially yung rakan niya. And ngayon nakita tayo ng isang dyan, nakita mo yung munson niya at the edge para lang makapangtulak at hindi niya kino-compromise yung kanyang positioning. Sobrang healthy ni Fleur dito to the point na kaya niyang shieldan kahit sino and can re-engage back to make sure even Demon Kite tinamaan ng full sabihin na natin full charge. Yan, full charge ng ipo-ipo.
Isipin mo dito nagmumunson, no? Yan, nagmumunson, pero yung mga kakampi niya nagbabakbakan siya. Talagang munson-munson lang siya doon. Di ba? Pero, I mean, that's the thing. Nakita rin natin again.
Nakita talaga nila dito, Cerebrum, na hindi natin in-expect na they will stand on par against Oasis. Akala natin malayo ang gap, and after 1 week, ito, alam to ni Miss Kaysaya na isang pikit mo lang, weekend na. At isang pikit mo lang, Lunes na. And nakita agad natin yung drastic changes na ginawa ng Cerebrum. At syempre para sa hardworking na tao, hindi mo talaga mapapansin basta-basta na, andito na pala tayo sa WCS. And nakita nga nila na iba yung dalang kalibre ng Cerebrum.
Sana sa mamaya sa interview, request lang, baka naman pwede ng Queen posing dyan, kung galing kay Fleur, di ba? Kung may interview. But yeah, this is no questions asked. Look at this, 100% kill participation.
Grabe.
Wow.
I mean, kahit sino, kahit si How o si Fleur ang ma-interview dito, kahit sino pa talaga sa kanila, sobrang deserving ng Cerebrum ng panalo na to. This is a textbook play. If you're going to check the map, their macro rotations and micro definitely did deliver. And How on a 100% kill participation. Ilang beses na to in-highlight ni Madam Kaysaya na untouchable. 17 KDA. Isa na rin to sa mga talagang makikita natin definitely out there na no deaths halos. Game 1, Game 2. And titignan mo naman yung items yan. Halos purple na lahat. And purple blue na papuntang Rabadons.
I think hindi siya naka-electrocute dito, no? Pamartida pa nga ata. Correct me if I'm wrong. Naka-electrocute ba siya? Airy, naka-airy nga siya. So balance ng shielding and damage. So nirespeto pa rin nila, of course. There's the burst coming from the side of Team Oasis. So, okay lang na binalance kasi sobrang squishy nila sa bot side kanina. So, yeah, ang ganda ng laban, and I think this is it. Momentum coming from Team Cerebrum. And I think, you know what, I would say na hindi ito yung panalo dahil Oasis is doing something bad, but this is because Cerebrum is currently on the next level.
Yeah, totoo. Nag-step up talaga sila dito, and this is the moment that they need to. They are fighting one of the titans ng game, and once again, solidong panalo na, hindi lang to 1 point sa Team Secret. This is them entirely taking a win, and this will be a big momentum boost and morale boost para sa kanila. Pero syempre, marami pa tayong aabangan na bakbakan at abangan nyo dahil susunod na ang kumbuhan na Spear at Yasuo. Pero syempre, kami magpapaalam muna ang syempre napakagandang dilag na si Madam Kaysaya at si paring Tito Osiris dito. Magbabalik ang ibang casters. Dyan lang kayo.
the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, and I don't want to predict anymore. I don't want to predict anymore. Welcome back. You're here with me, Mika Fans, Autolus, and now Infinity joining us on the paddle desk. But yep, all of our predictions were just thrown out the window because Cerebrum Esports finally gets one on the board, and it's against Oasis Gaming, a 2-0 nonetheless. We all predicted that this was going to be a 2-0. We didn't think it was going to go the other way, and Autolus, I have to say, this was definitely mind-boggling, I think, for everybody watching.
Mine, Cerebrum. More like Cerebrum. Let's go with the boom. Cerebrum Esports, man. Clean 2-0. They drafted the same, right? We are saying that we want to see Hal on the traditional marksman, but why fix what's not broken? Hal was very effective on the Morgana. We did highlight that it's not getting banned, that it's flying under the radar. And on game number 1, no hesitation there. Going for the Rakan and the Morgana means that you will definitely have the upper hand when it comes to the 5v5, especially when you have a very beefy and I would say scaling champion in the Ribbon. Zhao P is there, Ivalice is on the Darius, and of course Pego is very strong in the early game. Early to mid game is the comfort zone for Pego on the Jace. Now, the situation for game number 1, Oasis had to make a choice. Basically, they are split push composition. Edaf and Decilla would want to get the pressure on so that CE has to make a decision if they're going to respond to their attack. However, the Elder Dragon was an infernal one, and with the Morgana, you can actually shred the HP bars of the Elder Dragon, of the big objectives, very, very fast because of the itemizations, right? Tormented Soil or Tormented Shadow plus the Liandry's Torment is like, match made in heaven against, or taking against epic monsters. And that's the thing. I think for game number 1, Oasis should have kept on split pushing and forced, a 50-50. They're going to lose the 5v5s anyway, so just stick to your comfort, or just stick to your identity or composition. Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I like how you mentioned about that game 1 on that 5v5 because they have a lot and a ton of CCs from that game 1, right? Morgana, Rakan, we talk about the dual CC bot lane with Hao being that Morgana, so absolutely insane. And this game number 2 was actually quite exciting as well. It was just how CE played through their objectives and just played very, very safe.
And
I know sorry, Mika, I have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know that you will be asking me this question, that Yuumi got buffed. We've been hyping Yuumi, and Yuumi finally got opened, and we saw it losing. Okay, all right. For a moment there, I got excited. However, Oasis Gaming, again, looking at their composition, you have an Ezreal that is a scaling champion. It's not going to be very scary at the early juncture of the game. You also have a Jax, a very scaling champion, a Twisted Fate that doesn't really offer that much damage. So there is really no business for Oasis to dive in between towers against a composition that really offers the early damage. And I think Cerebrum, again, we talked about this. If they can punish the mistakes that is being that was being made by Oasis, and the positioning by Demon Kai, I will be very critical. I know that I'm kind of triggered right now for Oasis Gaming. It's because I have high expectations for them. But still, kudos to Cerebrum because man, oh man, they punished every single mistake with might.
Might indeed. And you know what? We can actually ask them all about the series ourselves. I do believe we have them on the line. First time on the panel desk over here. I think we do have Evilis talking on behalf of Cerebrum Esports, but we have the whole team as well. Hello! Welcome, guys, and congratulations, of course, for this momentous win against Oasis Gaming. So, first win against one of the strongest teams that we have dito sa WCS. Can you tell us, how did you prepare for this match?
Actually, in-enjoy lang po namin yung game namin para malaro po namin yung dapat namin laruin. No pressure po sa amin. Ayun lang po. Parang naging masaya lang po kami habang naglalaro.
At mukhang masaya-masaya nga yung celebration nyo din. We saw Floor dancing around there for your post-game celebration. So yes, Floor, actually... of course, kailangan maganda talaga, di ba? Lalo na sa post-game celebration. But, you definitely bring a lot of character to the team now, and you're definitely one of the ones to watch in the support role. We definitely saw a lot of big plays being set up by you. Can you tell us how you're able to, I guess, a shot call for the team and make those decisions?
Oh my gosh. Sige, pero ano po question? Eksena po namin, wala lang, wala po, ganda lang po talaga eh. Kailangan, seryoso po, pag nag-shot call, kinabering kami, kailangan po lahat kami susunod sa kung ano yung sinabi ng isa para unified yung decision namin. Walang kalat-kalat, ganun.
At syempre, lahat maganda pa rin. Of course. Diba? Before clash, after clash. Ganun pa rin. Thank you so much, Lord. Bawal haggard, true.
I remember a lot of friends, they have this term GL pass. Diba? Parang pag kami pupuntahan tayo, ganda lang, diba? Enough na, kahit wag mag-ambag, basta maganda. Goods na. And again, Floor, man, flower power. How about that? Cerebrum, Evilis, actually, this question is for you, pare. Marami nag-aabang sa'yo dito sa Wildrift scene. And I did say at the beginning of the season that your debut has been a year late. So ngayon, syempre, pagkakataon mo na rin to para kausapin yung fans mo. What's your message dun sa mga taong nag-aabang dito sa pagdating mo sa Wildrift Pro Scene?
Una po sa lahat, maraming salamat po sa mga sumusuporta at naghihintay po sa pagbabalik ko. And especially, thank you lalo kay Trevor and Mirmo na nagtiwala sa akin mula umpisa. Ayun lang po. Pati po pala si Azar.
Ayun. Diba? Azar, Trevor, Mirmo.
Thank you po sa buong Boss BL ko na walang sabang sumuporta po sa amin from the beginning po. And also kay Coach.
Ayun. Sobrang solid talaga. And again, Evilis, sobrang welcome ka dito sa Pro Scene. Again, it's been a year late, pero man, with the team that you have, I'm very confident that you will be achieving new heights. Infinity, do you have a question for Cerebrum?
Yeah, I just wondered, right? In the first week, you brought out the Nasus, and now you're bringing all the Darius, and now just the Darius, right? How was it going for you with the Nasus being brought out before in week 1?
Actually, in-expect na po namin na next year pa ako makakapag-Nasus ulit. Kaya naka-ready na po kami na para dun po sa Nasus ban.
Forever band na, no?
Ba't
Nasus.
parang tumatawa yung iba?
I still have a question.
Go ahead.
Mika, I'm sorry, Infinity. Yumi, meron siyang buff na malaki. Did you expect Oasis to pick it? Talaga bang inopen nyo because you're very confident in facing a champion na tingin namin dapat talaga parang Nasus mo 100% ban worthy?
Actually po wala po kaming threats to kailangan po like kailangan yung laro po namin. Hindi po namin kailangan laruin yung laro ng kalaban.
Powerful! May ganon!
So just
Powerful
playing their
talaga.
game. Powerful, exactly. Mika, take it away.
Yes, very, very, very powerful indeed. But for Cerebrum, UBU talaga, di ba? Never mind yung strategy, yung gameplay ng iba. Basta you guys will do your own strategy. Now, any other shout-outs that you'd like to give? Maybe messages to all of the supporters of Cerebrum Wildrift and baka yung mga new fans na baka na-convert dahil sa series na ito.
Ano po? Shoutout para sa nanay at tatay ko na nanonood dyan. Mananalo na kami, ma! Shoutout kay Rals, tas James Romulo. Parang ban na ito. May listahan, te. Shoutout sa girlfriend ko, I love you. Ikaw, Donald.
Wala. Shoutout lang lang.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. And sana makabalik kayo dito sa panel because that was definitely a fun interview. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you, Cerebrum Wildrift, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Oh, I wanna have
ganda
more
lang to
floor.
gwapo lang, really.
Ganda lang. That's it. That's basically
Exactly.
secret of Cerebrum Wildrift. And I wanna have floor. I wanna have floor back here on the panel. That's definitely that is
Maybe you can
definitely
create,
a
a
show-stopping
content, an interview, an exclusive interview there, Mika.
Ay, yes. And then like all of the other I think like a bagay dito si Mommy Kaisaya also. And
Mommy Saya,
everybody.
no?
Yes, Mommy Saya, 'di ba? Your titas of Wildrift
Let's go.
are gonna interview Floor. Why not? That would be fun. But of course, I know we were all flabbergasted with that previous series, but we're not done yet. I'm a little uneasy because now I'm like, if this is a week of upsets, we have RRQ and Team Underground next. Is this gonna be another one? I don't know, but of course this is gonna be a big match for the day. These are two big teams entering the Rift for our third series. And Autolus, I'm gonna go back to our previous question during the pre-show. RRQ, we've seen them experimenting.
Yeah.
Is it time to put a stop to that? They have so many factors working for them, but it seems like right now, week 2, day 2, they're still a little shaky.
Well, lo and behold, they're still doing something that they did, yesterday during game number 2. Put Exosen on the support. So the days of Exosen carrying games on the Ari, on the Assassins, may be put on hold in the meantime because they want more veterans in the team or in the Dragon Lane, because both Marky and Exosen, adding the competitive years that both these gentlemen has right now, I think over 12 years combined, I guess, and that's okay. That's respectable. Again, RRQ, the only niche or the only concern that I have for RRQ is this experimentation that is happening. Is this what they practice? Because if this is what they practice, then I'm happy with it. I'm happy with them going with this 5-man stack of putting Exosen onto the support role. Another person I would like to highlight, again, going back to the Marksman Mania, is definitely one of the veterans that we have in the Dragon Lane. He's been very flashy indeed, because he's not going to hold his flash to secure kills. But with how getting back-to-back wins on AB Champions, maybe Marky will be relegated back once again to the AB Champions. What do you say, Infinity?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Morgana, Lux, you talked about these AP champions coming in from Marky, and he has shown success from these champions as well. And now the question is he going back to Marksman against UDG? And the mention of experimenting also just placed in my mind while looking back to the games that we've seen over the past day and over the past weeks, right? And I'm just excited to see how this changes would affect how RRQ will be able to play up against the undefeated team so far here in WCS.
Here's the interesting thing too, right? I mean, we did see how earlier, basically, we put the focus today on the marksman, but like here's a player like How who says, you know what, you guys do that. I'm just gonna do my thing. I'm just gonna do this. Marky could possibly follow the same trend. It could be a thing indeed. Another thing to point out, you did mention Exocent moving over to support. He is not, of course, the only mid laner who moved over to support. We did see that in Dragon too. And I remember Osiris here on the panel desk talking about the mid laner moves in the support lane. So, we could see that, although, a lot of people might raise their eyebrows at Exocet being in support, it could be that dynamic too. It could be a little bit more of an aggressive support. And Autolus, again, Dragon is a very good example of utilizing those mid laner moves in the support lane. Exocet, we do know he has that mechanical skill, and right now does it seem like a good move for Exocet to still keep that role?
We will see. We will see. Again, I mean, looking at their move, I won't be surprised if Underground bans Senna, because by banning Senna, you are taking away the mid laner champions of Exos and being put onto the pseudo support role. Gragas, Galio being two of them. So yeah, I think if Underground bans Senna, what is there to pick for Exos? And that's one thing that we will be closely monitoring as the series progress. But there is also a team that they're going against. Of course, RRQ is Team A. Our Team B is Underground. Now here comes the undefeated, the undisputed, no losses. And yesterday against Oasis, it was close, but they were still able to find the right window to punish mistakes done by Oasis Gaming. And again, Underground, the way they play, they have... I was very transparent with Dash here and with the rest of the watch party guys that I am enjoying the games with in PPGL Discord server. By the way, if you want to hop on the PPGL Discord server, just ask me for the link and I will be sending you the invite. For Team Underground, they're playing their game and making their opponents adjust to themselves. That's just their identity. They know they're strong, right? And they believe in themselves. I feel that Underground, again, with Larawan going back to the marksman, has elevated or has found another play in their playbook.
Yeah, and Larawan with these champions, right? He has been playing with this team for UDG, and it's absolutely insane. You're seeing Ash, you're seeing Brand being picked up by this player, and his plays are absolutely insane as well. Talking about the marksman role for UDG, and yeah, just kill participation 71%, and how he played the Ash in the past with the long range engages.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's a pleasure, right? I mean, wow. Mika.
Yeah. Not to mention the partnership between him and Orthros as well. This duo is definitely one of the most unstoppable ones that we've seen so far in Wildrift Esports here in the Philippines. And I just have to say as well, we see a lot of these teams with their strategies and everything. The thing is, with Team Underground, all of these players are powerhouses by themselves. So even if you catch one off guard, you're not even sure if you can win that 1v1, because these players are just, again, individually very, very strong. You put them together and you have the Team Underground that's a reason why they're undefeated until today. And going into our head-to-head for our, Marksman Mania this Saturday, this is going to be a little tricky, I feel like, for Marky and Larawan. And Autolus, I have to ask, of course, what are the differences that we're going to see? How can one up the other?
Who do I favor? I feel that whatever Larawan is lacking in terms of experience, it's being fulfilled or being filled with his partnership with Orthros. And again, Larawan's partnership with Orthros goes way, way back to the League of Legends PC days. So the chemistry in the duo lane is definitely a lot more stable now compared to Marky with a new support in Exosen. So I guess that's the big difference I'm looking at in this potential matchup here in the Dragon Lane. How about you, Infi?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the the experience of UDG, of its players, supplements how Lara 1 will play this, and we all know how Arcros plays, right? The right aggression and the right calls, being that leader for their team, having that in-game knowledge is absolutely insane, and having this new setup for RRQ, having Exosen in that support role. Now, what will be happening for Marky here? Are they going to be supplementary, or is this just a new set of dual lanes that can affect UDG?
And it is definitely going to affect our panel predictions as well. So far, Autolus is the only one with a correct prediction today. Infi, you are there on with Dash and Friends.
Yeah.
You are on
Infi
Team
Dash.
Dash today. Infi Dash. That sounds like a skill. For sure, that sounds like a skill. But yes, and of course, our consequence for today is probably the most ambitious one that we've had so far. And I think one of the funnest ones is which we have to do the Peacemaker dance. Again, if you guys aren't familiar, it's okay. You don't need to watch the series. Just look it up and see John Cena in his finest moments. And you might see us in our finest moments too, because it's not looking good for me and Team Dash and Infi Dash over here. So we might be doing that, but who knows? We still have 2 series to go, and of course our series number 3. It could at least help me get out of the red over here. But the problem is, I think we're all going the same way. Is this a panel curse? If we all vote the same way, it's kind of like
Nah,
falls
we're
apart.
talking
Falls
about Underground. I
apart.
think it's
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
So Underground
Okay.
to 0 for all of us, right?
Yeah,
I think
UDG
so,
2-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
How do we
means
go about this one? Goal difference again?
I think we're gonna go for goal difference once again because, of course, we had that upset by Cerebrum Wildrift, and it kind of like threw everything, all of our plans out of the window. So let's revisit this goal difference once again. What is going to be the cumulative goal difference for this
Infinity first.
series?
I feel like it's going to
Infinity
be around 18k.
18k.
Yeah.
Ika.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit higher for this one. I'm going to say it's gonna. I'm gonna take the 20.
20.
I'm gonna take the 20.
I'm gonna say 25. Let's do
Ooh.
it. Let's go. Let's go. That's
All
it.
right. So
All right.
it is Autolus at 25 and myself at 20 and Infinity at 18. We're gonna see who gets that point as we move into our 3rd series of the day. This is RRQ versus Team Underground. Casters, over to you guys.
Alright, hello at magandang hapon sa lahat ng nanonood dyan and welcome back sa isa na namang mainit na laban ngayong araw na ito. We are now at the week 2, day 2 ng ating WCS, and this is going to be a match between RRQ versus Team Underground. I am Sphere nga pala, kasama si Yasimiao. Yasimiao, kamusta ka naman? At ano sa tingin mo mangyayari sa laban na to?
Sa tingin ko, mapapasayaw si Direk.
Ay,
Mapapasayaw si Rekdy. Bago tayo mag-umpisa, nagkatanungan eh. Saan kayo? Team Underground o RRQ? Sabi ko, Underground kami, boss. So, judging from the performance nga ng Team Underground, consistent, di ba? Hindi man sa kanila si Consi, pero sila yung tunay na consistent dito. Consistent at the top and consistent sa kanilang mga laruan. Consistent 2-0 sila all the way, di ba? For the side of Team Underground. As per RRQ naman, medyo shaky-shaky eh, no? It depends. It depends sa laruan ni paring Exosen, sa laning ni paring Helios, and kung sinong mag-i-in and kung sinong mag-out dito. Pero I think RRQ, no, hinahanap pa nila yung perfect formula para maging solido yung kanilang pundasyon dito. Kasi honestly, yung mga performance nila this week lang, no, shaky-shaky talaga. Ikaw ba, Spiro, what do you think?
Yes, no, tama ka dyan. I agree doon sa sinabi mo na medyo hinahanap pa niya or yung kanilang flavor dito sa kanilang team overall because we're seeing a lot of, you know, roster changes. Hindi naman lahat ng roster nila dito, yung overall roster nila, but, you know, trying to put EXO in the support role, trying to put EXO in the mid lane, paiba-iba, no? We also have, syempre, yung kanilang sub dito, which is Devil J na naglaro din. Actually, right now, he's going to be the bottom laner of their team. We still have those Helios na magpupunta sa ating mid lane. So, very interesting overall na pwede ipakita dito ng RRQ kung gagana ba talaga itong bagong lineup nila or yung talagang formation na meron sila ngayon. But Underground, no doubt, they're still the very best right now and still undefeated, no? Talagang may U sa kanilang pangalan, kaya nga sila ay ang Underground.
Undefeated. Alam mo, hindi mabubuo ang undefeated na salita kung walang underground.
Yeah.
Pares lang yun. Basta yun, tugma na yun. Bahala na kayo mag-isip.
Pwede na.
Pero ito, RRQ kasi, ako for me, parang mas gusto kong Maze in as a support. But the thing with RRQ from their performance yesterday, maganda yung mga intro ni Maze. Follow-up lang yung medyo nagkulang, Pero we'll see. Baka kasi for their lineup, for their chemistry, masyadong aggressive or masyadong mapasok etong si Kuya New Maze to the point na, yun nga, mag-isa lang na pumapasok dito si Maze. So, muna siya? Coffee break muna. Doon muna siya sa break lounge ng RRQ for now. And si paring Exosen ang lalaro again for the support. And UDG, never gonna let that Yumi out. Kagaya kanina, though hindi naman naging threat, sa Cerebrum. Actually, nakakagulat talaga yung Cerebrum kanina.
Yes.
Nakakagulat.
Yes.
Napatiktok nga ako, kala ko magta-third game ka. Biruin mo, nag-2-0 pa. Diba? Ayos ba yun?
Oo, talagang, actually, hindi lang tayo nagulat for sure. A lot of people who are watching sa game na yon ay nagulat talaga na bigla because of what happened. And this just shows kung gaano talaga kaganda yung Wildrift dito. A lot of things could happen. Even yesterday, we are witnessing Sunsparks actually getting the 2-0 win against the Team Secret. So, maybe this could be a 2-0 as well for RRQ against UDG kasi Underground still the undefeated. Tignan natin kasi malalaman natin kung sino sasayaw. Lahat pa sila sa panelist kanina ay sasayaw. Malalaman natin yan. Dahil ito na nga, we are seeing the first picks kagad sa ating mga teams dito. RRQ, we're gonna be having Galio, could be the mid lane, could be the support, but probably the support dito kasi mas feeling ko na effective pa rin si Helios overall sa kanyang mga assassin champions.
Assassin. Tapos, I think, Helios, speaking of Helios, parang GG, mas effective din siya whenever siya yung mid lane dito ng RRQ. I guess mas gamay niya nga yung mid lane dito for Helios. And wala pa tayong nakikitang champion ni Helios dito. Open pa si Zed sa kanyang, kumbaga, signature champion niya din si Zed for Helios. And RRQ, they can go for double assassin pa din. They still need the jungle and also a middle laner. Yun, pwede nga Kha'Zix or etong si Zed wherein ginagawa nila from the last time. Kaso nga lang, UDG, alam na nila yan. Diba? Ang dami na nilang nakaharap na ganyan. Dalawang assassin to counter that out. O, sige, magpakunat tayo. Tignan natin kung gaano manunuot yung mga assassin na yan kung ang taas ng HP, Biruin mo yung assassin ka, isang combo mo, kalahati lang yung mababawas mo. And then, kapag ka nabalagbag ka, napagpag ka, ikaw pa yung mamamatay. Kasi as an assassin, manipis ka lang So, we'll see, We're waiting sa last 2 picks dito ng RRQ. Will it be Zed and Kha'Zix? Kasi hindi naman sila binaban ng UDG as of now.
Yes, speaking of Zed, or kung sino man yung magiging assassin mid laner ng RRQ dito kahapon or even during the previous weeks ng ating WCS dito, we're seeing a lot of Garen kay Mitsura, So that could be a thing na pwede rin nilang kunin dito. But since they banned it out already, just realized na meron na pangalawang ban dito, which is si Garen. They are now slowly removing yung ating mga assassin champions. Kha'Zix and Zed has been removed. So wala tayong mga assassin champion na pwede nilang kunin dito. We still have Akali, Fizz na na-nerf ng konti dito. But then again, we still have a lot of options. Different options na pwede nilang gamitin. But of course, Zed will be much better talaga na mabanji itong champion to kasi talagang ang laki na pwede niyang magawa sa mga laban, yung mga set niya, yung mga setup na pwede niyang gawin sa mga teamfight dito could be very much effective na pwedeng gawin na kanilang team. Matignan natin ang 4th pick.
APC, back to APC tayo. No to traditional, back to APC, Kumbaga, ito na yung bagong luma. And ito nga, nanggit mo paring GG, Fizz. And the thing lang with Fizz, kaya siguro parang medyo hesitant din ako kapag may Fizz yung kabilang side. And I think Fizz, mababa yung win rate niya dito sa ating tournament. And I'm not sure, wala pa yata na ipanalo ang isang Fizz na draft na may Fizz. I'm not really sure, pero probably mababa yung win rate niya. The thing is, ang easy lang i-counter ng Jump the Waters Early buy stasis, okay, you can touch me. parang pagka first buy stasis ka, lalo na kapag ka ikaw yung pinaka-vulnerable target ng isang piece, like a squishy target, men, like itong si Lux, or even yung last pick dito ng UDG, kung manipis man, which is hindi. Men, pahirap to kay Piece. What is his stake? Wag na tayo mag-stasis. Makunat naman tayo eh. Well, kailangan ni Lux yan. But yun nga, no, easily deny agad ang existence ng isang piece sa lineup na to ng UDG.
What? Is this rank game? Teka lang, Trindamir?
Is this rank game, no?
Trindamir, last pick dito ng Underground. What is happening?
This is par experiment. Ang totoong scientist ay UDG.
Oo. Nakikita ko na, no? Pines and Verb nandun sa UDG dito, nagsama-sama. And feeling ko, it's a matter of time until we see a Master Yi na nasusunod na mapipili dito, no, sa ating
Master Yi,
WCS.
Timo, sagad
also,
mo na.
Timo, ilabas mo na kasi lagi yung binaban yan dati sa summer season, di ba? Nung sila pa ay nasa ibang team name pa. And very exciting overall sa nakikita nating lineup dito. Ang ganda na pwede mangyari dito for UDG, but this goes to RRQ as well. Tama yung sinabi mo, Yasu, no? A lot of things or a lot of items could be used to counter phase dito. Actually, one of the member of the PPG pinapuntahan namin, nanonood kami ng games dito, yung watch party namin, is one of the best way to counter that itong si Face is also just to catch kagad yung ating Champ the Waters dito, no? Kasi again, yung effect nito is pag mas malayo, mas malaking damage, saluhin mo na lang agad, di ba? So, yun yung siyatin dito. Pero tignan natin kung ano mangyayari dito kasi nga, I'm really looking forward sa itong Trindamir na ito ng Underground. It's very interesting para sa mga team.
Yeah, kung papapansin mo, lahat na apat sa peak ng side ng Underground dito, parang mala Jäger, tatakay. Talaga sugod kung sugod na lang sila, walang aatras. Hanggat may lupa, susugod tayo. Hanggat hindi ubok ang kalaban, susugod tayo. Walang back, hindi nag-i-exist addiction ka rin nila. Sa top pa lang, no? Parang nag-imagine mo kung anong gagawin dito ng Underground. Literal, nabalugbugan to, parang Spear.
Talagang fighting lang ng fighting na pwede mangyari dito. They have a pretty balanced lineup in a way, no? Because they have Angkines, they have Assassin, yung prolonged team fight, and siguro malaking yung effect ito ng pagiging speed pusher na pwedeng gawin itong si Trindamir sa mga certain scenarios, mga bakbakan mamaya. Excited ako, no? Kasi gusto ko na talagang makita kung gaano talaga kainit ngayon. Ito, UDG, ito na yung game natin.
Yeah, pero na nga yung game natin, parang Spirit, kita mo naman. Early pa lang, hindi pa masyadong magulo sa mapa. May konting titikan ng tenga. Naghahawa ka lang yan ng tenga sa ngayon para malaman kung sino pang may maingay. Yun ang matatalo, men. Yeah, pero yun nga to, yung bottom lane natin kung may early. Bisita Iglesia, naku po, si paring Exosen. Ang first blood dito ng side ng UDG and UDG Underground actually. With that, wait, baliktad pala tayo kanina sa drafting. So it is yung merong makukunat na draft with Lux and UDG pala yung may face dito. Balistad pala. Pero anyway, ito na. So, ang draft nila is the Darius. We have Mitsura as well on that piece. And also itong si Ripken and si Torgay as well as the Galio. And then RRQ yung merong Renekton, Lee Sin, and si Trinda, and also itong si Lux, and also itong si Graga. So, you see, ang active agad sa map ng UDG. And I'm expecting more from them. UDG too eh. So, kabila talaga yung experiment dito. RRQ pala talaga yung nag-experiment dito. Or not sure, no? RRQ, hindi na masyadong vapor nila this week, yung performance nila this week. But I guess, a little bit of experiment, no? Hindi, I guess sabihin natin hindi masyadong masama. Malay naman natin, di ba? Mag-work out to. So, as for now, we have the first blood nga lang para sa side ng UDG, parang GG.
Ayan, oo. Medyo nagkaroon tayo ng konting pagdurusa muna for a while. Pero ay back, once again mga kaibigan, ito na naman kung magkaroon naman ng babakan ha. Nagkakaroon pala ng mainit na bugbugan kagad. And actually, I just realized, no, may first blood kagad na nangyari dito.
Actually, parang GG, baliktad pala yung drop natin. RRQ yung may Trinda. Baliktad yung kanina. Tapos UDG yung merong dito. Phase.
Oo nga, no? Oh, yes. It's Mitsura again sa kanyang fees dito. Na isa rin sa
Mm.
mga talagang main champions niya, no? Na nakita natin in the previous seasons. So, talagang
Mm.
with regards to the assassination, talagang mas effective pa din, no? Pero ang naisip ko lang dito, kung ganun pa din ba siya kalakas na with the current na
Uy.
patch update sa kanya, yung changes sa kanyang champion,
Oo.
binawasan ng tig-10 yung kanyang Cham the Waters,
Dinagdagan
additional.
tapos binawasan din.
Oo, di ba? Yung playful trickster niya. So, tignan natin if he can still make it work. So, ang kalaban niya sa mid lane is Tryndamere Helios with
Aha.
no flash. So, exhaust and ghost yan. And we all know naman kung gaano ka-threatening yung ganitong klaseng build ng isang Tryndamere, no? Because one thing is that you medyo reducing
Ito
damage.
yung first blood.
Here's the replay nangyari first blood.
Yeah, bisita agad yan kasi neto ni Sayonara. Ang bilis nga naman nangyayari kasi that's just 1 minute, almost magto 2 minutes pa lang sa ating game. And you Underground, parang sabi ng Underground dito, teka nga parang gusto ko ng pera dito ah. O sige, bisita ka bottom lane. Ayun, diba? Nahuli nila agad si paring Exo doon.
Dalaw agad, no? Maaga-aga talaga umiikot yung mga junglers natin, especially in the current meta, how they're going for the bot lane or the top lane, kung saan man sila mas preferred na pupunta with regards to the adjustment ng pagkuha ng ating mga scuttle crab. And I think we're just having some konting technical difficulties lang sa ating mga players dito. So hopefully ma-resolve kagad yan and after na mag-resume na yung ating game to. Pero going back, looking at the items, 4-minute mark, ang bilis ng mga items nila. No? We have the Blade of the Ruined King, Black Cleavers.
One item agad.
We have Luden Seiko. We also have Lich Bane para kay Mitsura.
Wait, di ba masyadong mabilis yun? Parang 4 minutes, wala pang dragon. Well, sabihin natin kung masipag ka naman mag-farm, yeah. Pero almost all of them, naka-first item na, men. Nakakuha na agad, naka-cash out na agad sa kanilang mga kaban dito. And up na malamang yung ating mga first objectives dito. And pag-usapan natin yung draft muna, no? And UDG, given na sa kanila at sa kanila yung draft with the fees. Remember kung ano yung sinabi ko kanina, with the fees, kind of hesitant, lalo na RRQ. Kahit nasabihin natin medyo shaky-shaky yung RRQ dito, with this kind of draft, no, mahihirapan ka talaga. Kasi ang pinaka-vulnerable na target mo lang doon is Lux, eh. Pero meron siyang 4 na bouncer dito. So mahirap makipaglaro sa Apoy ang isang water type Pokemon na itong si Fizz. Do counter niya naman ang Apoy, no? Pero we'll see. And sabi mo nga kanina, Mitsura sa kanyang Fizz, gamay niya, kumbaga, ang Fizz na ito, despite being nerf siguro, alam niya pa din, kumbaga calculated niya, kapag katatalon siya, okay. Dito yan sa spot na yan. Kumbaga, if it's Mitsura, tiwala naman.
Yes,
It's to the whole underground, no?
Yes, could do a lot of different things for sure, no? Na pwede pa nilang mai-show off later on. Pero we are now back into the game. Makapansin natin mga kaibigan, the 4 minutes tayo, going 5 minutes. Up na yung ating Dragon and Referral. No one is taking that as of yet. Pero again, as you mentioned kanina before the pause happened, up na yung ating mga first items ng ating mga core champions dito, no? Yung mga core players natin. But Sayonara slowly getting this referral. They have the vision here. They have the information from the Scuttle Crab buff that they have. Pero si Chas, minamata niya, inaurahan niya. May sorry kita kumunik ito mga kaibigan para sa referral. Pero yung matay nakuha dito. Itong si Chas ang ating referral pero naipit siya. Napag-flash out siya pero di siya nakaabot doon over the wall. And he did fall down. So laban na ito, tumama pa yung final spark. Now they're going to take this one into a dragon.
Yeah, thank you sa Lish. Sabi dito ng RRQ against Underground, no? Kasi sinimulan ni Sayonara. Just so happen na mag-isa lang doon si Sayonara. Wala siyang help sa kanyang mga kasangga. Pero they can rotate doon sa Dragon. Pero parang GG.
Uy, naku, nahuli yung isa to. Tadma kaibigan. Exhausted did fall down. Now we're seeing that Devil J can respond here in the bot lane or rather sa ating Dragon. And I think they will go back. Uy, hindi natamaan, hindi na aurahan, hindi na ilawan yung words dito. You don't have the information. Uy, early ignite coming from Devil J. Someone in the mid lane ng ating referral to push this first tier turret to give the pressure as well to try to stop them dito para makuha yung ating first drag of the game as well. Nahatak mga kaibigan, apprehend dito si Devil J. Super low siya, ignited siya dito. The Helios Centras, Helios will fall down nga ba? No!
Uy!
Undying rage dito si Helios and he's able to save himself because of the exhaust and ghost that he had.
Undying range, hindi talaga mamamatay yan. Tryndamere, Helios on the Tryndamere, talagang saving up for that moment na makapag-mamba out siya. Could have been nice din kung nag-rotate din ang RRQ to get that dragon. So, parang dalawang objective pa din yung nakukuha dito. Nakuha rather ng side ng RRQ since nakuha nila yung referral at the same time nakuha din nila yung Torre. Meron pa tayong dragon, which is the Mountain Drake as of now, ng underground kasi out of ibang RRQ, parang GG.
Grabe, hindi lang isa ha, but also dalawang turret kagad nakuha dito ng RRQ, and I really like the evolution of RRQ, I would say, from what happened in the previous, I mean, even yesterday sa laban nila dito. Talagang gumagana. At I really like the pick as well with Helios, no, having a Tryndamere. We don't normally see this kind of experimentation, especially sa RRQ. Kaya nga nung underground siya kanina, hindi tayo nagulat. But now that this is RRQ, this is very surprising and also at the same time, effective para sa kanila.
Yeah, effective para sa kanila, lalo na early. Sabihin natin, yes, nakakuha na sila dito ng mga first item, pabuo na rin sila dito ng mga second item. Ang kailangan dito kasi ng RRQ magpakunat eh. For Marky naman, kailangan niya ng damage. Kanina nakita natin, tinamaan niya itong si Larawan, no? Medyo kumiliti lang kay Larawan, natabuhay pa nga itong si Larawan. Pero imagine on the late game later on, pero parang GG.
Uy,
may
alam
mga
nila.
chismisan sa damuhan.
Teka lang, sayang. Hindi umabot yung range natin dito. They have the information there, no? But then again, hindi umabot yung range ng kanyang Shielded Durant to far pad, dumistansya rin sila doon. Medyo nakaamoy sila ng potential nag-react dito in the bot. And they also have the wards there. Pero, uy! What a quick Sonic Wave! Sabay magandang back and forth. Parang si Chin Chansu. And Chassis was with the life dito of Larawan.
Grabe yun. Nakita nyo yun? Mag-isa na lang din kasi itong si Larawan. Wala siyang naiwan na taga-protekta at the bottom lane. Sabi ni Chas, mag-isa na to. Boss. All clear, all clear. Okay, sige. Ito na pa ako. Lumilipad. Tenteninin. And then that's gonna be a beautiful alley-oop coming from Chas to his team, eliminating that Larawan at the bottom lane. What that? Talagang parang apaka-perfect.
Sa League PC, that's called the Ward Hop. Diba? Ward Hop, Dragon's Rage. Pero dito wala kang wards eh. Meron ka lang safeguard sa gilid. Kung baga, pwede ka mag-safeguard then flash. Ganun yung gagawin mo with Lee Sin. And that was very impressive dito coming from Chaz. You know, hindi na nagkaroon ng time si Larawan na makapag-react. I don't think he even used yung kanyang Valkyrie doon, or maybe he used si Valkyrie niya pero na-cancel Orthros. Waiting patiently dito sa ating bush, setting up for the referral. They have the wards here, but they don't have the Oracle lens to clear the vision if ever meron man yung kalaban dito. I think they're gonna try to let this one go. Or maybe, the salamat leash ulit na trend na meron tayo dito. Kasi pwede dumating si Chas. Pwede ka rumispunta siya dito. But, Cham the Waters corrected. Mga kaibigan pa Devil J. They're now backing off and gonna let, I think, uncontested na yung ating referral.
Uncontested na talaga. Binigay na para sa underground. Pero kasi may nagtatrabaho. Diba? Sabay bottom lane. Huwag kayong maingay. Nagtatrabaho dito yung manggagawa. Ang pangalan ay Helios. Sabay mamba out lang. Easy breezy, di ba? Another turret na naman na secure dito ng side ng RRQ. Lahat ng outer first tier turret ng side ng underground. Ubus namin, nalagas na habang yung RRQ. Meron pa silang tatlo. Pwede pa next game. Pero maaga pa naman para sabihin yan, no? UDG, nakakuha nga sila dito ng referral. Pwede na lang gamitin yan para mag-push. Kasi there's no other objective. It's either you just farm right now or mag-opt kayo for the push since you have the referral. Pwede sila actually magsama-sama. Kaso nga lang, hirap. Kasi ang kunat talaga. Ibang balugbugan yung lineup ng RRQ.
Tama ka dyan, Yaso, no? Speaking of balugbugan, mga kabing, ninabot dito, mga kabing, ang nag-iisa si Don! Pero tuloy, kanyang kalaban doon na naman, nakaprehend dito. Final spark, wait, kulang, gagamit ang kanyang undying rage. No, hindi mo pala, buhay pa yan, medyo maaga. Yung undying rage niya, puno pa yung kanyang HP doon. Or not really full health, but still half of his HP. And it happens sometimes, kapag ayaw talaga si Tryndamere.
Oo nga eh. Pero kasi sinimulan niya na nga kasi yung kanyang undying rage para kay Helios dito to take that life kay Don. Hindi niya na-expect na maabot niya din. Or I think ina-expect niya din na maabot niya doon itong si Larawan. But just so happen, pa-expire na talaga yung kanyang undying rage. Almost, no? Mapatay-matay na itong si Larawan kung hindi lang sila dalawa doon. I think kung mag-isa lang si Larawan, kayang-kaya ni Helios na pabagsakin pa si Larawan and probably kaya niya pang makapag-mamba out ng buhay. Pero ito, dami mga nagchichismisan sa damuhan, pre.
Chismisan mga kaibigan. Sonic, welcome na dito ang kanya light binding. Marky, Mitsura, medyo delikado ang kanya buhay doon. Uy, hindi niya na magamit! Bagel Trickster, umabot pa! Pero pinagsakan ng explosive cast. Nalasing siya doon. Ortros, mapa out. Tumanik yung Sonic Wave. Pero not gonna follow it up muna for now. Kasi -1 naman dito ang Team Underground. No one's going to respond here muna for now because they don't have the assassin champion that they need or the assassin player from their team na pwedeng magbigay sana ng malaking advantage dito. Pero sayonara, nauntog. Teka lang, may bukol yata. But Dragon is eager for RRQ.
Yep, secured na nga ng RRQ yung Dragon. Pero paano ka kasi papasok doon, di ba? Sabihin natin, you're gonna go for the steal. Pag ora mismo, hindi ka na makakalabas doon eh. Kapag pumasok ka, wala ka ng labasan. Kita mo naman, dalawa yung gwardiya dito ng RRQ. Grabe yung bouncer ng RRQ dito. This is the bouncer draft. Diba? Bouncer draft ang tatawagin natin dito. Protect the princess, no? Para kay Lux dito. Bawal kang, pag pumasok ka, wala nang lalabas. Di ka makakalabas ng buhay. Underground, we can say na medyo struggle sila dito, no? Kasi, yung first blood lang, yung pinaka-successful nila na gank, and yung ibang kills nila, reaction na lang yun sa ginawa ng RRQ as of now, pero hindi pa sila nakakuha talaga ng upper hand. Tignan natin yung net worth, lamang yung side ng RRQ despite having just 3 kills, kasi lamang na lamang sila pagdating sa objective on the Rift Herald and sa mga tore natin, paring Spear.
Yes, actually, with regards to the play ngayon of RRQ, no, ito yung maganda para sa kanila. And ito yung magpapahirap sa Underground. If they keep on reacting sa ginagawa ng RRQ, medyo mahihirapan sila na makabawi dito. Kasi yung nagiging kainaan ng mga teams right now, na kapag nakita natin na nagre-react na lang sila playing reactively dun sa mga ginagawa ng kanilang kalaban, and that is going to be the disadvantage of their team. Simula na yun ang paghihirap nila dito. Maganda yung ginagawa again ng RRQ. Helios is slowly giving the pressure on the other lane. Take note lang may Summoner's Spell siya dito, Exhaust, and yung Ghost niya. So if ever someone attempted to gank on bot lane, dito kaya niya makatakas. Speaking of attempt to gank, doon medyo malalim ka dyan. Pero si Mitsura naabangan niya dito sa ating try bush. Nakita nga nila.
Nakita niya ng Oracle Lens. Na-detect. Parang may nagtatago dito sa may damuhan, no? And yun nga, no, kung hindi siguro nakita ni Mitsura, ito si Chaz sa may tribush natin, malamang si Don. Mukhang mapapauwi na naman siya doon. And just so happen, UDG keeping it low for now and trying to farm their items. Kailangan nila ng item, no? Medyo heartbreaking lang kasi Mitsura, wala pa siyang napapatay kahit isa. 0-1-0 ang standing dito ni Mitsura. I have a high expectation, no? The fact na kinuha nila itong si Fizz, kahit na na-nerf na siya ng sabihin natin, halos parang ayaw mo nang hawakan si Fizz dahil sa parang sobrang nerf yung feel kapag Fizz main ka. Pero pinupusuan pa rin dito, no, ni pareng Mitsura. And sa lagay na to, ang hirap na pasukan itong si Marky. Napakadami talagang makukunachi. And gamitin mo yung Chum the Waters, ang daming tagasalo, par. So ang hirap imagine na parang luck na lang kapag napasukan niya dito itong si Marky ng Chum the Waters with one combo and killing itong si Marky.
Yeah, same story with the Z, no, na pwede mo makita na kapag ang kalaban mo is maraming tank, then may hirapan talaga mamili ng maganda target dito. Even Marky, may light binding siya dito, meron siyang lucid singularity yung kanyang shield kung sakali na naman siya yung i-chase. He has a lot of options para makatakas
may stasis
dito.
Pa.
Kung sakali, stasis pa para sa kanyang champions to be very much protective sa kanyang mga situation dito. And Ghost as well, para makatakas at makapag-position ng maayos. Very interesting coming in dito from Helios right now. Makikita natin na naka-Infinity Edge. 34 siya dito in Blade of the Ruined King. Pretty much set na siya sa kanyang items dito na talagang magiging nakakatakot. Hindi niya ina-upgrade yung kanyang boots dito, but rather he's gonna go for probably a static shiv para sa kanyang next item para magkaroon din ng more burst damage and much faster clearing ng kanyang minion wave.
Yeah, I think, sabi mo nga, no, for Helios, di niya na-upgrade yung boots dito. I think preparing for teleportation din. Kasi, sa Tryndamere, pwede kang mag-split push din. Di man ganun kabilis ng isang Fiora ang split push mo sa Trynda. Pero, andun pa din yung pressure. The pressure is present para kay Tryndamere dito. And alam naman natin, ang dying range, no? Parang may dalawang buhay itong si Helios right now. Pero up yung Dragon natin. At the same time, up din yung Baron, no? Pero you won't opt for an early Baron. Parang sila nag-aurahan, parang Spear sa may middle lane natin. Pero, yun nga, check muna ng mga Bosch and ayaw mong malamok, of course. And RRQ, hindi pa sila pumapasok. I think papaunahan nila yung UDG, parang Spear.
Up to this point kasi anyone could make a mistake, could commit a mistake dito, and that's going to be the end of their game. Mga kaibigan, nahuli si Chas dito, hindi pa siya low. Meron pa siyang enough HP, pero he has to back away muna. Lumayo din siya dito, tumama siya doktoran. Ito na naman si Helios sa kanilang target, but Helios, ginamit lang ang dying rage. The delivery package coming in from Larawan. Gave the setup, nahiwas nila doon. Oasis ang nangyari at nagkagulo na sila sa positioning nila dito. Dalawa na kagad na matay sa RQ rather at naging tatlo pa. Apat pa nga ang nakuha dahil si Don ay may pinipitas na champion sa gitna natin. Now going straight into the mid lane. Wala na pakik sa Dragon.
Grabe yun. Nakita mo yun, paring Spear? Mannequin challenge. Yung side ng UDG. Stasis sa gitna habang binibira sila dito ng RRQ. Siyempre wala silang choice. Kundi harapin yun, hintayin yung stasis nung underground. Pero paring Spear! Bakit ganito? Bakit ang bilis? Parang pinit tayo ng one. Parang napapikit lang tayo ng isang beses. Tapos,
oh wow, UDG.
Underground. What happened?
Ito, kahapon. Yes, kahapon, Yasu. Ganto yung nangyari sa dalawang game nila. Na parang akala mo, struggling sila. Na parang hirap na sila. At talagang dito mo makikita na sa laban na to, sumisigaw sila na itong laban na to ay para sa'yo. Kumbaga hashtag para sa'yo talaga. Para sa'yo ang laban na to.
Ang para sa'yo ang laban na to, men. Pero, grabe yun, men. Sabihin natin, parang apakabilis niya na alam mo yung energy natin, parang arangkada pa lang di ba? Parang pinapainit pa lang natin yung motor natin. Sabay tinapos na agad ng underground. Very, very fast. One team fight lang yung nag-decide just to win that game. That mannequin challenge lang na ang kasagutan to counter out yung side ng RRQ. Kanina, hinahype ko pa, makunat yung RRQ dito so mahihirapan yung underground. Pero parang hindi naman. Sabi nyo makunat? Walang makunat kung ubos na sila, di ba?
Nai-stun ako sa totoong buhay.
Na-stun ka din?
Oo, na-stun ako. Nakaganoon na kanina habang iniisip ko na the underground talaga can do a lot of different things sa kanilang mga play dito, especially in this particular game. Larawan, kudos para sa kanya sa ginawa niya dong pag-delivery package inside the team fight and also the prioritization of going for Helios to burn Tryndamere yung kanyang ultimate dito. After nun, syempre, Helios has no choice but to back off muna and rumisponde sa kanyang mga tropa, makapag-position, go for the right angle. Ang nangyari, sinalo nila lahat yung delivery package dito, the damage over time, and talagang sabi ko nga na Moises sila doon kasi nag-iwalay sila. Nagulo na yung positioning and underground after winning that team fight, going straight to the Nexus. Wala nang Dragon. Wala na, tinapos na nila.
Wala na, tinapos na. Hindi pa pala yan yung mannequin challenge. Mamaya pala yun. Pero more like kung makikita natin dito sa highlights natin, mga highlights ng side ng RRQ. Yung mga magagandang Dragon's Rage, magagandang alley-oop toss, and somehow magandang mga pasukan ng side ng RRQ, no? And eto na yata yung mannequin challenge, par. I think nasa second Dragon pa lang tayo, tapos na agad.
Hindi pa ito yun.
Hindi pa to. Ito yung magandang alley-oop toss din ni Chaz.
Ito na yun. Si Helios ang first target, nanlambot talaga siya. Tapos kailangan niya mag-back. Ito na si Larawan. Grabe. Tignan mo.
Tapos mannequin challenge sila lahat doon.
Again, there's the slow, di ba? May slow yung delivery package and damage over time. So talaga sunog ang crocodile, ang reptile.
Yeah, ang hirap kasi doon nung ginuhitan sila ni Larawan, hindi sila talaga na-push back to the point na outside the range nung the package neto ni Larawan. Na-push back sila but still nauntog sila dun sa pader wherein nakatapak pa din sila dun on that slow, on that the package ni Larawan. And speaking of Larawan, siya lang naman ang ating MVP. Parang di na bago. No? Larawan with 100% kill participation. And kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit mababa yung damage, ang bilis lang ng game natin.
Yes.
And that's a quirky. Ito ba talaga yung item niya? That's a quirky with the black cleaver?
Black cleaver. Sobrang beneficial to para sa kanya. I think it also procs yung kanyang delivery package kanina because of the black cleaver effect na na-reduce yung armor ng kanilang kalaban dito, getting more damage as the over time kapag dumarami pa yung damage output niya. Together with the Gatling gun, no? Nagpo-proc kasi siya talaga. Kaya grabe, survivability could give him more HP sa kanyang champion kasi he's a champion of so many mystery dito. And Larawan really deserving the spot sa kanyang player of the game.
Naalala mo yung Kleptomans kay ano? kay Corky, no? Napakabenta niyan. And still, up until now, mystery pa din. Kung ang dami mo pwedeng gawin kay Corky, eh. Pwede mo siyang gawing magic, pwede mo siyang gawing physical. Ang dami mo pwedeng eksperimentohan. May nabasa lang ako sa chat. Kumuha lang ako ng tubig, pagbalik ko, tapos na. Ako nga pa rin. Ano lang ako, murap lang ako eh. Pagmulat ko ng mata, tapos na eh.
Ako din eh, talagang nagulat lahat kasi at first it's just a situation na teka lang, yung mga puso natin ay talagang matindi yung heartbeat nating lahat eh, but then just one team fight just shows kung gaano talaga kalakas ang underground dito. Pero mga kaibigan, that is just the game 1. Magkakaroon pa tayo ng game 2 dito, mga kabawi nga ba ang RQ? Malalaman natin yan. I am DJ Spirit together with Yasumiao. We'll be right back. Diyan lang kayo.
Angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Alright, hello. Magandang hapon na sa inyo lahat mga kaibigan. We are still in the match between RQ versus Team Underground. Pero game 2 na tayo dito. I am DJ Spirit again with Yasumiao. Yasumiao, naku yung game kanina. Talagang nagulat lahat. Yung puso ko napunta sa kanan. Kamusta ka naman? At anong masabi mo sa game na yun?
Well, parang mas marami pa tayong masasabi. Pero ang ikli ng game na yun, no? Yun nga lang, to summarize, napikit ka lang, tapos na. Yun lang yun eh. One moment lamang yung RRQ, biglang one Thanos snap, it's done. The Nexus is gone. RRQ,
Ayan.
wala na. Nawala na yung Nexus nila. And then UDG, parang ano na eh, nag-walk in the park. Isang team fight lang talaga yung naging, nagdesisyon na okay, panalo na yung Underground dito. Alain mo yun talagang straight to the point ang ginawa ng Underground. Straight to the Nexus, wala nang lilingon pa sa likod dahil ubos naman kasi talaga yung RRQ doon. Even though sabihin natin on that last moment, nakasurvive itong si paring Helios, pero not for long kasi nahuli din siya ng Cham the Waters dito and na-focus pa ng the rest of the team ng Team Underground. Nung una medyo hesitant pa ako, sabi ko, tagilid yung vapor ng RRQ dito di ba? I mean, ang kasi kada initiate nila parang, I mean, hindi sila nakapag-initiate. Sila yung nahabol na Q dito. Though nakakabawi naman sila, pero ganun din, may casualty sa kanila. Pero last team fight sa may choke point, magandang heroes arrival, magandang paggamit ng stasis, magandang paghati ni Moses sa ilog, hindi po sa dagat, sa ilog, papuntang lupa. Ganun na po sa
river
Wildrift
yan
ngayon. Oo, the river.
river, ayan.
Throwback
Throwback lang. Konting throwback lang. Oo naman, maganda yan.
Diba?
Sabi yan, i-YouTube nyo yan, guys, river lang. Talagang river yung makita nila. But yeah, going back sa nangyaring game kanina, bakit namin nasabi na lamang dito yung RRQ sa early game natin? Obviously, they were able to get the 2 turrets kagad, first 2 turrets sa ating sa mga side lanes natin dito. And I think one of the best way for Underground na hindi nila magawa ulit yung ginawa nila kanina or yung ginawa nila kahapon din, which is ginawa nila just now, is not to let your first tier turret go. Kasi you have to protect it. Ang nangyayari kasi after nila makuha yung first tier turret dito, try to win at least one clash and then go straight into Nexus, which is yung ginawa nila kanina dito, ginawa nila kahapon. Kaya rin yung kailangan bantayan dito ng RRQ if they really don't want that to happen once again. Pero ito na, ang drafting phase, we're seeing that Fiora will be banned out na naman sa Underground. RRQ will be banning out itong si Yumi as well. Uy, Jace, matik, lista mo na yan.
Matik. Itong first 3 bans na to, matik. Lista mo na yan. Matagal-tagal magko-copy break yan dun sa mga ban lounge natin. And Garen as well, will be ban ng RRQ. I think parehas pa rin yung side nila as of now. Sana tama na yung layout natin kanina kasi magkabaliktad And RRQ, babalik. They're on the side again, red side again. First 2 picks. And UDG, sila yung first pick dito. Banning out that Yumi is a must. Hindi mo bibigay sa Underground yan, man. I think bigay mo na kahit kanina yan, pero wag mo bigay sa Underground. Yumi pa lang. Biruin mo kapag pinalabas mo yung Yumi at binigay mo sa Underground, lista mo na. Ortros, malamang MVP yan agad, di ba? Kasama nga po pala ako, sign up, paring Otolus.
Ayan,
sa Ortros fan club. Ang tagal nating hinintay di ba? Pagbabalik
Marami ng members yan, nasa thousands na actually.
Wow.
Kaya lang, ba't nagkita yung icon ng isang ban? Hindi ba sila nagban na isa? Maybe nawalan sila ng oras, I think.
Yup, wala sila na ban
probably, hindi umabot yung oras natin dito. Or maybe magkakaroon tayo ng ban dyan mamaya. But for now, we have set third ban dito ng RRQ. First pick nila, same. We still have Galio. Direct yun para naman sa RRQ. Pero I think earlier, it's a different story. Gragas naman dito sa RQ. Syempre, these two champions, of course, the macho guapito, mga champions natin. But we'll be having a Camille para dito sa Underground. Sino magiging third pick nila dito? Kasi, they still have a lot of assassin champions. We're still waiting for an AD carry or a marksman. Or an AP carry could be. We also have Morgana na open. We have Thresh open.
Ang daming open, parang GG. Corky again dito. So, iniisip ko, ang daming open. Yun nga, sabi mo, Thresh is open. Even the combination ng Vayne, Lulu is open. Zed is open. Kha'Zix is open. Ang daming open. Diba? Timo is open. Baka naman, diba? Konting patimo naman dyan. And, yun nga, Pero kidding aside, Driven will be secured this time ng RRQ. Hindi sila nag-leasin. Kanina, kinuha nila agad din yung leasin dito. Pero this time, mukhang hindi nila kukunin. Hindi din naman ban itong si paring Leesin. They will be banning din sa side ng RRQ itong si Darius, of course eliminating a potential tanky champion na pwedeng ilagay na kailangan ng Underground as of now sa kanilang draft.
Yes, and Ziggs also being banned out dito by Undergrounds. No questions naman dito. Kasi Marky has been playing a lot of AP carries recently, especially Lux no, pwede nilang gamitin actually now. Pero
Lux
di ko
again.
alam, no? Kasi pag inisip mo mabuti, parang setup to for a Lux because we have 3 champions already na may pang-initiate, no? We have the gap closing ability. They can go in, they can jump in, and then let Marky do his thing sa likod lang ng mga team fight natin. Fizz will be banned, the Assassin Champions, of course, Zed will be banned as well. Morgana is open, pero teka lang, Morgana nga ba ito? Pagod na ba si Marky sa liwanag? Gusto niya na bang pumunta sa kadiliman?
Kadiliman.
Oo, kasi
Uy, hindi naman masyado madilim kay Morgana. Violet yun
Medyo dark lang, no?
Oo, medyo dark lang.
Uy,
Black
light
pa din.
pa din
Gusto
siya.
niya pa rin sa liwanag. Ikaw pala, paring GTG. Gusto niya na, plus points. Gusto niya ng additional cryptocurrency. Kaya sa liwanag tayo, di ba?
Meron pa rin siyang force kasi nasa light siya eh. Kaya siya sa darkness. Okay. So, lakan ready para sa pick dito. But then again, as I mentioned, this is set up already for a Lux because meron silang mga macho gapito ng mga champions, very brusco in a way. Oy, Larawan will be having Jana. It's been a while para kay Ortros dito. Matagal din natin nakita na gamitin niya itong si Jana. During summer season, nagpakita siya ng gilas dito by using a Jana. And tignan natin if it will work this time. Again, once again, sa kanilang team because kasama niya si Corky. But, uy, Rengar! Naku po, sayonara. Ayun na, siniswish na yung ating pusa dito.
Treats? Do you want treats? Ginagano ko lang yung mga pusa ko, lumalapit na agad. Diba? Malalaman, sasabihin mo, utututong pusa ko na to. Kasi kapag sinabi mong treats, saka lalapit, hindi mo alam ikaw pala talaga yung ututo doon, no? Kasi binibigyan mo sila ng treats. But anyway, I think Jana, no, for Ortros, correct me if I'm wrong, parang ginamit niya yata to kahapon. Nakita ko. And yun nga, syempre, UDG, nanalo against sila. And RRQ, ilalabas nila dito itong si Graves. What do you think about Graves, paring Spear? Mag-work kaya siya in this lineup ng side ng UDG? Parang negative no? Kasi lahat sila may pang-alis, pang-mamba out doon sa smoke.
The thing about Graves is that you have to farm. You need to get enough farm or items para sa yung champion dito because if early hanggang mid-game nahirapan ka dito na makapag-farm na maayos, na makakuha ng enough items for your champion, then you're not going to be very effective sa mga team fight dito. But especially knowing that they have Camille and Rengar, these two champions could just initiate directly sa kanya na mahirapan siya makapag-position ng kanyang sarili dito. Para siya makakapag-quick draw if mahuhuli siya dito nung ating Hexic Ultimatum. So that's going to be the problem. But then again, hindi lang naman siya yung target dito ng UDG. So isa pa din yan, no? They just have to help talaga si Chas na makapag-farm. And yun yung parang balancing niya dito because Devil J and Helios pwede silang maging malalakas na dito without enough farm for their respective lanes. Basta meron lang silang tamang level and tamang items. Hindi naman ganun kalaki. But the support lang talaga para kay Chaz because Chaz is the main carry of their team kapag nagkataon na mabot tayo sa late game. Kung aabot sa late game.
Yep, and naalala ko lang din yung binanggit ng ating panels dito. Exosen being on the support role, might be nag-opt sila dito for more aggressive nga naman na composition for the side of RRQ, which is nakita naman natin yan, no, nung first game. And yun nga din, on this second game with this lineup, almost the same except for Chaz dito, na medyo squishy and also long range nga yung kanyang gamit dito, no longer the Lee Sin. And sabi nga dito sa chat, no, bagong tactic ng side ng UDG, hindi sila magbaba ng isa. 4 bans lang sa patwa.
Parang kung dati binaban nila si Timo at Amumu, ngayon wala na silang binaban. Hindi sila naggaban ng isa. But right now, this is interesting, no? Because Mitsura, Flash and Ghost. So no barrier. We normally see, and I think that's probably because of the chase na pwede niyang gawin dito later on sa laban natin. He also has the aftershock, no? So not a pure AP Galio in a way with regards to yung kanyang keystone dito, yung kanyang summoner spell. Talagang focus siya dito is to give the crowd control, some damage, and the protection that he could provide pag gamit niya yung kanyang hero's entrance.
Yeah, and also I think si Mitsura dito, sabi mo nga hindi siya mag-80. More on, siya kasi yung magpopronta and malamang magsusok, kailangan ng damage coming from the side ng RRQ. Siya lang yung tank in the form ng side ng UDG as of now. Biruhin mo kasi pambalugbugan, yung Camille, and also ito si Sayonara that Rengar. And we'll see. They're gonna get their respective dito mga scuttler sa side ng RRQ and UDG, of course, eliminating yung potential gang. Gaya ng ginawa kanina ng UDG, no? Si Sayonara umikot agad sa bottom lane to get the
Yes.
first blood. Pero as for now, wala tayong makikita na ganung movements. And kita mo naman si Ortros. Nakalimutan ko si Ortros nga pala. Mr. Worldwide kapag ka Janna ang gamit nito, he is everywhere.
At the moment that he reached level 3, nag-recall kagad siya dito, bumili siya ng kanyang Mercury Threads and then go to either the top lane or in the jungle para maglagay ng vision or mag-try ng attempt to give the support na kailangan ng ibang lanes dito because pretty much Larawan can just win the bot lane dito, get some experience para sa kanyang sarili, solo experience and also the gold. So nakita natin na medyo lumamang siya dito ng konti in the bot lane. Sinabayan din ito ni Marky and Exhausted because they have the information that itong si Ortros nga is nag-recall kanina.
Yeah, hindi na yan. Makikipag-meet na ulit siya dito kay Larawan. Of course, Larawan, somehow, kailangan mo pa din, kailangan ng protect din ito ni Larawan. Kasi the damage na pwedeng ibigay ni Corky, nakuha niya na yung mga items niya para sa kanyang team. Napaka-massive din. As long as hindi matitibag yung front lines dito ng UDG. And for the side of RRQ, talagang papasok dito for RRQ. UDG pwede silang mag-antay dahil RRQ, tatlo yung kanilang melee champs dito. So they just have to wait. Di kailangan masyadong lumapit dito ni Larawan unless na lang talaga gaya nung kanina na sitwasyon, no, yung hahatian niya with the package. Pero speaking of hati, may nagkakahatian sa top lane.
Oo, talagang gamit ng surfboard laban sa gunting nitong si Don. 1v1 in the top lane. We'll see if papasok nga ba siya. Still sa Dominus 50, 75 na yung rage dito. That he could use yung kanyang Kaldamik or yung kanyang Ruthless Predator to proc yung kanyang damage dito, more damage against kay Don. And take note, pag gano'n yung nabanan, mas naman talaga dito sa level J because of the 1v1 situation. Kung sakali man, but Exhausted attempting to gank the mid lane dito at naamoy Mitsura, yung pwede mangyari.
Hindi naman sa naamoy. Lumabas yung chan ni Gragas. Nakita ni Mitsura, sabi, bakit may nakalabas na chan doon?
Ayun na! Yun lang ang kalugian mo dito. Kapag tinamaan ka na execute item sa may Trinity of the Hand coming in mismo kay Sayonara, tumalon sa may try-push, sa may rekta tumalon sa isa pang kalaban dito, Exhausted. Nahuli siya doon. Wala silang exhaust doon, kaya hindi siya na-exhausted. And that's gonna be the final spark. Doon medyo low na yung kanyang HP, pero ignited siya doon and he will fall down. And the rest of the members dito of UDG will still try to make some trades dito. Meron tayong delivery package, saktong-sakto. Yung kanyang Valkyrie doon, hindi siya naabot ni Marky, parakit-rakit lang sa Gedli. Si Ortros ay buhay pa rin na parang hindi siya support enchanter dito dahil nasa harap siya ng kanyang mga teammate. Because of that, mukhang lumamang ng konting RQ sa laban na yun.
Yeah, alam nila na nagamit na yung ulti dito ni Ortros, but it's already too late kasi nabawasan na sila dito for the side of UDG. Pero RRQ, no, medyo makunat pa sila this early. Wala pa masyadong damage dito na naibubuga ito si Larawan, though. Meron na siyang Black Cleaver. I think kakapulot lang niya ngayong pagbalik niya. And now, they're trying to also to get this Dragon. Malamang, pero kasi nasa top ito si Sayonara. I think UDG, it's better na kunin nila yung Dragon kasi nakaset up yung mga wards ng RRQ at the top lane. Kita mo naman, 4 na wards on that river. Plus, yung nandun sa may choke point pa. So, 2 kalsada yung nako-cover ng ward na yon. And yun na nga yung gagawin dito ng RRQ. I mean, ng underground, no? Paubayan na lang, the 3 Feral, let's get the Dragon. And ano naman yan Infernal Drake naman yan. So, very, very visual para sa kanya. Very top lane.
Not looking good for Don kanina, but he was able to disengage sa top lane dito. Ginamit niya yung kanyang Sasageyo moves. Pero di ba nagamit yung referral dab, but the first hit to the top lane did fall down into the hands of RRQ. So maganda to para sa kanila. Medyo deja vu in a way because what is happening right now happened in the first game dito. If they can pretty much push the second tier to first tier to the bot lane para magkaroon ng trade, but no. Final spark clear kagad yung ating minion.
Nandun din, andun din si Helios no? Hindi nila papakawalan agad yung turret dito. Narinig ka paring Spear. Sabi mo kasi wag ibigay yung turret. Yun yung ginagawa ng RRQ dito. Depensang Marino muna. And RRQ lamang sila sa tower push as of now kasi na pabagsak nila yung top turret ng ng UDG dito. And yun nga si Don nakaramdam na rin siya, parang di na siya safe, so umamba out na lang. Instead of giving a turret and also a kill sa side ng RRQ. Pero pansinin mo yung network natin, hindi pa din naman nagkakalayo dito.
Yep.
And sabihin natin, si Marky, hindi na masyadong kilite yung pwedeng ibigay sa'yo dahil meron na siyang Luden's Echo and meron na tayong mga dalawa na Black Cleaver sa side ng RRQ in the hands of Chaz and itong si Helios. Unti-unti nang nagbi-build dito ng pundasyon yung parehas na team natin dahil parehas na silang may full items at least dun sa mga core, no? Except dun sa mga supports natin as of now. Pero kasi for Exocen, meron siya nung pampalaki ng sarili niya on that booth. So kaya niya na, sige par, ako natatangki dito. Patayin niyo na silang lahat. Bala na kayo, ako mag-i-stand dito. Babato na lang ako ng mga baril. Lalasingin ko sila para meron kayong tsansa na mapabagsak sila for the side of RRQ.
Yes, actually this is a better build for Exhaustion right now kasi as far as I know, from yesterday's matches, nakita ko na yung kanyang Gragas is naka-Rod of Ages, naka-Crystalline Reflector, pero Mitsuri ka doon kanyang body naman siya na explosive gas dito, Metsura! Nakapag-flash out pa nga! Sabay Justice Punch! Oh my kulay, the final sparks! At huling-huli na lang talaga yung hininga niya doon.
Oo nga, kala ko smooth criminal na si paring Mitsure kaso hindi pa rin pala talaga, no? Yan ang kapangyarihan ni paring Marky, kapangyarihan ng liwanag, taglay ng araw, hindi siya buwan. No? Sakto lang. I think that's the second time na nangyari yan na hulaan, actually hulaan, no? Pero kasi ang lawak ng mapa and mo ng matinding calculation dyan eh. Diba? Ang mga 3 calculator siguro, no?
Oo. Parang yun yung sa meme natin na may lumalabas ng mga Uy, Tagalog, aray ko po!
Naku,
There's going to be a black in the bottom dito mga kaibigan naman ng Hexagon sa may si Heroes na nakapagbabaon siya doon. Ginamit ang kanyang Valor, but not enough to save himself. Just tinatanong nandito ni Sayonara, but Exhausted, magpapaalam nga ba siya dito sa ating bot lane? Ako po, eto na yung delivery package. Larawan from downtown, mga kaibigan, going to the bot lane. Dolis nila live, just will fall down. Low na si Don at Sayonara dito, but that's not going to be enough para sa RRQ to secure those 2 kills. At grabing responde from underground.
Yeah. Bro, nakita mo yon si Don. Tinry siyang i-final spark dito ni Marky. Pero sabi dito ni Don, nakita ko na yan. Na-testing na yan ni Mitsura. Pero ako, hindi mo ako mauuto sa ganyan, sabi diyan kay Marky, no? Pero ang ganda ng pasok doon ng underground. If only hindi nila napatay dito itong si Helios, maybe sayang moments yon for the side of underground. Pero si Helios kasi lumipad na lahat, hinabol pa rin dito ng underground, no? Good initiation coming from underground, and even though kompleto, actually hindi kasi kompleto din yung tropa ng RRQ doon. I think 3 lang silang nandun since nakahiwalay itong si Devil J habang 5 yung underground doon. In terms of number, lamang doon yung underground, and yun na nga, nagsisimula nang umangat yung economy ng underground after that team fight.
That was also a good setup, no, from underground because of Don catching dito si Helios with yung next ultimatum and Thrill of the Hunt for more information. They summoned the referral on the bot lane sa ating inhibitor turret to slowly go for the bot lane, pero nakita ito ni Larawan. We don't have a delivery package right now, so wala itong voice na makikita ito, pero Thrill of the Hunt, they have the information right now. Pasok ko sa lobby, si ultimatum nag-iwalay! Pero lang with the final spark! Low na Sayonara dito, pero napag second skill siya just in time for more armor for his champion. Sayonara tumalon para kay Helios, pero delikado yung buhay niya, and slowly but surely namamatay na pa isa-isa ang underground. The flash in from Devil J, Ruthless Predator to stun him down, a triple kill para dito kay Helios, and si Orthros ang natitirang mag-isa, ginamit ng howling kill, and 4 sa member dito ng underground ang nawala, plus a Dragon Sar.
Yeah, pandami na wala doon sa side ng underground, pero RRQ, they're gonna be taking this dragon and some lives coming from the underground. Ang nangyari kasi for the underground, no, pumasok itong si Don, I think yan nakatulong yung Hextech Ultimatum dito para mapaghiwalay-hiwalay dito yung RRQ. But the problem is, UDG, they don't have enough damage coming from Larawan and dun sa mga nasa backlines, actually dun sa mga nasa river, para i-burst down yung napalapit sa kanila ng mga champions dito. Nagresulta siya na RRQ, sila pa yung naka-counter initiate. You see, andito din si Marky. Yung mga maninipis sa kanila nasa likod eh. Ang nahiwalay dito, yung mga makakapal yung buhay, yung may matataas, yung may survivability. And yun nga, nagkaubusan tayo ng mana. Alang mana kay Larawan.
Oo, kasi with that particular team fight, if you really want to win an isolated team fight, you have an AOE. You need to have an AOE. Eh, ang AOE nila si Larawan lang. So, Mitsura also is an AOE champion. Pero ang goal niya kasi is magpigil sa top lane. Pero taga lang, Devil J nakapulay na naman dito ng Hex Ultimate of the Hunt. Pero next target is si Helios. Teka lang, sayonara, delikado ka dyan, 4 yan. Macho Capito, tinamasya dito na kanyang body slam. Si Helios tumalon, pero teka lang, ginamit dito ni Ortros. Yung kanyang ultimate dito, Monsoon, to healing, galing na ang kanyang mga tropa dito, but Don was able to get away. Nahabol sa Just dito. Oh, nahuli na naman Don. Itong si Larawan and Marky still chasing him down. Teka lang, ang tapang ni Marky, hindi tumama. Yung light binding niya dito, still the Minion Wave pala. And Exhaustion and Marky living the best of their lives. At dalawa ang nawala dito sa UDG.
Yeah, actually, 2-for-1 exchange yun kasi Devil J, I think nayatap din siya doon pero hindi pa tapos.
Oh my gulay! Mali yata. Yung nag-taunt siya doon sa gitna sa 3 brusko dito ng RRQ with the help of the referral to secure the first tier turret of the game sa kanilang mid lane.
Yeah, hindi na maling siya doon. Bisita. Sa kanila yun, pero hindi na pala kanila, no? Nagulat siya doon. And even though the taunt was there, man, makakapal yung buhay nung tinaunt niya doon. Parang brusko ka nga, pero ang katapat mo, 3 brusko din yung tinapatan mo, men eh. Mahirap yun. Diba? 3 wall ang iyong tatapatan doon. But anyway, RRQ is doing really good right now. Nabawi nila yung economy na nawala sa kanila from that team fight kanina at the bottom lane. But UDG, no, ang laki agad din ng gap na nakuha ng RRQ against UDG as of now. Kailangan talaga nila ng farm dito kay Larawan and also kailangan niya talaga mabuo yung mga items niya. 2 complete items pa lang dito si Larawan. Medyo mabagal siyang mag-farm sa this game. And kita mo naman yung economy natin, mas mayaman pa si Marky. Si Marky hindi pa namamatay eh. Laging nasa backlines din itong si Marky, just in charge of the final part, finishing off yung mga low HP, giving the damage din. Pero,
naku po, si Don, si mga Devil J, parang delikado kanya buhay dito. Devil J still trying his best to make a trade. And he was able to make one with the dominance na ginawa niya sa top lane dito. Ito na ang miyembro ng RRQ. Ang round 2, sayonara tumalon kay Marky! At si Marky ay nawala! Nasunog si Lux! Hindi niya kinaya yung damage dito. Pero si Helios, hinahabol si Ortros. Mahirap yan. Madulas yang si Ortros, mga kaibigan. The Howling Gale will be there. Explosive cast to push him away. And Larawan will be there to respond dito. Ginamit na kanya Valkyrie, Exosen. Buhay na buhay pa din. Buo pa ang loob niya dito. We have the Baron up. But I don't think RRQ will get this one.
Yeah, pero ito medyo matapang yung ginagawa dito ni Ortros at saka ni Larawan. Actually, si Larawan pamabaot na, pero si Ortros, kailangan niya din umalis. RRQ, I think they are baiting yung remaining na side ng UDG dito na baka baka alam nila na nagbabaron tayo. Pero bait lang yun. Joke lang talaga yun. Pero actually, the Dragon will be up ng 10 seconds na lang ang natitira sa ating clock. Pero going back to the team fight at the top lane, maganda na sana yung initiation ng side ng UDG if it weren't for the turret dead. And also, tower hugging din itong si Devil J, resulting na 1 down sa side ng UDG. Masyado silang natagalan, patayin itong si Devil J at the top lane, na backstab pa sila dito ngayon ng RRQ. And yes, namatay dito si Marky, but the exchange is really worth it kasi ilan yung casualty na nakuha nila doon against UDG. I think 3 down on the UDG habang RRQ 1 lang or 2 yung nabawas sa kanila.
Yes, and medyo nagkaroon tayo ng konting palitan in the mid lane dito, no? The attempts of trying to go for an engage. Pero wait lang, meron tayong we have also the barrel dito na nagbibigay ng pressure. Also, the pressure right now na nakikita natin sa game na to is talagang mainit. 840 lang ating score. They're already starting the Dragon.
Mainit.
Mainit kasi style show in a way, no? Pero, just checking out yung mid lane natin still being cleared out dito. No clash as of...
Give na ni Dragon, man. I think this is a giveaway Dragon.
Baron.
Pero iniwan nila. Nagbabaron UDG?
Patingin naman, ilabas mo na, kaibigang Oso.
Naku po, nagkapatayan.
Nagkapatayan na. Oo, tapos ay nakuha dito ng support. Pero next thing, ginamit dito kay Helios, pero nagkaroon pa ng konti mabagal dito. Imitsura, low na yung kanyang HP. Na-survive niya yun. Is the last heroes entrance. So pwede silang rumispondi dito sa pagkuha ng Baron. But take note, Yasu. Ito na, tumpalo na mga kaibigan. Sayonara, mapapasayonara nga ba siya? Bye-bye na sa kanyang mga kalaban. At siya naging next target dito si Larawan. Wala na namang mana, Heroes Entrance to respond. Eto na, ang bayaning hinihintay ng lahat. Dumating si Don dito para tumulong. Low na ang HP ng RRQ. Stasis just in time. But final spark ang sigaw ng Sailor Moon dito at hindi tumama yung kanyang light binding sa mid game. Buti na lang, naging okay na. Sa 16 minutes, medyo nagkapalitan lang.
Yeah, I think to summarize that that team fight, nagsimula yon nung nag-attempt or pumwesto yung side ng UDG. I think it's Larawan and si Ortros nandun mismo sa may Baron pit natin. Medyo bawas yung Baron natin, so malamang kinakaltokan nila yon ng unti-unti, no? Pero RRQ, iniwan nila yung Dragon dahil kanina nagda-Dragon na sila for the side of RRQ. And yun nga, sabi nila, hala, nagbabaron sila, tara, respondi tayo doon just to found na andun lang, dalawa lang yun nandun para sa side ng UDG. So nahuli na dito si Ortros, wala nang paprotect dito si Larawan. And even at the middle lane, no, they attempted to catch itong si kuya nyo Don, kasi si Don, naggamit din siya ng Hextech Ultimatum. Pero since makakapal ang buhay ng RRQ, hindi ganun kadaling i-burst. And I think, apat sa kanila yung merong stasis. So, survive na survive lang. Ang hirap din kasi kapag yung ultimate mo, kaya lang i-counter ng stasis. Just like a Camille. Underground dito, medyo nag-i-struggle in terms of everything. Objectives, tower push, and sa team fight actually. Kasi yung burst nila, minsan nagkukulang. Sabi natin dito si Larawan, pero kulang yung mana minsan di ba?
Yes. Kaya nga, ito yung sinabi mo, Yaso, no? The good thing about having 4 Stasis entrant dito is that wala nang mahuhuli si Sayonara at si Don. Kasi yun yung ginagawa nila kanina pa Stick Ultimatum, tapos tiladahan, tapos go for the target and kill it. Get the kill, tapos go for the transition afterwards. And the problem right now is yung stasis, enough yun para makapag-buy time para dumating yung members of our crew to respond if kung sino man ang mahuli nitong si Sayonara at si Don.
Yeah, and enough din yun to survive yung ultimate Hextech Ultimatum neto ni Don. Talagang deny lang Parang peace lang din yan, parang Z lang din yan. Isang stasis mo lang, deny agad yung ultimates ng mga champions natin na naka-base on their, nakasalam sa mga big ultimate nila to initiate and to eliminate a target dito. RRQ still holding on dun sa kanilang middle turret dito habang UDG, wala na silang first tier na mga turret dito. UDG, it's refreshing na nakakita tayo ng mga wards all around the map right now. Speaking of wards, RRQ, currently, sila yung medyo madilim ang paningin dahil isa lang yung ward na nakalapag. O yun, kakalagay lang sa tribush at the top lane and also sa may Baron pit. Pero UTG, hiwa-hiwalay sila dito nakalayo. Etong si Don, pwede siya mag-split push but I don't think RRQ, scattered din sila trying to counter din yung pressure ng mga minions dito coming from the side ng UDG.
Yes, pero right now, Yaso, medyo mataba si Helios. 8-1-3 yung kanyang score dito. Pretty much set up na siya for the late game talaga kasi Sterax Gauge, Death Dance, Black Liver, and then the Solari Charge Blade. They don't have the information right now that they're actually getting the Dragon, Baron rather, because na-clear nila yung ating wards. Now, the hunt will be used. May mata sila dito ginamit ng Redemption para magkaroon sila ng maraming information sa ating Baron mismo. They're taking a lot of damage from the Baron. Exhausted going in para kay Larawan, but saktong-sakto lang yung kanyang bunson doon. But Ortros, nakapalit ang kanyang buhay. He is still alive. What are you doing? Doon naman ay siya with-ignite dito. But nasa loob, alam sa Sayonara, gonna try to go for Marky, but Marky was able to survive that one. Nasa loob mga kaibigan, tinamaan ng Shield of Turan, kapalit ng kanyang buhay. Si Tuloy humahabol, and si Marky kanyang next target, iniiwasan niya. Light fighting with the prediction coming from Marky, but not gonna be enough to save himself dito. At ang next target niya ay walang iba kundi si Exhausted Mitsura chasing him down. We have the minions pushing the mid lane. They could end this one once again, pero low yung kanila mga HP dito. So they could just
what happened?
Maybe go for the Baron.
Dun sa team fight na yon, nag-attempt sila to go for Larawan. Yes, beautiful initiation, beautiful from the side of RRQ. Iniwan nila yung Baron. That's a big check for RRQ. Pero, hindi nila napatay agad si Larawan. Larawan is the only one, I guess, aside from Sayonara, yung merong AOE damage, massive damage. Kasi naman yung item dito ni Larawan, GA na, tapos IE na, Solari pa. Tapos, hindi nila napatay agad itong si Larawan. Ortros, yes, nakatulong yung kanyang bahagyang pagmunson. Hindi siya, kompleto talaga Kasi nasa position siya na very danger yung position niya doon para kay Ortros. At least makapigbigay lang ng konting heal dito kay Larawan. And tinry niya namang umalis. Kaso yun nga, sabi mo, nasunog nga siya dito ni Helios with that ignite. And RRQ, nabagsakan din sila ng Heroes Entrance kahit papano. Neto ni Mitsura, they denied din. Nakalimutan din nila yung existence dito ni Don. Mga pinagsisisor sila dun sa mukha nila. Neto ni Don. And at the same time, no, medyo sad nga lang yung kay Sayonara kasi tinry niyang pumunta sa may gitna to eliminate Marky. But Marky, well protected eh. Habang medyo naging maganda din kasi nakatalikod silang lahat kay Don and kay Larawan.
Okay.
Yes, GA na nga, kaibigan.
Alright. It seems like UDG is trying to reset muna for now because kukunin muna ni Larawan yung kanyang package. Hex Drinker yung kinuha niya, no? Just to show respect para kay Marky dito because of the damage that he could deal during sa mga laban natin. Hex Drinker, gonna go for the more shoes later on. But right now, eto na, ang bakbakan ng Century, mga kaibigan. Could this be the clash that we've all been waiting for? Tignan natin kasi siniset up nila ang ating Dragon.
Feeling ko last clash to eh.
And Don, eto na naman, parang deja vu ba? Nangyari to kanina. May package tayo, masikip yung lugar. Lamang dito ang Underground.
Game
If this
one to,
going to be a battle na mangyayari dito, masikip yan. Again, opportunity dito for Underground. They're making spaces dito sa ating mid lane habang binibigyan ng pressure sa ating Dragon. I think this could also be an advantage for RQ if mawala na yung package dito ni Larawan. Pag kinuha na yan ng ibang delivery package, no? The Dragon, slowly binabawasan ng
Kinuha na
RQ. ibang
rider, man.
Oo, grinder na to. No? Pag kinuha yan na, ginamit niya na kasi mawawala na. Information para sa kanila. Clear the mid lane. Warded tayo dito. Sinusunod ng Dragon.
Hinahabol niya si Larawan, no? Si Helios sa may bandang gitna.
Oo. Medyo malalim ka, kaibigang Oso. Teka lang, ha? Ang dami nangyayari dito. Parang kinakabahan na ako para sa dalawang team na ito. Wala pa tayong tinirdahan. Mag-up na yan. Actually, kaka-up lang na tinirdahan dito. Goes off the execute ultimate. Pero yung top lane!
Yung top lane nga dito ng side ng Underground, masyadong nalilibang ang mga tropa natin sa Underground dito. They have to defend. Pero hiwa-hiwalay kasi si and yes, good call yan na si Mitsura yung mag-defend dito kasi meron naman siyang Heroes Entrance. So, hati ang atensyon ng Underground as of now. Pero si Mitsura, men! Pinawi dito.
Malalim siya masyado doon. Next ultimate para kay Chas. Pero nasa loob si Exhausted dito. Ortros, ginamit ang kanyang Monsoon para maligtas si Larawan. Larawan pre-hit sa likod. Si Sayonara, ginamitan dito ng Heroes Entrance. But here comes Helios, the main problem of Underground. Pero nag-change sila ng target dito. Ginamit ang kanyang Stasis. Meron pa siyang Guardian Angel. Devil J, running for his life. Kailapat na member dito ng Underground. Ang umahabol sa kanya. Si Helios, nagbago ang isip. Bahala kayo dyan. Doon ako sa ating mga minions dito. And si Jazz was able to get away. Nagkaroon lang sila ng 1-2 trade sa laban na yun. But teka lang, hindi pa tao si Helios tinamaan dito. Uy, final spec naman. Niliwanagan mga kaibigan. Pero si Mitsura, wala siyang magawa dito. Teleport coming in para rumisponde. Pipigilan nga ba nila? No, Mitsura will fall down. But nag-broke na yung Guardian Angel. May extra ultimatum tayo going up para kay Don dito. Hindi will be using it. Napigilan niya. Guardian Angel will broke para kay Larawan. But that's gonna be secure kill. Wait a minute, kaping mainit. Dragon na naman ang sunod nilang gagawin dito. Si Don will respond dito mismo. Pero teleport. Eto na. Ang mga matchup kapito. Dalawang jungler mga kaibigan. Hindi pala 6 sa sunod ng Don. Pero si Don, teka lang na wala na. Yung kanilang jungler dito. Sayonara na pabaybay siya. And that Dragon will be slain by RRQ. And now, ang next target nila dito ay si Don. And Don will fall down as well.
Wala naman, hindi din makaresponde itong si Larawan. Larawan taking a lot of time trying to defend yung kanila second tier turret sa may gitna. And kita mo yung Sayonara, pagdating niya, wala agad. Pagdating niya, umuwi agad, men. Huli ka na nga sa party, pagdating mo, pinauwi ka din agad-agad. RRQ, bumulusok. Ang network nila, nasa kanila ng lahat. 3 Dragon rather, and also claiming that Baron kasi ang tagal ng timer ni Sayonara. Si Don ginawa niya ng lahat. Pero, you know, mas marami yung RRQ on that feed. Numbers, lamang na lamang yung RRQ. Si Don, even though the GA was there, pinagsisipa niya. Pero wala silang pake. RRQ, mas marami sila, mas malakas sila on that moment. And ang bilis lang talaga nila na-eliminate si Sayonara. Medyo questionable ako bakit hindi nag-join or at least sumama si Larawan. Kasi he's got the damage. Nakaka-survive si Don at that point.
And the problem is that was a pretty good setup coming from RRQ dito, no, by clearing the minion wave with the top lane to give the pressure lightly para matagal magbigay sila ng mahirapan talaga sila ng gusto doon. Pero teka lang, may smoke screen tayo dito. That's going to be next ultimatum coming in. Exhausted na nahuli dito. Napapalaw na si Exhausted. Exhausted nung tingin siya mamatay. But he will fall down in the hands of Don. Larawan din habol dito ni Chas. He will fall down. Wala na siyang Guardian Angel dito. He did fall down. At itira mag-isa si Mitsura. Medyo malalim siya. Pinupush niya si Marky. Pero this time, different story. This is going to be the first defeat of the Underground. Sa kauna-unahang laban, sa kauna-unahang series nila dito. And that's going to be a win for RRQ.
Yes, that's definitely a win for RRQ. I think this is the first three games natin, third game. And that's the first bangas sa win streak ng Underground dito. I think medyo na-underestimate din nila yung late game potential dito ng draft ng side ng RRQ. Kita mo naman, struggle sila sa kakunatan and kung gaano nila katagal pinapatay yung mga Brusco Bros dito ng side ng Underground. And there's like, ang liit nung chance talaga na na-access ni Sayonara yung natatanging vulnerable target ng side ng RRQ, which is itong si Marky. Marky naman, even though nakakat siya dito, enjoying the time of his life. Nababato niya pa din yung kanyang final spark dito. Nakakahuli siya na 2 doon sa kanyang light binding. Kumbaga, before mamatay dito si Marky, na ibabato niya yung mga important skills niya. And yun nga, no, speaking of namamatay si Marky, napakabihira eh. Napakabihira. And it's just, I know, Underground, kailangan adjustments. Kailangan mag-adjust dito ng Underground dahil RRQ, yung experiment nila nung Game 1, gumana this Game 2.
Yes, sobrang lakas din talaga ni Marky in this particular game. You know, a lot of times, nakita natin na there was actually an attempt then from Underground to go for Marky. But Marky is just, you know, madalas talaga. Lux, may ghost siya dito. Meron siyang flash talaga so you can disengage properly. Ang dami niya pwedeng gawin. Ang dami niyang utility dito to save himself sa mga certain scenarios dito. And also, Exhausted, medyo hindi natin siya napapansin, pero what happened in that particular team fight, especially in the Dragon, is that he was the main reason kung bakit napigilan dito at naman Sayonara, the body slam, the combo, sabay sila nag-teleport dito, and oh wow, this game, sobrang intense, and I am seeing the chat right now na to, sobrang na-excite sila sa laban na yun, and huwag kayong mag-alala guys, kasi kami din, grabing intensity itong laban na ito, and looking forward sa ating Game 3. Pero highlights muna tayo sa ating Game 2.
Yeah, this is the highlights, no? Makikita natin, nagtatry talaga yung Underground dito. Madami silang sneaky moves. Ito yung first na benga neto ni Marky. Grabe yun, yung calculation nun. Mga 5 calculator ang ginamit doon to pinpoint the location of Mitsura. And kita mo, Marky, bato lang siya ng bato ng kanyang mga final spark dito. And si Marky nasa likod lang siya. And dito siya tumapang na ay hindi na nakita. Pero ang tapang niya at that point, no? And kita mo, yung isa lang kasi din talaga yung kayang mag-soak ng damage kami doon side ng RRQ, wherein ito lang si Mitsura lang. Kaso nga lang, ang daming Brusco Bros na kumakaltok sa kanya. Mag-isa lang siya. Habang yung ibang mga kasangga niya, maninipis lang eh. Kailangan niya protektahan almost everyone sa kanyang team dito. Even though si Don, medyo pumalong-pralo na din yung kanyang mga items dito. It's just that they don't have sometimes sa RRQ, no, wala silang enough na time para bawasan or para i-eliminate lahat ng HP na natitira dito sa side ng RRQ. Makunat sila eh. So, you're gonna take a lot of time trying to take them down.
Ang ganda rin talaga ng strat dito ng RRQ, no? With four Stasis Ancient that they have. Imagine, sa lahat ng team fight halos, they have Underground has one focus champion. Always for one. And then eventually, biglang mawawala. They have to make some transition, go for the next target. And indeed, Helios is going to be the player of the game dito kasi no questions asked. Ito naman natin. Talagang ang ganda din nung early game advantage siya dito. Nung early game lead na meron siya sa laban na ito. And it just shows talaga na even 1v1 nakikita natin na nahihirapan si Mitsura na manalo dito against kay Helios because main thing about Galio is he's a counter against AP champion. Pero paano pag ang kalaban mo is AD champion? Eh, di ba? Talagang tapyas ang bato dito sa espada ni Riven.
Yep, indeed. Kaya medyo napapunish talaga itong si parin yung Mitsura. But all in all, Helio, sabi ko nga kanina, masipag yan. Wala yata siyang downtime na yung wala siyang ginagawa. Yes, nagpa-farm siya palagi. Kita mo naman, yung nagkaka-aurahan sila dun sa may dragon, no? Si Helios, sige, lilibangin ko sila, pupush ko yung top lane. Resulting na napaghiwalay nila dito yung underground. And by then, no, medyo nag-fall off din yung side ng RRQ ng bahagya kasi nawalan sila ng target nung talagang nag-continue na sila to get that dragon. But at the end of the day, humabol pa rin talaga yung the rest of underground, eliminating the important champions ng side dito ng underground. And doon na sila napunit ng tuluyan. Sayonara, literal na napunit nung nag-teleport siya doon sa may dragon doon. And kudos pa din kay Don dito kasi grabe yung perseverance niya to at least i-delay yung dragon. Pero yun na, underground 1-1 sila, parang GG.
Yes, eto na. Game 3. Abangan natin yan mga kaibigan. Dahil magkakaroon tayo ulit ng short break. Pagbalik namin, Game 3 na tayo. I am DJ Sphere together with Yasumi. Stay tuned lang kayo kasi pagbalik namin, G3 na.
Different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Hello, hello, hello! At eto na naman tayo. Game 3 na mga kaibigan. Excited na kaming lahat dahil Wow, Game 2 and Game 1 talagang nakitaan natin dito ng potensyal ang RRQ, and could this be the first game na mananalo or first series na mananalo ang RRQ against sa Underground? Malaman natin yan. I am Gigi Sphere nga pala, kasama si Yasu Miao. Game 2 na tayo, Yasu. Ano masabi mo?
Well, maganda yung nakikita natin since hindi lang iilan yung malalakas na team natin. Actually, ang ganda ng second week natin kasi yung mga, sabihin natin, mga binabata-bata ng almost everyone, di ba? Na sabi natin,
Bumawi na,
ito, di ba, makita mo pa lang yung matchup, ito, 2-0 na yan, ganyan, di ba? Pero bumabawi. Ang ganda ng nangyayari sa second week talaga natin. Kasi ito na yung, tapos na yung patansyahan, which is yung week 1. Ito na yung talagang bakbakan, yung second week natin. Third week, yun na yung labasan ng alas talaga. Ito yung may medyo experimental phase, pero may laban. Pero ito nga, Underground, for their very first defeat. Hindi pa naman buong series yung natalo sa kanila, pero nakaisa ang RRQ. And ito nga ba ang sagot para at least maisahan nga talaga yung side ng Underground or Underground? Mag-reset sila dito. Okay, back to best of 1 tayo. So, back to the drawing board. Paano natin sasagutin yung lineup na to ng RRQ? Kasi dalawang beses na nila ginamit yung ganitong draft. And yung first game natin hindi nag-work. Pero the second game, kita mo naman, nag-struggle sila ng husto para sa side ng Underground. And nabanggit mo din kanina, no? Parang GG, ban yung Lux.
Yep, may possibility na magkaroon dito ng ban Lux because of how strong Marky was in that second game. Especially, nakita natin kung gaano siya effective with the final spark. Also, pwede rin, syempre, na maban din dito, or maybe they would let Exhaustion go for the Gragas once again and then Lux para kay Marky. Tapos pag-iisip na ng counterplay itong team ng Underground, no? So overall, since possible na magkaroon tayo ng switch ng sides dito, pwede maging first pick na ang Underground, or rather ang RRQ, because on the second game na first pick dito ang Underground. So maybe this time they will be having the early pick sa kanilang mga gusto talagang i-priority dito, like si Lux, if ever, kung hindi man ito maban. Then again, with the pressure na nabigay sa Underground sa game na to, sa ating game 2, baka mukhang malaki yung chance na magkaroon tayo ng ban Lux sa laban, because syempre hirap talaga sila di talaga nila magawa ng paraan dito yung Lux, and go for different lineup. I would say go for different top. Camille didn't work. I mean, it worked pretty well para sa kanila, early team fight, early hanggang mid game, pero hanggang sa wala, nahirapan na sila dito. It didn't work for them. Pero yun nga, still a very interesting game. Tignan natin sa game 3 kasi ano bang mangyayari, anong difference ngayon sa ating pangatlong laban.
Actually, kung tutuusin, parang hindi lang ban Lux no? Parang medyo, it's either ban Riven or get Riven for the side of UDG. Kasi Riven, ito yung isang champ na kala mo mamamatay na, pero joke lang po, di ba? Kasi lakas din nung kanyang cashback ng HP dito. Sana all may cashback ng HP, no? Pero anyway, yun nga, no? It can be a counter pick or just ban doon sa mga strong champs na na-pick dito ng side ng RRQ. We're just waiting for the draft as of now kasi malamang very interesting yung mga magiging bans natin rather than the pick, no? Yung mga bans, kung andito na ba yung respect bans, makakita ba tayo ng mga respect bans kung saan natalo yung UDG or RRQ, they will get to keep yung ganong scenario, yung ganong draft for themselves. And also kasi, hindi nakapag-ban kasi kanina ng isa, yung Underground. Bale, 4 lang yung naban nila kanina. And malay mo naman yung isa, sana, Lux sana yun di ba? Kung Lux yung binan nun, hindi sana 2-0 na to. Pero, good to see, hindi, joke lang. Good to see, no? RRQ, Cerebrum, Sunsparks, they are stepping up doon sa mga gulayat na mga teams natin. And, grabe, mainit pa sa hot kahit kahit hapon na, no? Pero ito na, inintay natin na draft. Who's gonna be the first ban? Is it gonna be Fiora? At sama nga yung sinabi mo, parang GG, no? Nag-switch na sila ng sides. RRQ sa first pick natin, first 2 picks sa UDG. So, UDG, ang binaban nila dito is Fiora. Unang-una is Fiora. And then for the side of RRQ, they're gonna go with Vayne na ban dito. Yumi pa din, of course. Ang ban natin, huwag niyo palabasin yan. Pusa yan.
Nahirap talaga yan. Kanina may nakalusot na isang Rengar na alam mo yun, pusa talaga.
Oo, pusa yun, pusa.
And right now, Garen, ban ulit dito for RRQ. Ayaw talaga nila magkaroon ng pagkakataon si Mitsura to use that Garen. And the thing is, nawawalan sila dito, nababawasan sila ng potential to, champions to potentially tank the damages from their enemy. No? Unfortunately, hindi naging enough si Mitsura kanina with his Galio. We'll see if this time they're going to use a different tank champion in the mid lane, or maybe he will go back to the assassin champion that he used earlier sa ating first game, which is si Fizz. Natin kasi this is going to be the deciding match. Is this going to be the first lose of Underground sa ating series dito? Tignan natin kasi mainit talaga to, no? And Seth, Jace pa rin ang ibaban dito.
Jace.
First pick, we have Lux open. So Lux, hindi nila libinan.
Gragas,
Maybe
Renekton.
Underground gas plan, no? Gragas actually
Yaw,
banda.
ano.
Yung Galio.
Uy! Ini-steal ng RRQ yung consistent Galio pick dito ng side ng UDG. Kanina kasi on that Galio, si Ortros yung naglaro. The second game, it's on Mitsura. May question lang ako, Par. Is Galio Mitsura champion? Parang hindi yata bagay kay Mitsura yung mga champions like Galio, especially yung mga tanky na champions na nagpo-focus talaga sa tank, no? More on the damage kasi ang nakikita natin ng mga champs for Mitsura.
Actually, with regards to Galio, I haven't seen him use Galio a lot. Pero there are times na gumagamit siya ng Garen. And it works pretty well naman para sa kanila. Feeling ko lang mas preferred ko talaga yung Mitsura on the assassin side. But then again, yun na, talagang alam mo yun, pasok ang pasok. Pero gano'n naman sa kanya yung mga Garen picks sometimes. Pag yun yung ginagamit nila. Tingnan natin sino maging second pick nila. Renekton, first pick for Underground. So pretty much, you know, again,
Gragas.
Kanila naman ang Riven ngayon.
For the UDG, no? Parang magpakapalitan sila dito ng draft. Kasi RRQ kanina, sila yung nagpa-first pick ng Renekton. And followed by the Gragas. Pero Fiora is out in the open. Ito yung tipo na isang ding champion na ayaw mong palabasin since matrabaho tong champion na to going for the push or very effective din pagdating sa team fight and pag-go sa may backlines natin. So we'll see kung paano go ng RRQ. And they have Darius for the side of RRQ. So this is going to be a jungle Fiora, no?
Pwede, no? Pwedeng top lane Fiora, mid lane itong si Darius, or mid lane Fiora because this is Helios, you know naman. Kanina, kung kanina ginamit niya Riven mid, he is one of the players talaga na actually he's one of the first player ever sa ating previous seasons or summer season yata yun who used a Fiora mid lane. But yeah, who indeed? Action, my friend. Where have you been? Si Aladdin, no? Nandito. So, this is very interesting coming in from Underground right now. We're not on the testing phase. They pretty much practiced this already. Baka pag nagkaroon tayo ng isang talo, ito na gagawin natin. Ilabas na natin ang tinatago natin. Si Aladdin kasama niya ang kanyang genie.
Pero medyo kamukha din siya ni Eren, no? Sabi niya, kunin mo si Action. Tatakay. Kasi may 3DMG gear din yan Meron din yung malulubid-lubid sa may mga walls, di ba? Kumakapit din yan sa walls. Parang si Camille. And yun nga, no? Pwede niya pang mag-focus. Barrel ang gamit nito ni paring Action. And also, I think, more on the revenge kasi ito din si Action Yung mga take, di ba? Medyo I think UDG confident naman sila dito to counter yung mga, so kunyari, nawalan sila dito ng isang member on the champ, nagkaroon sila ng casualty. They can always take it back kung mapapatay sila dito ni Action Jackson, di ba? Pero the bans, the elite, well, yeah, kahapon kasi ginamit ng side ng UDG itong si Ashe. That's why it's respect ban. Kasi nilabas nila itong si Action. I think the combo, pwede nilang ipasok with the Crystal Arrow neto ni Larawan, no?
Yeah, now that Ash and Corky has been banned out, we'll see kung kukuha ba siya ng Lucian because Larawan is playing a lot of Lucian even though they have an action already. Leona, this is going to be a very good choice. Good pick para sa Underground. Leona, one of the champions na meron 3 crowd control or 4, I would say. Kasi pag
Leona is crowd control itself.
Oo, napabayaan nga lang na mapili nila dito itong si
Lux pa din.
Si Lux. So maybe Underground has a plan dito because they let Marky got Lux once again. And they banned out Gragas, no? So I think iniisip nila na baka ito lang talagang malaking, wait lang, bakit?
So, jungle Fiora talaga to. Since mid lane Akali.
So, mukhang
You're not gonna put Akali on the jungle naman no?
si Brand, naku, puro sila.
Brand.
Puro
Parang brand new world na tayo.
Apoy. May araw, may apoy. Meron pa silang dito, Sandman, di ba?
Mainit din yun, men.
Oo.
Mainit din yun.
Siyempre, alam mo diba, pag nasa sand ka, mahirap yan.
Tapos,
But yeah,
si Sayonara, medyo nag-aapoy din tayo. Actually, kung makikita mo, UDG, they have CC dito.
jungle
Meron
ba
ng
to?
apoy, meron pang CC. Well, I'm not sure, no?
Oh, mid lane action. Okay, akala ko kasi pwede kasi maging jungle action, no? A lot of players experimented on that. But yeah, Brand probably going to be the APC to counter out Liwanag laban sa Apoy. Tignan natin. Will that work? At dalawang tank din, no? We have Galio versus Leona. So this time, nalabaran nila yung tanke sa tanke. And I thought still the standard going against Darius. So we'll see how that would pan out. And now, Yasuo, hindi jungle Fiora nga. Tama ka.
Oh, jungle Fiora. Kasi wala nang ibang wala nang iba pa na pwedeng i-jungle dito. Pero we'll see, no? Para tayong nakapasok sa brand new world, brand new draft, brand new meta, and not only from UDG, but also sa side ng RRQ, though APC ang side ng RRQ dito. But tingnan natin kung mag-work out gaya nung kanina. Feeling ko kasi medyo tagilids kasi ang dami na nilang squishy. Kung ano yung ikinunat nila kanina, ngayon naman yung ikinanipis ng lineup ng RRQ. Underground though, ang dami nilang CC. They have a stun almost on everyone, I think, except for Mitsura dito. But having that Brand, the stun, and also the damage per second, yung burn na pwedeng ibigay ng isang Brand dito. And sabi mo nga, that Leona, ang dami niyang stun. And I think Leona itself is the stun. Makita mo na si Leona, ma-stun ka na, pre.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Yasuo. Actually, one thing about Brand, sabi nga ni Otolus nung doon kami sa ating watch party sa PPGL, no, is that Brand is, in terms of damage, hindi talaga ganun kalakas yung damage niya. But the thing about Brand is yung kanyang damage over time. So yun talaga yung masakit. Yung damage over time. Kahit nga yung Pyroclasm niya, yung ultimate niya, hindi naman ganun kasakit eh. Diba? Yung damage over time, yung talaga upfront attempt natin dito to go for first blood, pero walang tinamaan. Minions, tinamaan, yes. But this is going to be very interesting as well in the mid lane. No? Mitsura versus Helios. Akali versus etong si Akshan. And alam naman natin na itong si Akshan is parang silver. Diba? Pabumerang lang.
Yeah, pero wala pa tayo dito sa Wildrift. Malay mo naman, no? Baka nakikinig talaga kay Gigi, no? Sabi ni Gigi Spear, yun na ilabas natin next time. O, diba? Ayos ba? Sana all. Pero kidding aside, wala pa tayong actions. Since parehas na side natin, nagpa-farm pa as of now. I don't think na meron sila agad na pang-initiate dito. Wala pa tayong nakikitang rotations coming from the junglers natin. Might be coming from UDG, no? Kasi heading to the top lane, itong si Sayonara. Kaso wala na sila maabutan din. Wala na si Devil J, nakauwi na dito. Habang yung bottom lane naman natin, yung parehas na support natin, just supporting yung kanilang mga respective na nakalinya dito sa may Dragon's respective APC. And parang GG.
Okay, kumulik na yung kanyang Zenith Blade bottom dito. Exhausted, medyo kanyang HP doon. But buhay pa rin si Ortros. Ginamit na yung kanyang heal. All of a sudden, with burnout already. And the problem with RRQ, napasahan ng rumaragas ang fire burning. Holy malava.
Yeah, ito yung sinasabi nga ni paring Otolus, no? The thing with the Brand dito, siya yung very embodiment ng Ignite. Literal na apoy.
The problem, as I mentioned, is that walang support summoner spell in the bot lane. Etong RRQ. They have the ghost, they have the flash, pero walang kill. Diba? So, yun yung problema.
Yeah, and also yun nga, no, Ortros with that initiation din, the perfect stun, the perfect placing din ng mga skills dito ni Laro 1. Pero top lane natin, men.
Devil J, ultimate coming in from Mitsura to secure that one kill na top lane dito. And the rotation is indeed working in favor of our underground right now, no? Iba yung rotation nila dito compared to the first two games. Parang they've been making a lot of movements kagad, no? Earlier on.
Yep.
Kagad simula pa lang, pre 3 minutes or before the Dragon starts.
Actually, ginawa din naman nila to nung first game natin, no? Sa kaso medyo tayo slideshow kanina nung first game. Kaya hindi natin napansin. Kaya eto, UDG, they claim the first blood and the second blood again. And 20 seconds, no? Mag-up na yung dalawang first two objectives natin. And nakakuha na nga first items yung underground. Buo na yung kanilang mga first items dito. Comparing to RRQ, no? Si Akali pa lang or si Helios pa lang yung merong first item dito. While the rest, yes, meron na tayo din Ludens Echo kay Marky as of now. Pero the rest, struggle pa rin to build their first core item for the side of RRQ. Pero UDG yung unang nakapwesto dito, paring Spear. Kaso umaara na si Helios.
Inaamoy na ni Helios, mga kaibigan. We have 2 Black Levers so far. He's going to try the Black Levers once again. Pero Charles, slowly getting Dragon dito. Binibigyan na lang kanyang damage. Boomerang, been thrown by Mitsura dito. They're not going to commit on this one. Medyo malayo dito. There's a members of RQ. They're now going in. Ginamit ang shield. Light binding kumanek sa isa. Hero's entrance. Sa loob. Pero nahuli si Ortros dito. Nakuha, mga kaibigan, ng underground ng ating Dragon. But now, here's the next target. Buhay pa rin dito. Itong si Don, but not going to save. Himself and the Devil J coming in with an auction guillotine. Wala silang na-revive ni J.
Grabe, paano magre-revive? Yung magre-revive na Yatarp din. Pero grabe yun, man. Nung dinakdakan ni Devil J, yung tatlo, ramdam ko yun. To the point na medyo yung aking
ulo, no?
Medyo naramdaman ko yun, friend.
Nauntog ka din.
Pero at least, pero at least nakita ko yun, triple kill coming from Devil J, tatlong dakdak. Biruin mo, hindi bola yung idadakdak sa'yo, yung court.
Ayun pala. Yung court talaga. Masakit nga naman talaga yung pag nagkataon, no? But again, triple kill, giving more lead para dito kay Devil J. Actually earned him the Hextech Proto Belt. Now also has yung kanyang Ruby Crystal dito. Probably to go for the next item. At eto yung replay natin. Makikita natin talaga, no, na maganda yung setup sana ng underground. Pero tinamaan kasi ng route ng light binding.
Yeah, na-root sila dun sa may tubig, no, natali ng seaweed sa ilalim ng river. And yeah, ito na yung medyo naabutan ko dito, si Devil J. Medyo dumadakdak na. And naubos na din kasi dito yung side ng UDG. Medyo pumasok pa rin sila. Parang pinush pa rin nila yung issue na mag-commit ng team fight, no, for the side of UDG despite na-root sila doon. Tinamaan sila, I think, halos lahat ng light binding neto ni Marky wherein ano na yan, naka-Ludens Echo na yan. So medyo makatikan yan for the side of RRQ. But UDG, I think nakuha naman nila yung Dragon at that point. Pero top lane natin, nagkukulitan sila.
Nagkukulitan. Nagkakapaluan lang. No referral ng next target ang dalawang team natin dito. Mitsura, slowly try to get this to dish a damage. Mas sinunod na lahat ng Winds of War dito. Nasa likod yung matahan ng ating referral. They're slowly still getting it. 4,000 na lang yung HP dito ng ating referral. Walang pupunta sa RRQ. They're just gonna go for the turrets. Turret in the bot lane did fall down. First tier nakuha dito ng RRQ. Pero ang next target dito din naman ang stun. With a solar flare. Exhausted. Napakakunat. Grabe naman.
Yep, ginamit mo na almost everything, pero everything is not enough, no? Pero ito, ang ganda din ang sagot dito na side ng UDG kasi transition agad sila dito sa push, pero hindi pa tapos paring Spear.
Nasagi yun, mga kaibigan. Don't naman dito. Final Spark will secure that one kill. The next target will be Ortros, but Ortros flashing out muna for now. Easy lang kayo kasi nakuha pa rin nila na maligtas yung ating turret sa mid lane. RRQ is doing pretty well sa laban na to.
Konting pitik na lang yung middle turret nito. Gusto lang sana itabla din yung tower push na ginawa nito ni Devil J at the bottom lane. But yun nga, hindi na nila na-push. Nagkaroon pa sila ng casualty doon dahil si Don, liwanag ang huli niya nakita bago siya mawala doon. The final spark coming from Marky. And this is gonna be another tower push coming from the side ng RRQ. And without any contest yun from the side ng UDG. I think UDG, medyo humihina sila kapag nawawala na sila talaga ng tore. RRQ, ang taas ng tower push rate nila, I think, kumpara sa UDG, sa mga games natin, first, second game, UDG yung laging nauunahan na uubusan ng tore.
Parang gana ng sobra sa RRQ to nangyayari ngayon, no? Because they're having enough farm, especially right now, malapit na mabuo ni Darius or ito si Devil J, yung kanyang Deadman's Fate dito. Getting enough items for his champion and lalo na tumataba din itong si Marky. And again, sa mga laban natin, hindi mo na gaano papansin yung damage overall from Marky. Kasi mabagal naman yung damage niya and hindi naman ganoon kalakas. But the problem is, ang bilis ng cooldown ng mga skills dito ni Marky. And also,
Yup.
Larawan is having a hard
Light
time
bindings.
to make some counterplay sa kanya. May Oblivion Orb na siya. May Rod of Ages. And Wit's End is up for Mitsura. Dragon is up as well. Second Dragon of the game. Sayonara tinamaan dito.
Sayonara.
Teka lang, Shuriken Flip. Papasok nga ba siya doon? Iniikot-ikot na niya ang kanyang kadenang ginto. But they're not gonna commit muna for now. Tamang chill lang kasi set up na muna tayo for Dragon.
Yeah, natatakan nila itong si pare nyo, Sayonara. Pero hindi kasi nila alam kung asan exactly yung location ng iba pang miyembro ng UDG. Kaya ang hirap ng mag-risk yun para sa side ng RRQ. Kung pasukan din kasi ni Helios doon, manipis lang siya, no? And yun nga, wala silang information. They don't have enough vision, they don't have enough wards. And also, mas malapit sa tower kasi yon ng UDG. Pero uy, try lang. Sabi ni EXO, baka lang. Diba?
Yan ang literal na nagkakaambahan. Right now, I think Underground has to focus Marky. At least kung magkakaroon ng pagkakataon si Ortros dito, use the Solar Flare para kay Marky. So hindi siya magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng makapag-light binding. This is a good position para sa kanila. Medyo malayo si Marky dito kasi Exhausted, tinatangke niya yung kanilang kalaban. Nakita na sa'yo, Nara! Si Marky na pa-flash out kagad kinabahan and Ghost has been used as well. Pero tinamasa rin ng light binding dito. The Dragon has been taken down. Naku po, mali lang si Exhausted. Wrong turn siya doon. And Dragon has been secured by RRQ.
I guess the reason why nagkaroon din ng casualty dito yung side ng RRQ. And ang ano lang doon, ang mission, sige, sacrifice, we get this dragon, 'di ba? Parang libangin mo sila Exosen. Okay lang. Kaya bumalik din si Exosen. Napatanong ako ba't bumalik si Exosen doon? Kasi hindi ko nakitang umalis ng Dragon Pit itong si Chaz. Even Helios was on the Dragon Pit. And tinuloy lang nila yung kanilang mission dito. And successful naman yun para sa kanila. Yun nga lang, nawalan din sila ng Torre dito. And plus a casualty on the side of RRQ. Pero Mitsura, mukhang pamo of Mamortius na siya dito, Kuya Gigi, against Helios. I guess nararamdaman ni Mitsura, parang ako target na ito ni Helios. May galit pa sa akin to, ganun.
Yeah, actually even Marky. Kasi uy, sayang dito mama yung kanyang Zenith Blade doon. Pag nagkataon, pwede din mapita si Marky doon kasi wala na yung summoner spell niya.
Yep.
And alam mo yun, the attempts of Sayonara trying to go for Marky is really the huge deal dito. No? The problem is, hindi nila talaga maabot si Marky kasi may ghost yan eh. Ghost and flash. Pag ginamit niya yung sabay, then madali talaga siya makakatakas. Pero ngayon, referral. Uy, hinatak mga kaibigan dito si Don. Tinabayan din na sila ng Shin of Turan. Inatotin mo din, naagaw nila yung referral. Pero enough ba yan? Sapat ba yan para may panalo nila ito? Dito may Zeret Blade coming from Northros. Free hit. Si Larawan. Marky is free hit as well. Pinagbabarel. Ito si Devil J, but he is still alive. Wait a minute. Kaping mainit. Isa lang ang napatas nila doon. Tinabahan ng light fighting. And the lucid singularity will not be enough to secure that kill against Qeon.
Yep, nagkaroon ng armor. Etong si Kuya nyo doon. Kung wala siguro na-generate na armor itong si Don, malamang yatarp ito. Oo eh. Yatarp siya doon. It's a barrier nga naman pala, no? But RRQ, nakita ko na naman si Chas, hindi siya lumabas ng pit dito. But, hindi sila nag-deward. Kita-kita sa ward na mag-isa na si Chas. Pero ito,
naku, si Chas, medyo malalim ka. Prioritization lang, target. Uy,
parang mali yung base na inuuwian mo, Chas ah. Ba't ganun? Dito kayo sa kabila. Oo.
Parang
biglang
gusto
ligaw,
niyang, parang gusto rin niyang kumanta ng para sa'yo. Doon siya sa kabila. But then again,
gusto niya maki-Happy New Year, man.
Oo, Happy New Year. Yun nga yung nangyari, no? Nakuha yung first through the mid lane. All 3 turrets is down. First 3 turrets ng UDG. And they're slowly getting back on their feet, no? After what happened sa ating referral. Kasi right now, you have to take note that the referral is still on the hands of Sayonara na pwede nilang gamitin for the last remaining turret in the bot lane to give this pressure that they want. At hindi pa rin nila nahuhuli si Marky hanggang ngayon.
Hindi pa din nila
yung last ng mga inspired eh.
Ano ba, bebe buff ba yun? Kay Marky?
Oo, mga bebe buff kasi itong mga to eh. Sayonara, may bebe buff. Marky, may bebe buff.
Kapag ka magwa-Wildrift ka at magpo-pro ka, kailangan may bebe buff ka, di ba?
Oo, sa Korea, bawal lang may bebe buff. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, yun ang papalakas sa'yo.
Oo, yun ang nagpapalakas sa'yo. Pag wala kang bebe buff, wala kang additional plus 10 armor, plus 10 damage, gano'n.
Tsaka wala kang para sa'yo. Diba?
Oo.
Hindi ka
Wala.
makakaawit para
Yung
sa'yo.
yung New Year mo, New Year lang. Hindi happy.
Hindi happy. Ayan. Going back sa game natin dito, masyado tayo nagiging happy. Kasi eto na, Dragon going up in 25 seconds mga kaibigan. And still defending the bot lane dito. It's really important to defend this the bot lane turret as well, no? Because of the Dragon preparation. Kasi pwede nilang mas set up pa na maayos yung Dragon dito. With the turret up sa bot lane. Nakikita nga natin, Chas going really aggressive right now. Ginamit ang kanyang grand challenge. Ginamit ang stasis. Pero Devil J dumating. Flash out lang. Tamang takbo muna. Parang takbong mabilis lang. Ginamit ang flash Dragon next. Low siya.
Oo. Kaso info yun eh. Walang flash. Etong si Sayonara. So pwede siyang hindi siya pwedeng makapag-asim dito. Baka wala siyang pang mamba out. Wala siyang flash doon. Pero doon, checking out.
Exosen.
Spear.
Minamacho nila dito ang kanilang mga kalaban. Dragon, iniwan na nila ngayon dito. Stasis, itong si Don. He's still alive at he will fall. No! Nakuha nila yung buhay ng Exosen. Devil J will fall down as well. Paisa-isa sila
Pati
dito.
si Chaz.
And Chaz, natira si Marky. Ang pangarap na gusto nilang abutin. Sabay-sabay silang umawit ng para sa'yo dahil apat ang nakuha nila
Para
dito.
sa inyo.
Helios is the only man alive. This is going to be a free dragon for them. And 2 dragons is in the hands of Underground. Going for the Baron
pa.
next.
Yup, UDG, naku po. Mahilig sila sa isang team fight to decide everything. Pero yun nga, Helios pa rin yung natitira dito para sa side ng RRQ. What happened kasi is nakahiwalay. Na-back out itong si Helios way in the back somewhere at the middle lane. Halos napauwi na nga talaga siya doon. But yun nga, Orthros, tumama yung kanyang ultimate dito, the stun. And yes, nag-soak in dito si Orthros. But the thing is, UDG, na-burst down nila tong si Exosen. Bursting down Exosen, meaning, ma-access mo yung mga nasa likod. Wherein, andun si Marky. And just so happen, andun din itong si Chaz. Yes, andun yung mga repose. Pero hindi naman forever yung repose eh. And after the downfall neto ni Chaz, Marky nanakbo na. Kaso nga lang, wala na talaga Erp eh. Hinabol na talaga eh. And UDG, medyo na rubber band nila actually doon yung side ng RRQ. No? Medyo na bait out nila outside the pit. The pit itself. And also nabasag din nila si Devil J doon sa may mismong loob ng Dragon Pit. I'm not sure kung siya yung nag-soak in doon sa damage or siya yung tumangke nung Dragon dito. Pero yung katawan niya nasa loob ng pits eh.
And this time, actually, if you look at it closely, Underground is doing the same thing that ginawa ng RRQ sa kanila kanina, which is to buy four stasis enchant para sa kanilang mga champions dito. What happened in that fight is that yung palitan ng stasis, paiba-iba, na nag-iiba-iba din yung target ng RRQ dito. So, nahirapan sila mag-prioritize ng kanilang target. And hindi na pwedeng gawin ni Exhausted yung ginagawa niya kanina na nag-win. Sobrang matapang. Devil J, delikado siya dito. Sayonara going in. Pinapasok nila sa loob. At ito na, piu. Pero hinarangan ni Marky. Siyang sumalo ng sakit para sa kanyang tropa. Konting pagmapakamartir lang. But the second tier turrets in the mid lane and in the bot lane will fall to the hands of UDG.
Yeah, all in all, even though walang casualty na nakuha dito ang UDG against RRQ, pero wait, there's more! May naiwan!
Masyado ka malalim. Mitsura na huli dito. At walang revive ni Jet kasi ang napitas sa laban na yun. Barrier has been used and talagang secured kill yun kasi ang dami nila dun eh.
Jet Revive Me, di ba sa UDG may Jet Revive Me. Sa RRQ naman, Omen, Smoke Heaven. Di ba? In the form of Helios. May smoke kasi etong si Akali. Smoke Heaven. Par Wildrift to. Wrong game. Wrong game. Pero
tayo dito, MOBA.
Gucci. Kailan kaya lalabas si Zeri, no? Wala lang. Naisip ko big.
Yeah, I think sa PC ba meron na siya? Parang
Zeri? I think meron na.
Oo, dito na lang sa Wildrift.
Sabay sila ni Neon, di ba? Nagchismisan pa. Pero anyway.
Baka wala pa dito. No? Tingnan natin. Baka naman din makita rin natin yan. But excited din tayo kasi alam mo naman, mga bagong champion, excited lahat. But yep, going back sa game natin, 8-9 ang ating score. Lumamang na pala, Yasu. Ang UTG ngayon,
Underground,
no? After sa mga nangyari. Tsaka si Mitsura naka-GA na.
Yep, dalawang team fight lang yon. Well, nagresulta kasi din yon sa massive push coming from UDG. Kanina, medyo buo pa yung tore ng RRQ dito. They have the first tier turret at the bottom lane and also yung middle turret sa may mid at saka bottom din. Pero after the 2 clash, nalagas yung mga tore dito ng side ng RRQ. Nagkaambahan, pero nagkaramdaman sa may mid lane, no? Pero yung Dragon kasi 30 seconds na. Elder na yan, parang GG.
Akala ko nagkaambahan, tapos na bigla eh. Nagkabati-bati
Oo,
na.
bati na sila. Okay, draw.
Ayaw na natin
It's
ng
a draw.
away. Friendship na muna. Friendship forever. Now, Helios, slowly the bot lane minion wave dito to set up
Yep.
once again. Ito yung ginawa nila nung ating game 2 kung saan sinetapan ni Helios yung ating top lane by clearing the wave and then go for the objective. Dragon is up. Again, tama yung sinabi mo, Yasu. This is the Elder Drake. We have the Baron up as well. Doon sila top lane. Teleport isa para sa kanya. -1 sila dito ng kanilang Stasis. But will he be able to make some changes dito or the impact na kailangan natin? Kasi he's slowly pushing the top lane. Nagde-defend sa bot lane si Mitsura. Yes, Yasu.
Walang vision ng UDG sa ginagawa dito ng RRQ ngayon. Walang nakalagay. Except for that middle ng ward. Kailangan nilang personal na pumunta dyan. Pero si Ortros yan. Nag-check na nga. Pero
teleport coming in mga kaibigan. Nakita nila dito ang isa. Naku po, yung super low siya. Delikado ang buhay niya. Si Ortros sa low. So left there. Walang tinamaan na kahit isa. Si Marky, low na rin siya. Hindi pala low. Half yung HP niya. Pero and Heroes will fall down. The Heroes entrance will knock them all up. Pero teka lang. Si Devil J ang sumunod. Killing spree na ang isa. Tinamaan ang Shield of Turan. Exhausted, inantog. Pero si Ortros, delikado. Tulungan nyo. Tulungan nyo si Ortros. Pero patay pa rin si Ortros. 3 miyembro dito ng Underground Idol. Pero sayonara. Ang inspired si sayonara. Na merong pag-ibig na inaasahan dito. Hinahabol si Chas.
Mabubuhay din nila si Ortros.
Saan ka pupunta? Grand challenge ang ginamit niya. Pero enough pa yan para maligtas sa kanyang sarili. Enough na! Oh my kulay! Si Chas ginagawa pa ng trade!
Bro, hindi trade yun! Hindi trade yun kasi buhay ulit yung UDG!
Oo nga!
Yes, si Chas! Napatay niya yung dalawa. Pero what is that if you have Mitsura? What is that if you have action, bro?
The revive ni Jet, yung safe na pang marami yan. Exhausted, balik ka yata ng liga, pinapasok. Teka lang, wait lang. Light binding connect, Marky, oh no! Marky is struggling for his dive right now. Delikado buhay dito. Pero magandang pagdating ni Devil J. Yung delikado rin siya. Mitsura, backing up muna for now. Dragon has been taken down by Underground. But RRQ still try to make these trades para nanalo doon ng Underground. Naku po.
Yup. Nanalo talaga doon ng Underground, men. Akala mo patay na, pero parang alam mo, nasayang yung effort din doon ni Chaz eh. Kung tumakbo na lang siya ng diretso at hindi niya nilabanan, yes, hindi niya mare-revive etong si Ortros. Even etong isa pa na namatay sa top lane na hinabol na ito ni Chaz. Kasi wala din eh. Namatay lang din siya doon. In result, namatay lang din siya doon. Nabawi dito ni Mitsura. Na-avenge niya yung kanyang mga teammates. Resulting na nawalan sila ngayon ng Elder Drake. And probably, mas mataas yung economy dito ng side ng UDG. O na yung kanilang mga halos pabuo na yung final items nila dito for the side of UDG. And yun nga, no, sabi mo din kanina, nahihirapan na din si Marky. Kanina ina-expect babato niya yung final spark. Pero he tried na at least ma-KS yung Dragon. Pero kasi ando si Sayonara eh. May smiter yung side ng UDG doon.
Siya na talaga yung focus dito.
Wait lang, par. Bumalik ng
Nakikita
stasis
natin.
itong si Don.
Oo, kailangan talaga.
Ang yaman ni Don.
You just go for the teleport if you're going for the split push strat. But since they have the objective right now, they got the Dragon. Wala na sila kailangan din dito but the Baron. But Chaz is doing pretty well dito sa laban na ito because aside from the pick na nakuha niya sa top lane, the trade na ginawa nila dito is just going for the split push. They don't have the information right now. Wala silang ward in the bot lane dito. Pwede niya makuha itong turret, even the inhibitor turret. And now they're gonna engage for this Baron. If this is going to work for them. Bot lane, umuwi na dito. Ito na, kaya for me to grabe. Pero walang damage yan. Medyo mahina yung mga kaibigan. Pero wait lang, hinamaan. Uy, walang tinamaan ng solar flare. Ortos.
Wala nang solar pressure Ortros. Yup, wala nang surf. So medyo maglalaylo yung Underground dito. 2 ultimates are burned. Pero wala silang nakuha doon. No? Medyo nasaktan lang dito ito si Devil J. Pero hindi din naman kasi magkukumit dito yung RRQ. Very risky kung either nung team natin is commit ng Baron dito. Kasi pwede yung sila yung pasukan eh. Especially sa RRQ. No? Kita mo naman kung gaano nakascatter out yung mga wards dito ng side ng UDG. Inside the Baron pit, doon sa mga choke point, inside the jungle, and on the middle lane. Halos lahat ng pwede daanan dito ng RRQ. Merong mata ang side ang UDG. So reset na lang muna. Medyo kalmado muna tayo. I guess, RRQ kailangan nila ditong maglinis ng mga wards para hindi sila lamukid.
Yes. Also,
Oh, isa pang ulti oh.
also Don did go back na ulit sa kanyang teleport dito because he realized na hindi effective para sa kanila na naka-stasis siya kasi alam information yun for RQ eh. Kaya ginagawa dito ni Chaz is split push lang kasi nga wala naman teleport to responde kung sakali.
Yup. And also kasi si Chaz nag-ano na din siya eh. Opting for a split push eh, no? Pero kasi si Chaz kailangan siya sa Baron. So medyo ang tagilid dito yung
1v1.
RRQ unless na lang talaga yoy 1v1 with a great one, no? Habang 4v4 yung nandun sa may Baron. Ambahan sa Baron, ambahan sa lane. Kasi UDG, kung isasama nila si Don on that team fight, yes, maybe makuha nila yung Baron dito. Kaso malamang sa malamang, bubutasin ni Chaz yung ano
Devil
lang
J!
inhibitor. Pero,
Delikado buhay niya. Heroes
Naku,
entrance kami
nainip.
from Exos pero teleport kami ngayon dito mga kaibigan sa ating mga top laners, mga Baron laners. So left natin naman nakita sa Devil J, super low na kanya HP. But he's now going for, where are you going? Teka lang.
Atros!
Hinahatak niya yata. Pero nagpo-push sa bot lane si Chaz. They're not
Pre, buy time!
Nobody's gonna
Buy
know.
time!
How
Di
are
ba
they
kinyo?
gonna know? Pero teka lang, eto na si Don, going for the bot lane. The Winus, ginamit niya dito para magkaka-bot lane mga kaibigan para kay Chaz. And si Chaz, God challenge rather. And Chaz, naku po, nakatapat na. Huli niya ang kanyang katapat dito. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, how are they gonna know? Don is no. Don is no tuloy. Don knows mga kaibigan. And now inaabot si Chaz. Wait lang, sinubukan niya gamitin ang kanyang repost. But he's not gonna survive. With all the damage and the stun coming from Orthros.
not worth for the side of RRQ. Uy! Kala mo na
Ano ba yun?
Marky, ano ba?
Ano ba?
Kumalma ka!
Easy lang.
Bibigyan mo kami ng heart attack dito eh. Pero Exocet, pare ko, mukhang siya ang natitira. Pero we'll be saying goodbye na din. Na kuyog na siya doon. Naipit na siya sa tatlo. And yun nga, no, going back sa sinasabi ko, hindi worth yung ginawa na yun ni Chaz. Dahil hindi kaya ng RRQ na i-defend yung Baron eh. And hindi kaya mag-isa neto ni Helios na mag-execute sa everyone.
3v3,
diba?
3v4, wait lang, hindi ko na pa nangyari dito. Pwede ka na kakabakbakan dito ba? Stasis coming in from Sayonara to save himself. But piu. Combo of Hans coming in dito.
Tapusin niya na!
Mitsura! And Underground! Para sa'yo!
Grabe yun, man.
Ang game 3 na to.
Ang game 3 na to. And kita mo yung pagiging, men, parang na-release yung tension nila, na tension ang underground dito. Kita mo naman, oh, ba't nananakit? Kalma lang, Lods.
Walang saktanan.
Walang saktanan, di ba? Nanalo na.
Walang
Okay,
paluan.
Joke lang.
Easy
Char lang. Yeah, but Team Underground, no, going back again, doon sa last moment of that team fight, that 3v3, the juggle, in the words of paring Gigi, yung juggling ng Stasis to avoid yung sa tower dito, I mean sa Nexus dito, yung tira ng Nexus, and the same time, the targetization ng side ng RRQ, parang Gigi na-stress, so grabe siya. What happened, Kuya
Grabe
Gigi?
yung
Bakit
laban na
naman
yun.
ganun ang ano? Why the long face?
Grabe yaso kasi, alam mo yun, I'm happy na nakakita yung mga ganitong klase ng laban. But you know, ayan, nararamdaman ko yung frustration from RRQ on losing this game because even Charles, with his efforts to push the bot lane, actually that's a good choice eh. Pero yun nga lang, the problem is, again, Don, yung mindset niya na hindi nyo na ako kailangan dito. Hindi nyo kailangan sa team fight. Wala na siyang teleport kasi ginamit niya kanina to respond. He recalled back home, bumalik siya sa top lane, tapos, yun na yung nangyari. So, really commendable for these two teams. But overall, it's just a matter of also Mitsura with his action.
Oo, Mitsura man sa action niya. Hindi nila halos mahuli itong si Mitsura. And game-changing talaga yung nabuhay niya. Actually, hindi lang dalawa yung nabuhay ni Mitsura dun sa kaninang team fight, no? After killing itong si Chaz. Nabuhay niya na mas early pa itong si Sayonara. Kasi I believe, before the team fight, no, unang namatay si Sayonara compare sa lahat. Pero na-revenge na-avenge siya dito ni Mitsura. And ito nga pala yung highlights natin, no? Yung kinakwento natin hanggang mamaya pa natin makikita yun dito. Pero kita mo naman, men, the prioritization, the targetization, yung pag-switch din ng underground. Kung mag-switch tayo sa isang target, okay, iisa lang yung target natin. Kung mag-switch tayo, yun din yung target ng lahat. Pero ito, medyo dito nag-fall din yung side ng RRQ. Kita mo si Mitsura, wina 1v1 sa likod, etong si Helios, no? Pero still, Mitsura, kaya niya nang mag-isa. And yun nga, dito nabutas nila itong si Exosen, giving access to Chaz and also si Marky. Si Marky kasi yung dapat patayin din talaga ng side ng Underground dito dahil sakit sa ulo yung mga light binding na yan. I think ito yun, yung mga revive me Jet. Kasi unang namatay dito si Sayonara and then na-avenge siya ni Mitsura kasi namatay itong si, I think, namatay itong si Devil J, reviving Sayonara and then dito na naghabol-habulan. Si Chaz yung nasa likod, yes, namatay dito si Ortros. Kita mo, hahabulin pa ulit nila itong si Chaz. Meron siyang tatak ito ni Mitsura. Namatay si Don, pero what is death?
Parang
buhay agad, man.
Pagkamatay niya, bumalik siya agad. You know, we don't normally see the passive of Akshan na talaga nagpo-proc ng maayos, so especially in that particular team fight.
Gamit na gamit.
Talagang dito mo masabi na gamit na gamit indeed. And this is the last fight. The Kama Pants, tama ba? Kama Pants yung ult niya, di ba? Kama Pants, medyo mahirap kasi pagdating, kaya pipipipipipiw na lang. So,
pipipiw mas madaling sabihin.
Pipipiw para sa
Mitsura with a pipipiw. 61% kill participation. And look at the damage, 26,500, no? And look at, kanina pa full item to itong si Mitsura. Nagja-juggle, actually hindi pala siya, nagja-juggle between, si Don pala yun, nagja-juggle between stasis and teleportation. But yun nga, no, Mitsura and the rest of the team, the juggling, the targetization, the discipline na pinakita dito ng Team Underground. And yung gigil na sila natalo sila ng isa So, kailangan talaga na literal na avenge yung nangyari para sa side ng Team Underground. Natalo sila ng second game. So, kinuha nila itong si Aksha. Not only the members of the Underground na nangamatay ay nabuhay dito ni Mitsura, but also yung third game natin na to, wherein ito yung redemption nila dun sa pagkatalo nila sa second game.
Yes. Again, a very nice game coming from these two teams. Nakikita ko yung mga comments right now. They're reacting accordingly na this is like a finals. This is like a finals match, di ba? Ito yung isa sa mga pinakasulit na best of 3, no? Na best of 3 na match na napanood ko in the WCS. So, I'm really looking forward for more matches coming from these two teams. For more matches, of course, from different teams as well, na kaya din magpakita ng mga ganitong klaseng galawan talaga na akala ko talaga
still proud of RRQ, man.
talaga, galing din.
I think kung meron man as a team na as close as nakapag-close ng gap between Underground, RRQ pa lang so far yung nakapagpatensyon sa Underground dito. Kita mo naman nung after ng game natin, ng third game, yung pagiging relieved ng mga players natin. Parang, nanalo tayo! Parang andun yung gigil Ngayon ang gigil dito yung Underground. Kumbaga pagka nung mga previous na mga match na napanood natin sila after the game, after winning, di ba parang, okay, nanalo na tayo. Dito may gigil no? Parang Spear.
Yeah, again, this is the first game na natalo ng RRQ, Underground overall. But hindi lang sa series, but then again, that is still a first loss para sa kanila. Pero, Series 3 pa lang yan. Mas may isa pang mainit na laban mamaya sa ating Series 4. I am DJ Sphere together with Yasumi. Pagbalik namin, panelist muna. After nyan, Game 4, Series 4 tayo. So make sure lang na nandyan pa rin kayo. We'll be right back.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. It's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, where Team Underground remains undefeated. The score is, however, 2-1, still in favor of UDG, but RRQ managed to give them one of the most intense battles in the WCS to date. As we jump into our series highlights, Autolus, I know you have a lot to say about this match.
Game number one. Let's start with game number one. Actually, kudos to RRQ just owning the first few minutes of every game. I believe at one point on every game they were in the goal lead. In fact, on game number one, there was a game-saving play. The Trendamere pick was actually genius if you think about it. Against the Fizz, remember, this is a Fizz that was nerfed during the patch 3.0b, and this was the clash I'm referring to. Plata 1 going inside with the package delivery, going stasis, and that is just going to be the play of the day, play of the game for game number one. But for game number two, it went the distance. Infinity, we have to talk about game number two because it was 26 minutes and 16 seconds of full action. We even saw Orthros on the Janna again with Awakened Stealer, Soul Stealer as her item, but we are jumping already to 23 minutes and 50 or 24 minutes here. So what are your thoughts on game number two here, Infi?
Game number two is just absolutely insane. How Helios has a lot of outplays, and I think he was the one who contributed the most with 12-3-5 kill standing, KD8.
Right.
Absolutely insane on how he was able to constantly get the kills and get those flags up and running for his team that enabled them to go for those team fight wins.
Yep.
And it was just so good that they actually won that specific game that brought it to game number three.
Game number three, right? Game number two was all about the stasis enchants that they were using properly to buy time, right? The combo of the Galio plus the Hextech Ultimatum, Galio ult plus the Hextech Ultimatum, you could easily negate that with proper usage of the stasis, and I think that's what RQ played with on game number two. But on game number three, we were introduced to another pick by Mitsura that he has been picking for months now. We have seen this on competitive, I would say amateur tournaments. That's the Akshan. Now, there was a play during that game that I was mesmerized, and that was the 1v1 between the Akshan and the Akali, and we were doing, some chit chat over in the watch party Discord room, and man, oh man, I did not expect him to win a 1v1 against the Akali. We know the prowess of Akali 1v1, but his item choices: one, Wits End; second, or the second item was the Wits End; the third item was the Maw of Malmortius. And remember, on patch 3.0b, the gold value or the amount of gold that you have to expend on the third item or on the Maw was actually reduced by 200. So you could say that was a very genius buy coming from Mitsura. Another of those innovative ways of playing the game in the mid lane. So Mika, so many things that did happen, right? But our predictions were wrong. Well,
not technically. We'll get to that in just a bit because I believe our interviewee is ready. I believe we have Mitsura from Team Underground joining us over here. We can ask him all about the action and so much more as we welcome back Team Underground. As we say, suking-suking dito sa panel desk. Because they're actually kind of like a fourth panelist already as it is because they're quite regulars here. Mitsura, congratulations to you and Team Underground. First question. Ito yung first game loss ng Team Underground in a while, and can you tell us how the team was able to regroup after that loss and how you're able to come back?
Hindi naman po kasi namin iniisip na hindi kami matatalo eh. Bali, every series, every game, pinapagandaan na namin na okay lang matalo tayo sa ganito, okay lang matalo, tanggapin na lang natin. Kasi matatalo naman tayo. Kaya hindi kami masyadong tinamaan ng nung natalo kami. Kaya sabi namin, kaya namin bumawi. Kasi lahat naman natatalo eh. Kailangan lang ulit makabawi.
Wow! Words of wisdom. Pwede niyang gawin motivational poster ni Mitsura. Second question, Grand Finals. Let's say Grand Finals, it looks like you guys are on the road to being there. If Team Underground does make it to the Grand Finals, which team do you think yung makakasama nyo sa Grand Finals?
RRQ siguro. Kasi so far, sobrang hirap talaga nila kalaban para sa amin.
And it was a great series. Sobrang ganda talaga ng laban. Otolus?
Yeah, I saw your post, pare. Letter A, mga dosing ganun. Ano yung pakiramdam all throughout the game number 2? Kasi game number 2, 26 minutes was it, kumbaga, kwento mo yung experience dun sa team environment. And on game number 3, 25 minutes, may follow-up question pa ako, pero pare, bigyan mo naman kami ng insights ano nangyayari sa team environment during that very, very intense matchup.
Ewan ko hindi ko na rin alam yung nangyayari. Siguro kahit sino sa amin, hindi na alam yung nangyayari. Ano na lang, ewan ko, hindi ko alam. Basta yun, sobrang grabe lang talaga yung experience. Sobrang saya. Sobrang ganda ng
intense talaga. Right, and on the third game, napansin namin sa watch party na yung build mo sa action, going for the wit's end and then Mo of Malmortius. We know patch 3.0b, medyo nagpura yung item ng Mo of Malmortius. Nung nakita mo yun, si Akali mag-isa, alam mo na ba talaga na kaya mo siya 1v1 because of the items na bagong bili mo?
Oo, kaya ganun yung item ko kasi gusto ko siyang i-1v1. Kesa maabot niya yung brand, haharapan ko na lang siya, tapos mag-1v1 na lang kami. Kasi pag nakapunta siya sa backline namin, mas mahirapan kami kasi lahat ng kakampi niya pupunta sa backline. Bale, kung maaalis ko siya, kung malalayo ko siya, kasi assassin siya kung mapapa-atras ko siya, kung mawa-1v1 ko siya, bale, kayang-kaya na ng mga kakampi ko yung 4 sa kanila, tapos 1v1 kami.
They are taking apart the brains of a pro, diba? Thank you for the answer, Mitsura. Man, Infinity!
Yeah, for me, I actually have no questions, but I do want to congratulate you guys for winning that wondrous series, going into game number 3, but at the end of the day, Underground still remained undefeated.
Yes, congratulations. Congratulations. It was quite a series, probably our favorite one so far. Mitsura, do you have any shout-outs or messages that you'd like to give siguro sa lahat ng mga supporters ng Team Underground?
Shoutout sa family ko, especially kay Wela and Amelia, kay Madam Phoebe, Boshinbu, Primo, R.A., Ponji, Veloci Group, and kay Sir Cam, yung nakakulay orange, dahil sa'yo hindi naaagawan si sa'yo nakata ng objective. Barangay Socorro Tanos, mga supporters ng Team Underground, at sa lahat ng gustong magpa-shoutout, shoutout sa inyo. Mabuhay ka hanggat gusto niyo.
Thank you so much, Mitsura, and congratulations once again to Team Underground. I'm sure we'll be seeing you back here dito sa panel desk. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of your games. At least hindi na nahuli si Sayonara sa objectives for sure. That was a very interesting tidbit.
Yeah, I know. It's a very, very interesting story. And by the way, I also want to plug Mitsura has a page, UDG Mitsura. So if you want to catch him in action streaming, his plays, diba? Live, might as well follow the guy.
There you go. He did give us that breakdown on the action build, and you might as well see what else he has in store for us here at the WCSPH. I also want to give a brief shout out to our casters, by the way.
Oh.
I know that series was super intense, and you guys really did kill it. And that was definitely one for the books. I hope you guys managed to get some water or cool down a little bit. I know everybody was at the top of their game at that point, but another team, of course, that we also have to make sure is at the top of their game is those two coming up for our final series of the day. It is going to be between Team Secret and Grindsky Esports. Now, Infinity, our eyes are on Team Secret right now, especially coming from the loss against Sunsparks yesterday.
Yeah, and it's such an upset from yesterday. We've seen them, but I keep on remembering how Chewy answered the interview before. We will not lose anymore. So maybe the improvement is coming today. I'm looking at Team Secret right now, right? So it's going to be an intense matchup.
I agree. It was the wake-up call that I feel everyone from Team Secret needed. Team Secret, again, still very, very stacked from top to bottom. And again, we have the support that is in the discussion. We have Rocks here. But for now, our main highlight of the day are the Dragon Laners. Chewy, the front of it all has been relatively quiet, I would say. He's still playing his comfort picks in the Varus. And again, we would remember Chewy as the best Varus in Southeast Asia, I guess, because that's been his go-to champion, and he's still effective on the champion. The average damage percentage of 28%, not too shabby, but still very effective. Now, it is again, we when we talk about Team Secret, we have to be transparent. This is not a Team Secret that we expected the first few weeks. Yeah, we know that there will be adjustments, but then again, losing against Sunsparks was, I think, the wake-up call for the dragon that's sleeping. And I feel the Team Secret right now going to be led by not just Chewy, but all the members will put on a show. What do you think,
Yeah.
Hika?
Yeah, I definitely think it has to be, that wake-up call. I mean, of course, we can expect that this isn't, the game is constantly evolving, so we're going to see Team Secret evolve as well. But as we mentioned, this isn't the same Team Secret that we saw at the, Horizon Cup, or that we've been getting to know all throughout the Sea Icon series, for sure. This is a Team Secret that's kind of had to, again, reshuffle, of course, with the addition of Roxen here. But we're seeing a little bit of the members also experiment. So again, we're waiting for that pop-off moment, like, the Team Secret that we've always known from way back when. We're still not getting it yet, especially with all of the adjustments coming on. And could this be the day? Hopefully so. I'm excited to see Team Secret back in action. And of course, going up against Grindsky Esports, I just have to. I love these guys. They're definitely one of the funnest teams to interview, for sure.
Yep.
But there's an opportunity here also for Grindsky Autolus, because Team Secret, they seem to be at a low point right now, and this could be their chance to strike.
Yeah, pounce on a wounded dog. Definitely, Grindsky Esports has the chance to upend the Team Secret and definitely make themselves legit right now, because again, in the pack of 8 teams that we have, wherein everyone could defeat anyone, Grindsky Esports has to, ride their momentum. They're coming off an impressive win yesterday, a 2-0 against Cerebrum Esports, and today against Team Secret. If they will be able to continue to make the gods believe, then that could be the confidence booster that they will need moving forward, right, Mika? And again, for Grindsky Esports, we have to focus still on the Dragon Laner Tactical. Tactical has been more reserved yesterday, I would say. There has been so many aggressive plays coming from this guy, and I think he just has to step it down a bit, or put a brake pedal onto his plays sometimes, because it's not helping if he goes over aggressive. And I think Tactical, alongside his coaches, knows that best.
Yeah, and the thing is, looking at both these Dragon Laners as we have today, like a Dragon Lane Mania for Saturday, right? The champions is actually quite different. So I'm curious on what would be this lineups as we're seeing right now. Corki, Gragas, and Lucian for Tactical are the champions that he has played. And when we saw a while ago for Team Secret, right, we're seeing Varus and all these champions. So it's going to be an interesting bot lane.
Yeah. So, in our head-to-head here between Chewy and Tactical, I think the dynamic is very interesting, because we now have this, like, showdown between the two very more of the quiet sort of, like, marksman or AD carry, so to say. And again, in our head-to-head over here, we're seeing the not exactly like the contrast of styles, but like it's actually glaring how similar they are. And it actually, Autolus, it shows in the stats.
Exactly. Looking at the damage per minute, that was just a couple of tens apart. Chewy is more reserved though. I feel Tactical sometimes there's big sometimes goes over aggressive and would want to carry the game by himself. Meanwhile, Chewy is happy to dish out damage consistently on the poke side, and then leave the finishing blow to Tatsuri and company. Then again, you're right on that one. Chewy and Tactical has a major role in the team composition that they have, because again, Team Secret and Grindsky Esports is like the 5-headed dragons, right? Damage could come from anywhere. In the mid lane, we have seen Grindsky Esports really utilize Garen very effectively. So when it comes to the play style and preparing for the matchup today, I feel this is a battle between Coach Meister and Hamiz.
Yeah, I agree. Infinity, I actually have a question for you. Do you think we're actually going to see any of the AD carry champions up for contention here between Chewy and Tactical? Or you think these guys have, very, very separate champion pools?
I think there is going to be just an overlap, but it really depends. It comes down to the composition or the strategy that they want to do. If they want to go early, if they want to go late, if they want to go mid-game. So it's up to them on what they want to do when it comes to their AD bot laners. As you guys have stated, these two have important roles for this team.
Yeah, I think so. And even more important right now is, of course, our predictions, because we are ending this with our final series. So far, it's not looking good for me, guys. I think I'm going to go back a few years and revisit my previous career and do a little dance for you all. Autolus and Team Dash, Infi Dash rather, both have 1 point each thanks to what we had a while ago, because Infi Dash actually had the closest guess with regards to the gold lead from that previous series. We had 3, and I'm just going to recap it really quickly. We had about 1,200 for game 1. We had about 8,400 for game 2, and we had 7,700 for game 3, and that brings it to a total of over 17,000, but not quite 18. And that is the closest that we had, which is what Infi Dash was able to get. So they were actually very, very close on that. And again, just to recap, I guessed 20 and Autolus guessed 25, so the point goes to Infi Dash, and I have nothing. I have nothing right now.
Alright, that's okay. I feel that you just want to dance the Peacemaker dance.
Maybe I do. I would be lying if I said I hadn't memorized it yet, just because of how often I watch it.
Alright.
But of course, we still have this final series. So Infinity, I'm gonna start with you. Team Secret or Grindsky Esports?
Well, Infidash is going for Team Secret on this one.
Okay, Team Secret. Autolus?
Team Secret.
Okay, so we're still good across the board here. I will also be going for Team Secret in this case. But obviously, we know we've been very critical of Team Secret, but I still do believe in those guys.
It's hard to bet against Team Secret if it's still Team Secret, the number 3 team. Although there are questions being raised. Are they Team Secret that we saw from last year? It's still Team Secret. They still have the right support system, and again, it's just about a matter of time of them turning things around. So Team Secret would still get this win.
Yeah, I think so as well. And because we're all still on the same board, I think we're gonna have to throw it back to our goal difference once again. Do you guys have any guesses?
Wait, I think we can set things apart by guessing the series score, right? I'm guessing 2-0.
Ooh.
How about you?
I'm gonna guess 2-0.
2-0. How about Infinity?
Well, me and Dash, we talked about it earlier this morning. We're going 2-1. 2-1 Team Secret.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
That's a clincher.
Okay, that's something new. That's something new. All right, so we have 2 zeros on one side, and we have Infi Dash with a 2-1. Now, again, this is going to be very, very interesting indeed. This is going to, come to the line for Team Secret and to see if they could really bounce back from, a very, very tough match to take against Sunsparks, of course. And, all eyes are on them. And everybody is, of course, expecting them to come out as the victor in this. But, of course, Grindsky Esports, they are still that very hungry team, and they are still looking for those points as well on our standings. And if you guys are cheering for them or maybe cheering for Team Secret, let us know via Twitter. You can use the hashtags WCS or WCSPH or Wildrift Champion C, and you could see your tweets featured over here. I think we have a few to bring up, but again, also if you have some suggestions for our panel consequences, just make sure that it's broadcast friendly. We just have to reiterate that. Just make sure it's broadcast friendly, and we could take those suggestions.
I think I have one suggestion. RRQ or a person from RRQ decide what we should post, because I feel that there's social media. I mean, not RRQ, but the members from RRQ, from the management to the players, they've been so funny. So yeah, we could possibly have a cameo of RRQ on our social media.
Maybe we borrowed our social media manager for just a bit but here we go. We do have a tweet over here from a familiar name, Tonsty. Hello. Wahahaha, easy predict for last pick Brand. Hunter Genius is OP for him, but most surprising was Mitsura Akshan. Yes, we did discuss that. It was very surprising indeed. Itemization and performance was super IQ. RRQ versus UDG series was so good. I inserted the so, but I know that's what you meant. GG UDG still undefeated. RRQ slowly getting their power spike.
Nice.
Oh yes. That was pretty much like, yeah, so exactly what the paddle desk was able to break down.
He was with
yes,
us actually during game number
there
3.
you go.
He joined us earlier in the PPGL Discord watch room. Again, if you guys want to join us in the watch room, all you have to do is to join the Discord server and be verified, and you could see me, Infinity, and the rest of the talent hanging out there with fans.
There you have it. Just PM Autolus for the link. He won't scene zone you. We can attest to that. He won't scene zone you. So don't worry. Well, here you go, guys. We have our final game for the day: Team Secret versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back! Isa na namang series, and this is gonna be the last series of the game. Nagbabalik kami, ako si Yasumi. Kasama ko dito si paring Gigi. Napapansin ko lang, paring Gigi, sa chat natin, medyo mainit-init na mga chatters natin dyan Lalo sa YouTube ako natingin, no? And yun nga, nag-post kasi Team Secret, nakakulong si Tresh. Nakakulong si Tresh, and I don't think na makakalabas siya anytime soon. Paring Gigi, what do you think?
Ay, sobrang excited ako sa laban na ito because these two teams, kapag speaking of trash pa lang, no? Bo, we also have syempre Rox, yung kanyang trash dito na talagang medyo malabo yata makalusot talaga dito. Could be a ban, could be a first pick dito kung si Grindsky man na magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makapag first pick. Definitely about that. Kasi excited ako na makita din, no? So, longer term predictions, of course, 2-0 coming from Mika Fabs and Autolus, tapos kay Infinity is the 2-1. So parang naisip ko na there's a possibility of course of getting a 2-1 dito, no, either Team Secret or Grindsky Esports, because Grindsky Esports been performing very well in the previous matches that they've had. Pero eto na nga, we have now ang ating drafting phase. Tingnan natin sino maging unang ban nila dito.
Yep, and mind you, kasi nagkakaroon na din with their recent performance, no, from the side of Team TS, Team Secret. They're still the same, but the thing is, nagle-level up na yung ibang mga teams din natin. Kumbaga, kailangan nila ng panibagong tactic, kumbaga, for the side of Team Secret. And yun nga, no, merong ibang nagda-doubt din na supporter ng Team Secret na should they use James na on this series and out Rocks muna kasi parang namimiss nga nila. Lahat naman tayo namimiss si Kapitan James, no? And yeah, that is true na iba yung laruan with Kapitan James in. And yun nga, Team Secret, considering na they have Rocks, kailangan din nila mahanap yung perfect chemistry nila with their sub or with Rocks bagong pasok sa kanila. Pero ito na nga, walang ban na Tresh. Is this it? Is this
Could
it?
this be?
Rocks, pag di mo tinresh yan, magkalimutan na tayo.
Pero depende yan baka depende sa call nila yan kung magkakaroon nga ba sila ng first pick Trash dito. We have to take note that Bo is still there. Na pwede rin agawin si Trash. Uy, wala, ayaw mo naman Trash.
Walang Trash. Kasi pwede kasi ngang iban, tapos pwede kunin ni Bo. Bo is also a Trash user. On this tournament, diba? So, pwedeng kunin kasi yan ng Grindsky. Trash na ba ite?
Pwede rin kasing bait pwedeng bait pick pabayaan sila na, I mean, alam mo yun, I mean bait, bait. Pwedeng Vayne din, pero pwedeng
Mm.
pang-bait lang nila dito na bigla pala silang magka-counter with Rakan or Leona kung sakali. But we'll see about that kasi Fiora and Jace, these two champions has been always in the ban, di ba? Yung mga nakaraang laban natin. Pero ngayon napili sila, even Seth and Lee Sin. So hindi natin kung sino magiging third
Tagal
pick
nila
nila
mag-isip
dito.
for the third, oh.
Bakit naman Kuya Eddie?
Bakit gan? Ang tagal nilang iniisip yun, pre. I think, Team Secret, pwede sila dito gumamit ng Vayne back to traditional Vayne Lulu. And kita naman natin, no, Vayne Lulu is very, very deadly. Doon nga sila natalo ng Sunsparks yesterday. 2 games pa yon. And pwede nilang gamitin for themselves, no, para sa side ng Team Secret. But they will go for a Lux.
Okay.
And is this gonna, probably kay Roxton, no? Kasi I don't see Tatsuri na naglalaks on the mid lane. Pero malay nyo naman, may bagong hain dito yung side ng Team Secret. Pero sorry guys, no trash for Rox. And move on na muna tayo on the bans. Ang kailangan nilang i-ban dito is, ang kulang na lang for the side of Grindsky middle lane, and APC or ADC, no? Same for the side of Team Secret dito. Paring Spear, binan si Rakan. I was thinking na pwedeng kunin ng side ng Team Secret dito itong si Rakan, pero may Lux na eh. What do you think?
Pwede kasing AP carry yan eh. AP carry Lux na in the bot lane, like the usual.
Ano kay Chewy?
Kay Chewy. But the thing is, since the ban si Rakan dito, ayun na, naku, lahat ng naisip ko na pwedeng pang counter kay Trish, tinanggal nila. Rakan
Sino
hindi
ba?
yun na.
May Nami pa, kung sakali.
Nami pwede, but again, the condition, it's very conditional in a way, no? But again, Rox, no doubt, alam naman natin. I think he also uses Nami in a lot of different matches that they've played before. So that's an option as well. So again, as I mentioned, a lot of possible counter against Thresh has been banned out. Galio, you mentioned. We have Rakan and Leona. So tingnan ko sino magiging pick nila dito as their last. Could be support. Lux, pwede yan. Pwede rin yan kasi we have Lucian na eh. Oy, Oriana. Ito yung hinahanap niyo Tulus. Kasi wala na gano'ng gumagamit na teams ng Oriana dito. Like most of the time, it's always Diana rather than Oriana. So Oriana with Bambi, I would say na maganda ito because, well, Bambi is a well-known player na gumagamit talaga ng mga mid-lane mage talaga, no? Like si Morgan, like si Ari, ito si Oriana. So let's see how it would work para sa kanya. Uy, Garen.
Garen. Grindsky, nakikita ko sa nilang draft ngayon is balugbugan dun sa may 4 na nasa front line. It's like parang Lux kanina na prenotektahan ng RRQ for the side of RRQ nga. And then 4 na Brusco Bros. Hindi naman magandang ka-Brusco itong si Fiora, pero malikot, mahirap hulihin, no? Now we're waiting for the last pick dito ng side ng Team Secret. Pwedeng support or hindi nga.
Diana.
Binanggit mo si Diana, narinig ka, Spear. Ito, gusto nyo pala ng mga magsama-sama sa gitna. Kami din. Merong ganon. But it's all about kung tatama yung moonfall mo and kung magiging beneficial ba yung moonfall na yon. Minsan kasi nagagamit mo yung moonfall mo, yes, maganda yung setup mo, but yung follow-up. What do you think, Spear? May maganda bang pang follow-up yung side ng Team Secret? If ever may magandang moonfall na may commit dito yung side ng TS?
Yeah, one thing is that the light binding of Lux, no? Pero habang pinag-uusapan natin yun, medyo iniisip ko pa din kung ano ang pwedeng gawin nila dito. Well, looking at it, it seems like it's going to be a support Lux. We have AD carry marksman na si Lucian. So going back once again, hindi!
Baron!
Support set!
Ang gulo nyo! Mali yung prediction natin! Mali yun! Mali
na si Gisper at Yasumiao? Ano na? Bakit ganun?
What is role? What is role? Ha? Kalimutan, forget the roles. We have, we make our own rules.
Also, Oriana in the bot lane. Oriana AP carry going against a Lux, AP Lux. Tapos, I think there's going to be a little struggle coming from Mazar against Tonte dito, no? Medyo problematic para sa kanya because he's gonna go against Garen. But the thing is, if Azar can make it na ma-pressure niya ng gusto, itong si Azar, I mean si Tonte in the early game, then mahihirapan siya makapag-power ng maayos sa top lane dito because he's a ranged champion. And early game, Tonte with the Garen, hindi naman ganun kakunat. But then, plot armor as his first item, we'll see about that kasi eto na ang game 1 natin.
I think ang kailangan lang dito ni Tonte is to keep the lane pressure na hindi siya ma-pressure the top lane. Hindi man niya ma-delay itong si Azar. More like kasi siya yung mabubuli dito. Sabi mo nga, range itong si Kuya yung Azar on his Lucian. Pero grabe naman tumalon agad dito si Bambi. Kalmahan mo lang, par. Umpisa pa lang tayo. Kalma lang. Teka lang. Nandun pa kami sa top lane eh. Dadating kami sa'yo. Wait.
Wala pa ako nag-level to eh. And, you know, the first skill of Tatsuri is Crescent Strike, which is a disadvantage para sa kanya pag level 1 pa lang siya. Could have been Pale Cascade, but now level 2 na siya dito. And I think he put yung kanyang Pale Cascade. Tignan mo, yun ang sinasabi ko, the
Eto na
pressure.
nga. Yun nga no, paring GG, the pressure and yung damage and the range na pwedeng ibigay ng isang Lucian dito. Mabubulit talaga dito itong si Tonte dahil kailangan niya lang naman i-keep yung pressure or kumbaga hindi lumapit yung mga minions sa may tower dito pero off nga the bottom lane. Light Binding will connect pero hindi sila mag-go all in. Not yet, wala pa naman silang damage dito for the side of Team Secret.
Medyo mahirap pa yun eh. Uy, teka, may isa na naman. Grabe naman to.
Sa the middle lane. Grabe, may nagkakasunugan, men. Lumiliwanag na dito. Itong si Tatsuri. Hindi siya araw, pero mukha siyang araw doon, ha. Buwan yan. Itong si Diana. Pero hawakan lang ng tenga. May nagkapulahan, pero walang matatanggalan muna ng tenga. Chill lang muna unless mag-rotate na yung, fully rotate yung mga jungler natin. Parang
Yes, there's a lot of movement going on sa ating mga junglers dito, no? Especially,
Speaking of rotate, that sentence magkoconnect kay Raux. Sabay talon, pero nakapag-armor pa siya dito. You thought you can catch me, you can't. Sabi dito ni paring Raux.
If you could only get a replay of what happened dito, no? Napaganda nung ginawa ni Bo doon. He flashed in, he threw the lantern, and then he used yung kanyang death sentence connected to Rox. But the problem is, Rox, meron siyang haymaker dito. He used yung kanyang shield coming in from Chewy kanina. Not enough to secure that kill. Even the flashed in na ginamit dito ni Chinese because of course, may haymaker tayo at full stack yung kanyang shield doon with Rox.
Parang may 2 HP na natira itong si Rox. Pero men, ang highlight doon talaga si Bo. Grabe, next level din gumamit talaga ng trash itong si Bo. And I do think no, kailangan mo din i-respect ban to kay Bo eh. Bo is the mega protector ng side ng Grindsky dito. Sabi ko nga sa mga previous cast natin is Bo, when he's on trash, siya yung talagang tagapagprotekta na mauhuli mo siya just because out of position siya. Hindi mo siya mahuhuli dahil nagkamali siya. Pero si Bo, calculated din yung mga death sentence niya dito. Of course, hindi naman laging tumatama yung mga death sentence, yung mga debuffs, the way he positioned yung mga skills niya dito for Bo. Pero wait, meron yata nagchichismisan sa damuhan dito. Somewhere at the middle lane, there's deep wards coming from the side of Team Secret. Pero ward lang.
Gather information na muna sila doon. Na-clear wards din as well coming from Chianis dito to get some information kung sakali. Wala naman siya nakita kahit na anong champion doon. So, nag-reset muna siya and then get the red buff para sa kanyang champion dito. Take note, we have 24 seconds bago mag-up yung ating first objectives dito, the Dragon Redon Herald. And what is happening in the bot lane, nakikita natin yung palitan dito ng ating mga support and yung ating mga AP carries na nagpapanggap ng mga AD carries, di ba? Kasi puro AP carries tayo ngayon dito. But tactical, napilitang bumaba si Tatsuri dito. At ito yung maganda, having 2 AP carries on your team, you could go either for the bot lane or in the top or in the bot lane kung kailangan mong rumisponde at mag-clean ng mga minion waves.
Kasama na din yun sa mind games, no? Speaking of mind games kasi, it's walang magkakaroon dito ng contestant pagdating sa ating mga first objective. Up na yung referral natin and also yung dragon natin. Kaso magtatag-isa sila, pero magtatag-isa nga ba? Kasi medyo matagal yata yung Grindsky sa pag-take ng dragon. Doon nandito si Tatsuri, naka-aura lang, hindi din naman siya magpupuli commit para i-contest ng tuluyan. Kasi may Aya Tarp siya dun eh. Mas madami yung numbers ng side ng Grindsky kung sakaling i-go niya yung dragon na yon. Pero let's see, kung magta-transition ba yung Team Secret to a tower push, which is impossible, no? Kasi gwardyado lahat ng lane ng side ng Grindsky as of now.
Tapos bot lane, atempay Tatsuri. Uy, yun lang. Hindi tumama yung kanyang
Chillville lang.
Hindi umabot yung kanyang Crescent Strike doon kay Bambi. And Bambi, medyo naging maingat naman siya talaga. because he knows na there's a potential gank coming in from Rox dito. Looking at the items, we almost Ghost Blade na para kay Trevor. So more movement sa kanya, more mobility para sa kanya champion dito, could rotate properly in every situation. At ang nahihirapan ngayon si Tonte, no, going against kay Azar, because Azar, he knows the weakness of a guy in the top lane. And having Illusion, kailangan niya talaga maging aggressive dito and play that aggression para mahirapan si Tonte na makakuha ng CS or minion kill sa top lane.
Yeah, I think pero nirespondihan din naman niya ni Tonte. Look at his items, no? Meron na siyang pambalik ng item kay Azar. Saktan mo ko, masasaktan ka din. Parang gano'n. Pero Tonte, hindi pa din talaga kasi siya makunat as of now. Hindi nga niya malapitan halos like solido etong si Azar unless na lang talaga mag-commit siya dito. But keeping it safe pa din para kay Tonte. Delegates pa din lalo na wala sila halos information sa mapa. They don't even have a ward na nakalagay sa kahit anong jungle ng side ng Team Secret dito. So, hindi mo malalaman kung sino na yung pwede mag-rotate sa'yo at the top lane. Kahit na makunat ka, kung vulnerable ka naman at medyo deep ka, delicates yan. Pero speaking of delicates, no, wala pa tayong masyadong big team fight na nangyayari. Even sa first objectives natin, hindi sila nagkasalpukan or baka ito na yun.
Hindi nila alam, hindi nila nakita dito si Qeon in the bot lane.
Yeah.
They only have the
Pero I think
information
naramdaman nila.
Oo, kasi the Crescent Strike lang naman to get some information there. Medyo meron sila ward naman for the middle na makita nila yung movement dito. And that is good for Team Secret. But now, refer being summoned ka agad.
Oo, sa top lane, no? Balak na talaga nilang bulihin ng tuluyan. Etong si Kuya nyo, Tonte, sama ng referral, bangga, sabay mamba out kasi basag na talaga yan, tower na yan. And Tonte, he can only defend as of now.
Ako. Right now, we're seeing that Team Secret has the upper hand in terms of their movements, no? Getting the objective properly para sa kanilang team. Being able to get that first hero top lane. Tama ka dito, Yasu. They're giving the pressure against kay Tonte. Talagang gusto nilang lumamang si Azar ng gusto dito. He's slowly getting yung kanyang Black Liver after getting the Blade of Druid King as his first item. And I would say na kapag nakuha niya yung kanyang Black Liver dito, mas talagang mahihirapan si Tonte. But since now that Azar has the items at nasira niya na yung first tower sa turret, magkakaroon na tayo ng movement dito, which is now Azar going for the bot lane para yun naman ang next target niya to push.
Yeah. And at the same time, nakakapag-farm si Azar dito undisrupted. So, nakakuha siya ng mga items ng, sabihin natin, mas early pa kumpara sa mga may nabibisita ng mga champion dito. And Team Secret, no, malikot sila sa mapa, pero hindi sila nag-overextend. Ngayon pa lang yata sila mag-overextend, Trevor and Rox, magkasama dito. Parehas bugbuga, no? Yung isa sa paa, yung isa sa kamao. So, saan ka pa? Bugbog ka talaga paglabas mo dyan.
Bugbog sarado ang pwede mong kalabasan dito, no? So may isang Muay Thai, may isang boxing, kumbaga ang nangyayari. Tatsuri, teka lang ginamit naman kagad siya ng Grand Challenge. Itong si Qianis, pero napilitan siya mag-back away muna kasi nga preparing na naman ulit, no? Setting up for the Dragon and the Refeld once again. And I would say na maganda dito because Chinese already has yung kanyang item. Meron na siyang 34 and yung 64 belt dito to get some positioning properly. But I think eto yung bakbaka na hinihintay natin because the Feral will spawn in 1 second.
Isa pa, ward pa ulit, Tinitignan ko si Rox, winardan sa mukha itong si Bo at saka itong si Tactical sa may mid. Pero ito, nako na nga, on the Rift Herald. Sinimulan na dito na sign ng Team Secret. Trevor will be there. Kalahati na lang yung buhay dito na Rift Herald. Pero si Chinese, hindi sila nagpupuli-kumit. Meninar kayo, binalibag si Chinese repose over there. Kaso nga lang, hindi na nila naabutan din yung Rift Herald. Naibig si Chinese! Pero nakapagbabaon pa rin naman siya. Kinamaan siya sa kalang dito, pero he's not gonna be able to die. At napatay pa nga nila dito si Bo with the power of the lightning coming from Chewy. Final spark, liwanag ang huling nakita doon ni Bo. Pero duguan yung Team Secret. Sila pa din ang nanalo on that team fight. They will summon etong referral at the middle lane to buy time to reset and makapag-rotate malamang para doon sa may dragon.
Even despite having the Dimash and Justice coming from Tonte, hindi pa rin sila nakapag-secure ng kill kanina. Diba? Nakita natin na medyo nahihirapan sila dito distribution in terms of damage. At maganda rin talaga kasi line-up dito ng Team Secret with the shield, Fail Cascade, the shield also coming from Chewy dito. And the disposition na nagawa sa kanila ni Rox by using yung kanyang showstopper kanina, yun lang. Hindi kumunik yung Descendant sa Dragon, sayang.
Oo nga, hindi ko manig. Pero ito mukhang ibibigay na nga ba ng Team Secret? Wala silang information sa loob mismo So give na lang, no? Ang napansin ko dito, parehas na team natin, play it safely. play it chill, play it safely. Kung kailangan ng balugbugan, saka pa lang tayo babalugbog. Kasi, syempre, objectives. Pero hindi sila yung nagko-commit unless they have information doon sa kabilang kupunan.
Tama ka dyan, Yaso. Kasi ang layo nga din kanina nitong si Tatsuri dito, no? Despite the
Oo.
fact that there's a possibility of them attempting to go for the dragon, nasa top lane siya. So nakikita natin dito na they're just going for the farm, they're just going for the creep, the minion wave clear dito kung saan talagang sinisigurado nila na makapagbigay sila ng pressure dito sa Grindsky, which is what they're doing right now. And as you can see, Azar, dinedepensahan ni Tonto yung bot lane dito because the turret there, kailangan niya maprotektahan niya, the side lanes. Uy, di ko ulit!
Di kumunek.
Muntik na.
Di kumunek. Walang signal. Di kumunek ang death sentence dito ni Bo. Pero nice attempt, no? Laging oh so close. Pero yun nga, good play din kami from the side ng Team Secret kasi nag-iingat sila parehas eh. Hindi sila nagpo-fully commit and hindi sila nagiging greedy na habol hanggang dulo ng walang hanggan, no? Same with Grindsky dito. Ayaw din nila ng masyadong malaking casualty. Actually, Grindsky, wala pa sila nakukuha kahit isang kill as of now. TS, isang kill pa lang din naman. Comparing sa tower natin, no? TS kanina, even though sinamon nila yung repair at the middle lane, hindi nila nagawang i-push pa din yung mid ng side ng Grindsky.
Iniwan nila kasi after eh. Parang goal lang nila doon is to give the pressure here to mid lane and then translate to another objective. Pero ito na. Since bawas tayo, nagkapang-clear.
Pabalik with the shockwave. Na-shock tayo doon kaso hindi na-shock si Trevor and the gang. Buhay pa rin sila doon. I would call that sayang. Parang GG, what do you think?
Parang ang ginawa lang talaga doon ni Tactical is to clear the minion wave so they can go back home afterwards. No? But, pero tama ka. Yasu, no, with the use of that shockwave, there's an information once again. Alam dito ng Team Secret na walang shockwave. Though mabilis na yung cooldown niyan, still that's the shockwave. So after nun, nakapag-reset din sila and now they're translating the objective control in the mid lane to the bot lane and then go back to the main lane.
May nahabol si Tatsuri, pinapasukan ng dalawa sa may top lane si Fiora at saka neto ni Jace kaso na-miss natin yung suntukan. Feeling ko pinagbebenga sa likod to eh. Itong si Kuya niya Tatsuri eh. Ginamit niya ng lahat oh. Pero ito, team fight muna tayo sa loob ng jungle dito ng side ng Grindsky. We have the team fight on the buff for the buff. The culling has been used. Pero sino nakakuha ng buff? I think it's still Grindsky. Tonte pa din.
Ayan,
yeah, nasa kanyang aura. Pero hindi natin nakita yung labanan sa top lane, man. Ginamit ni Tatsuri ang lahat para makatakas. Kaso nakita ko din, hinabol din siya ng sagad ng side ng Grindsky. Gumamit din sila ng flash, ignite, and flash din on Chinese, no? Yes,
medyo mahirap nga naman talaga makapag-disengage na maayos, especially dalawa. Yung kanyang kalaban, no, in that particular team fight. Medyo nahirapan siya doon. Unfortunately, he was forced to burn yung kanyang mga summoner spells. Now that he used yung kanyang barrier and flash, mahihirapan siya makagawa ng flashy plays later on. Kasi syempre, importante na merong flash nga naman talaga ang mga Diana natin. Now that the Baron is up, hindi natin kung ano magiging setup dito ng Team Secret. Kasi ating turret, 1-0 pa din naman. Pero tignan natin, Tonte is slowly pushing the bot lane, just giving the pressure pakunti-punti nyo lang.
Oo. Actually, si Tonte, nahuli siya ng farm eh. Binuli kasi siya ni Azar sa top lane. So, ito na yung moment niya para makapag-farm, makahabol sa mga items against Team Secret dito. So, Baron will be up, pero wala naman magko-commit dyan. Pre, maghihintay sila ngayon ng Dragon. But the thing is, Grindsky, they have already 2 dragons sa sarili, para sa kanila. No? Yung Elder pala natin mamaya, Infernal, napaka-importante pala nun. Kasi Mountain Drake pa lang to eh, oh.
Tignan natin if kung sino man na makuha dito because again, as you mentioned, if ever na makuha ito ng Team Secret, ng Grindsky rather, sa laban na po ito mamaya yung ating Infernal Drake and that's going to be very huge for Grindsky despite the lead that Team Secret has earlier. Parang mahihirapan pa rin silang maklose yung game na to. Setting up, may information.
Yeah, may information kalalagay lang dito ng Grindsky, ng information sa loob mismo ng pit ng Dragon. Pero patuloy pa din yung side ng Team Secret dito. Nilagyan na nila ng ward sa may mukha pero bilabag sa mukha. Ang ginawa dito ni Rox na ibang pero sa Shockwave round 2. And yung Moonfall dito ni Diana, hindi na lang masyadong naging beneficial para sa side ng Grindsky. Not yet. Napabagsak nila dito itong si Chinese. Pero iba yata yung inabol nila. Bakit yung support? Pero si Trevor, lalaban pa rin, may iipin siya sa dalawa. Stasis will be there. Pero mag-meet up sila dito ni Azar. Tonte, tatapusin muna ni Azar dito.
Kaya ba?
Going back doon sa may low HP na humabol kanina. Pero lumalaban si Tactical! Very tactical yung kanyang the moves dito. The ace will be given sa Grindsky.
Oh my gulay, the positioning of Grindsky Esports dito and the
Grabe
tankiness of Tonte. Azar took so much time just to try and kill si Tonte. He was even forced to use yung kanyang flash para lang ma-secure yung ating Tonte dito. And you know, isa na yung pinaka naging highlight doon is that the dragon is still alive.
Oo nga, buhay pa itong si
yung main goal
Dragon.
nila, but the dragon is still alive. And agad na ginawang microplay dito. Itong si Tactical with that team fight. Oh, talagang nakita natin na siya talaga yung tactical.
And yeah, kanina hindi natin napansin, no? May mga wards kanina kasi yung side ng Grindsky all over this mid lane up until dito sa may ating pit natin. So maliwanag ang buhay sa side ng Grindsky. Ibibigay na lang to ng side ng Team Secret yung Dragon na yan kasi they're already late to position. Masyadong malayo itong si Trevor. So farm na lang muna tayo. Yes, they do have a well-farmed Azar as of now. Pero si Azar lang kasi yung nagdi-deal ng massive damage as of now. Pero yung mid lane na naman natin, no? Umaaura sila. Back muna para kay Tonte dito. Protektodo pa din ang Grindsky yung mid lane.
Tsaka isa din nangyari kasi sa bakbakan kanina. Medyo nahirapan din makapag-moonfall si Tatsuri. Pero wait lang. Uy, mag-isa ka doon. Uy! God, jeez. Buti na lang. Gusto sa kabila napunta.
Nag-cone lang. chill lang. Nag-cone. Dalawa sila. Naligtas nila ang isa't isa, diba? Ginamit nila ang power of friendship. Pero, power of friendship na ba yung ginagawa dito? Nagkanakawan, men. Kaso Qeon is kanya yan kasi Trevor. Kanya
jungle niya yan eh.
Oo, ano ba yun?
Kanya yan.
Kaso natapakan si Chinese. Pero, dead sentence, napakalayo.
Grand challenge.
Away ito si Trevor, pero ang sakit nun. Grand challenge will be activated sabay. Face breaker, pero ikot-ikot. The backs will be there. May mga may slow, pero shockwave sa tatlo. Sa may bandang likod. Na follow up though. Eto na si Bambi. Muntikan niya mapatay dito si Rock. Strong is still alive. Pero naiwan si Tatsuri at itong si Azar. Mukhang hahabulin pa nila dito. Etong si Chewy, pero no. Masyado nang malayo ito si Chewy. Sabay Baron agad. Trevor is alive, pero napakalayo. Reset siya eh. And Chewy, meron pa din naman siya final spark. I don't think na makukuha nila to. May Chinese eh.
They really have to get this one really fast. Kailangan nilang bilisan dito sa pagkuha dito kasi papunta na si Trevor. Ayan na si Trevor.
Trevor, tinulak, men! Tinulak ni Bambi! Huwag ka nalapit! Bawal nga eh!
Tinanod ni Bambi mga kaibigan with the checkpoint na ginawa niya doon. Medyo mali lang yung angle ng pagtulak niya kasi nagulat siya lumampas si Trevor dito or maybe nag-switch pa siya ng kanyang weapon. But still, with the short second na nakita natin na tumama doon yung kanyang knock-up, meron niyang parang mini stun dito na hindi siya makakagawa ng kahit na anong action. Grindsky Esports was able to secure yung ating Baron dito and now, mas malaking pressure pa. Kung nakita natin yung nangyari doon, unfortunately Tatsuri, hindi naging impactful yung kanyang pagpasok doon. Not even doing any scratch dito sa members ng Grindsky.
Nag-group up sila. Pero ito si Raoux. Pero si Trevor pala talaga yung papasok doon. Si Raoux nag-RKO para tactical. Pero na shockwave on 4! And that's gonna be the punish na ibibigay nila dito sa side ng Team Secret. Napapagsak man nila. Ito si tactical at itong si Bo. Pero 2 for 2 exchange pa din yun, men. Pero yung base, yung Grindsky, kumatok at binutas yung top lane ng Team Secret. Pero wait, there's more. Tonte is still gonna be there sa may bottom lane. Nahabol siya dito ni Trevor, pero si Trevor focus lang sa goal dahil yung mga minions masakit sa tower yan. Now, Tonte, this is the revenge na hinahanap niya. Kanina, binubuli niyo ako ha. Sige, bubulihin ko yung mga tower niyo ngayon.
That's the thing about Garen. You don't need to farm as early as possible. You just have to farm consistently na kaya mo makapag-ipon ng iyong items dito by just, prolonging the team fight, waiting for the right opportunity na magkaroon ka ng pagkakataon dito. And dahil sa kakunatan niya, hirap na mag-close or makapag-secure na mga kill dito. Ang Team Secret sa mga nangyayaring team fight and what happened doon sa huling team fight natin, that was pretty huge for Grindsky Esports na nag-buy sila ng time to pressure Team Secret habang napupush si Chinese and itong si Tonte sa ating bot and top lane. Because of that, sila yung nanalo sa laban na yun. They have the Baron, they utilize the Baron at lalo na ngayon, Yasuo up na yung ating Dragon.
Nga. And I think Team Secret din, parang GG, add ko lang parang sila talaga yung napapressure na out of position and naiisahan ng Grindsky. Grindsky, they always have the information kung nasan manggagaling dito yung side ng Team Secret. And more like, I guess, si Rox kasi lagi nagpapakita. Alam mo naman kasi kapag ka nandyan na si Rox, magsiset at magsiset talaga yan ng showstopper niya followed by the rest of this skill. Pero ito nga, na-silence ito si Tatsuri. Pero another face breaker. Pero si Raux! Nag-RKO! Siya nga lang ang tumumba. Pumasok pa dito ito si Giant sa may bandang likod. Repose, abay, carry para dito kay paring Tatsuri. Tatsuri do, nagpatiga sabay flash out. He's still safe for now. Pero si Trevor medyo kinukulit pa. Itong si Kuya niyo Tonte. Pero hindi smart move yun, man. Hindi wise move yun. Kasi makunat. Ito si paring yung Tonte. This is the Elder Drake. Elder Infernal Drake ang kinakatok dito ng side ng Grindsky. Nandito pa rin si Trevor, meron naman siyang Team GA. Kaso, 4 yung pwede niyang kaharapin. Nandiyan ang ibola-bola neto ni paring Tactical. Pero sige, focus muna tayo. Kung magda-dragon tayo, dragon tayo. Kung magdilipan tayo, team fight tayo. Pero team fight muna. Nasya-shock dito yung side ng Team Secret. Pero the shockwave will miss. Pero okay lang yan kasi napupush back itong si Trevor. And yung base ng Team Secret!
Tatakay! Minions! Tatakay!
Eren Yeager! Tatakay!
Shinzo! Sasagayo! 166 HP na lang! Hindi pa nasira!
HP na lang!
Oh,
pero
no!
isang hampas na lang! Focus sa goal! Team Secret, they lost once again! And Grindsky! Pare GG! What happened?
This is the problem of not having a tank champion. Yeah, they have a tank. We have rocks to tank the damage, but where's the core? We need the core tank. At yun ang kinulang nila sa laban na to. Yep, they have a Zar, they have damage, pretty much damage is more than enough. But even Tatsuri is struggling a lot sa kanyang pag-setup.
Yeah,
hirap
may
siyang
nakita
maghanap ng
tayong
pwesto.
moonfall pero sabi ko nga hindi naging beneficial para sa kanila. That's the parang condition ng isang Diana. Kailangan mo sumet up pero kailangan nandun din yung mga sangga nyo and meron kayong follow up right away. And mind you, comparing sa moonfall, yung shockwave, 2 or 3 shockwave, yung maganda na naibigay sa atin neto ni Tactical na talaga naging beneficial sa kanya, not only stopping yung the rest of the members ng Team Secret dito after pumasok ni Rox. Kaya nabubuli din nila at napapatay nila itong si Rox right away kasi na-delay yung mga nasa likod. And dude, Tatsuri struggling. I think everyone is struggling except for Azar. Si Azar lang yung nakapag-farm sa kanila na medyo matino so far.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Yasu. No? And again, overall, the pressure being given to Team Secret because of maybe in their previous loss yesterday sa Sunsparks dito. Baka nadala nila ngayon. Parang mayroon pa sila frustration because of what happened. But then again, as I mentioned, this is the problem with the lack of tank, the lack of front line.
Oh, yeah.
They have Chewy, they have Lux as their AP, but they don't have enough manpower to defend, to go for the front line. At kapag nahuli si Chewy, where is the damage? Kumbaga parang where is the love na nangyayari dito? They lack the damage, sobrang kunat ni Tonte, and look at the difference between having a good tank and having a good burst damage that they have. The difference is that they're talagang also, I would like to add lang din the difference of Diana and an Oriana. Diana has to go inside. Kailangan niya mag-max charge ng kanyang moonfall. Tignan mo to. The setup failed coming in from Tatsuri. No damage, no scratch at all from yung kanyang moonfall. Parang late lang talaga.
Yeah,
pero yung shockwave, di ba? Very impactful talaga.
Pasok, di ba? Pasok yung shockwave. And the thing with Tatsuri, pagpasok niya, kulong agad siya. The box, slow. Mahirapan siyang makalis doon.
Boom!
Oh yeah, the shock. 4 yan, men. And yung moonfall, halos hindi na nga yata bumagsak yung moonfall na ito ni Tatsuri. Siya yung unang bumagsak before the moonfall na bumagsak talaga. Si Rox, namatay doon sa may river.
Power, river. Na hindi na nga, no? And after that, again, the Minions, tatakay.
Oh my God.
Talagang, ito yung, kumbaga kaila Erwin, di ba? Yung huling, huling March. And player of the game, Tactical, mga kaibigan. 28, Qeon.
Grabe, 28 Qeon. Pero wala pa rin tatalo sa 42K na 40.
Ay, oo. Wala pa rin. Grabe pa din yun. No.
Grabe yan. Heavy yun, heavy.
Heavy ka kunats yan. But again, with this tactical Grindsky Esports overall setting up the face of the game, this is looking pretty good para sa kanila, no? But we'll see how tactical how Grindsky can keep this up, because Team Secret for sure, hungry sila for a bawi. Napaka-konyo, hungry sila dito sa
Konyo
pagbawi.
together malakas.
Diba?
pero yun
Napakalakas ng strong.
So strong naman, so lakas naman this guy.
Ay, true.
Pero anyway, kidding aside, no, Team Secret, sabi mo nga, they are hungry, sila yung parang gigil dito, sila yung dapat magkaroon ng redemption arc. And yeah, of course, yung mga sabihin natin, may mga fans talaga ng Team Secret na medyo na-upset ngayon. They really have to up their game para sa side ng Team Secret. I think basa na sila ng halos lahat eh. They are once in the top, 'di ba? Pero you can't stay at the top ng same tactic lang, ng same over and over again yung ginagamit mo. Yes, nagkaroon sila ng changes on their, sabihin natin, draftings and whatnot, pero they really have to level up. But, since Game 1 pa lang naman yan, meron pa tayong Game 2 and potential Game 3, no? Kung sakali manalo yung Team Secret on the next game, huwag kayong aalis dahil magkakaroon lang kami ng very, very short break. Kami nag-shoutcaster nyo ako si Yasam Yao. Kasama ko dito si Paring Spear. Diyan lang kayo, chill lang tayo.
Up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
And welcome back. Sabi sa inyo, mabilis lang yung break natin. Nagbabalik kami. Ako nga pala si Yasumi. Kasama ko dito si paring GG Spear. 1-0 na. Grindsky ang nakauna sa side ng Team Secret dito. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi nga ba on the second game para dito sa last series natin ng side ng Team Secret para madala on the third game. Or this is going to be a 2-0 para sa side ng Grindsky. GG, gusto kong hingin ang iyong opinion dito. What do you think ang pwedeng gawin ng side ng Team Secret?
Again, I mentioned kanina with regards to the lineup, medyo nagkulang talaga sila dito sa frontline. Maganda dito na may Garen, of course, ang Grindsky Esports because they have a tankiness that they could provide sa mga situations kanina. You know, meron silang enough frontline dito to take all the damage, soak all the damage, and nakita natin one time the effectiveness of Tonte being the Garen, na kaya niyang pasukin dito dalawa. Even Azar, tagal ng time na binuhos niya just so he could kill itong si Tonte and help his comrades. Nagkaroon pa na magandang trade on afterwards. And the difference again between Oriana and Diana, the shockwave play, the moonfall play, talagang malaki talaga. So we'll see if how Grindsky or rather Team Secret is going to react on this one. I think pwede pa sila makabawi dito. Syempre naman, Team Secret yan. They love to get a comeback from behind palagi. Sila nga yung comeback kings natin. But we'll see about that sa ating game 2 kasi Grindsky Esports, they're different level right now. Talagang on fire sila sa mga laban natin.
Yeah, on fire talaga ang side ng Grindsky, lalo na Grindsky, no? Grindsky, halos wala naman silang kailangan i-adjust sa kanilang lineup. Naging lineup kanina on the first game. Rather, Team Secret ang kailangan magbago ng draft dito. And speaking of draft, eto na ang draft natin for the second game. Grindsky is still gonna stay for the first pick and first 2 picks naman para sa side ng Team Secret. They will be banning out the Trenecton in respect for Azar or even Tatsuri dito kasi pwede mong laruin yan on the bottom lane and the middle lane. Team Secret naman, they will ban itong si Camille. Grindsky, Galio, I think yung ban dito ng Grindsky, with all due respect, para kay Rox lahat, halos. Kasi gaya ng kanina, no, nung first game natin, Galio, Rakan, and isa pang support yun, if I'm not mistaken, yung pinandi nila.
I think, since second phase na kasi yun ng ban and they already got trash, yun lang talaga yung the best option to go for the ban. There you go. Meow, meow, meow.
Who let the cat out? Ming, 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 ming.
But open si Trash Yasu,
Yeah,
so pwede sila mag-trash dito kung display at Trash.
Yeah.
Para sa Team Secret, pero if ever they're not going to go for the Trash, then maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe they think that Trash or maybe during the scrims, Trash don't work pretty well on their team. Because again, it's a different level pag naglalaro ka ng rank games, kapag naglalaro ka ng competitive scene. So, we'll see about that. First pick nila, it's been a while, Varos si Chewy. Nakikita natin siya in the previous matches, pero hindi natin siya ganun na madalas nakikita. Ito na, Yasu! Trash ni
Rox!
Bati na kayo ulit.
Bati na kayo ulit. Ang daming mag-iingay sa chat niyan, di ba? Mga fanboys ni Rox mag-ingay. Joke lang. Pero anyway, yun nga. Ito na yung hinihingi ng tao. Pinakawalan na itong si Trash sa wakas. Pero ang tanong kasi, game changer nga ba to sa side ng Team Secret? Ito na nga ba talaga yung kasagutan for the Team Secret para makabawi, para maibalik yung sabihin natin medyo may kalungkutan kasi natalo sila sa Sunsparks, nabangasan sila ng isa ng Cerebrum. Kumbaga, andun pa din yung medyo may kalungkutan. Hopefully, nakapag-reset na sila and hopefully, etong bago nilang draft na dinadraft ngayon na hindi pa tapos, no? Maging redemption nila or kaya pinalabas ng Grindsky dito kasi may sagot sila. Yun eh, di ba? Pwede nilang kunin si Trish for the side of Grindsky pero mas pinili nila itong si Yumi. Ikaw ba, Spear? Sa tingin mo, ito na yon? This is it?
Yeah, you mentioned kanina na this could be a bait once again, no? Pwedeng bait pick ulit. Sige, let them get Trash because we have different plans dito to counter out itong Trash. Having Yumi as an additional on their lineup of Grindsky Esports is going to be pretty huge for them. So maganda ito. Since they could do something about it, syempre, kung sino ba magiging AP, AD carry nila. But syempre, most beneficial itong si Yumi sa mga AD carries because of the speed tax, pwede niya ma-provide sa mga laban. But also could go for the AP carries because of we still have Morgana open right now. Tignan natin sino maging third, fourth, and fifth pick bans dito ng dalawang team. Yeah.
Man, sinasabi mo kanina, AP, AD carry, ABCD, open pa si Vayne. And medyo naging, alam mo, against Sunsparks kahapon, yun yung nagpahirap sa TS eh. Pwedeng gawin ng Grindsky yun. Pwedeng kunin ng Grindsky dito etong si Vayne if they wanted to. Meron naman sila, sabi mo nga, Yuumi. Ma-highlight niya lalo etong ADC na to, lalo na that's a Vayne, one of, sabihin natin, sa mga ranked games, sa mga pub, one of broken champion yan. Pero nice ban on the TS, no? Parang nararamdaman namin, Vayne na to eh. Kasi si Vayne kasi yung champion na walang sinasanto kahit tangkap eh. And mabubuo kasi yung Exodia sa side ng Grindsky. Kung sakaling bigyan mo ng Vayne, may Garen sila, tapos may pang-backline sila, meron pa silang taga-protect. Tapos meron pa silang bonus na pwede sabihin nating setup, might be an Orianna again, no? Para sa side ng Grindsky. Good call on the ban on the Vayne. Or baka may iba pa silang AD, AP?
Pwede. Again, we still have a lot of options. And yung hindi naman siya, I mean, pwede sa early, syempre, dun siya sa kanyang carry sa bot lane.
Yeah.
Or sa dragon lane. Pero as the game continue to progress, eventually, she will, go to a different person, different teammate na papasokan niya dito at talagang sasaliban niya. Parang may mali pag
saliwahan
natin, no?
Ito yung support na saliwahan, pre.
Oo. Kung saan lang napupunta. Lucian. Okay, interesting.
Lucian.
Okay, so we don't have Vayne, then we'll have Lucian, but this is going to be the Darius of Azar. It's one of his champions that nagpakita ng highlight during the Horizon Cup. But we'll see if how this would work out on the favor Team Secret kasi wala pa silang last pick dito. The missing piece could be the mid laner. But then again, tignan natin.
Pwede naman mag-mid din. Kazi,
no Jax.
Fiora, maybe Fiora mid. Or baka kasi ilagay nila si Fiora din sa baba kung gusto nilang ipag-Lucian ito si Bambi. What is role? Kalimutan na natin yung role na yan. Hindi mo magigess. Pero malamang kasi Fiora on the mid lane for Bambi. And then ADC. And this time Team Secret, binanggit mo kanina, mas better nga kasi talaga etong si Orianna. She's got the range. And asa malayo ka, may protect ka pa na pwede mai-provide sa mga ka-teammates mo.
Tsaka Tatsuri also one of the players who uses use itong si Orianna more often. Sa mga previous matches nila, and kaya nami-miss natin itong si Orianna, but ngayon, yes, we will be seeing her once again sa kamay Tatsuri. Kaya nakita natin Bambi, tactical rather, pretty much used, talagang napakaganda paggamit niya dito sa Orianna. But going to the lineup of Grindsky, I think this is going to be a bot lane Garen, and then Yuumi.
Bot Garen, no?
Pwedeng Garen Yuumi, mid lane Lucian. Tignan natin, kasi ito kasi maraming pwedeng gawin. Sabi nga natin, what is lane, what is role. Parang sa panahon ngayon, hindi alam ko ano yung totoo. It's going to be illusion. Okay, kasi I've seen a lot of Garen, Yuumi in the pub games dito, rank games, but this is doable, this is workable.
Nagkaroon din tayo ng Garen Yuumi kung saan hindi sila mapatay. Na
doon,
I forgot kung anong kung naalala mo.
That's UDG, underground din yan.
UDG, no? Magkasama sila, Garen versus the world. Yuumi and Garen versus the world ang peg. And sila pa nga yung nanalo doon. Pero we'll see, the sustain kasi na binibigay ng isang Yuumi. Again, may mga tao pa rin nagtataka, bakit binuff itong si Yuumi? Kasi underperforming po si Yuumi pagdating sa mga pub games. And yun nga lang, nagsashine talaga si Yuumi pagdating sa mga pro scene just like this. Kaya naman, nire-respect ban na lang din ng ibang mga teams natin. Pero sa pub games kasi wala masyadong gumagamit ng Yuumi. But we'll see. This is the second game, might be the last game for Team Secret and Grindsky. Kung may panalo ng Team Secret to, game 3 tayo. Kapag ka hindi, Grindsky 2-0. Spear, what do you think?
Ang naisip ko lang ngayon is that this could be a potential win again for Team Secret or win sa series ito for Team Secret because again, nakita kanina na the problem is that they're lacking the tank, but this time they have the tank. Also, maganda yung pang-initiate nila. They also the support, of course, coming from Rocks dito with the Thresh. Na ngayon lang natin makikita na nakalusot. So, tignan natin if this will work well on their favor. Uy, the pressure of Rocks and Chewy. Pero tignan mo, Yasuo, no? Mas napapalow nila yung HP ni Chewy dito because, again, that death sentence and play and no lantern as of yet.
Yeah, and also yung projectile din neto ni Yumi na recently no kaka-buff lang almost sabi nga ni Madam Gaisaya na almost lahat ng skills dito ni Yumi is binuff, tinaasan, the damage neto and the heals as well. I believe na move din pero yung top lane natin, men, nagkakabugbugan na naman itong si Azar at saka si Tonte, yung isa basketbolero, yung isa espadero, 'di ba? Dapat etong si Garen, naisip ko lang, di ba sa lore nila magkaaway naman sila? Parang meron silang nemesis ganon, duel. Dapat meron din silang ganon no?
Gusto mo rin ba lagyan ng tawag dito ng ring yung espada ni Garen, no? Parang papalag naman, no?
Man.
Imagine mo, Dimashin
Basketball.
Justice.
Dapat
Dimashin Justice,
naka-jersey.
bagsakan mo din ng ring.
The jersey. Wala. Si Tonte, hindi naka-jersey, hindi naka pang basketball, no?
Eagles.
Nagdala ng espada sa labanan ng basketball. Parang mali yata yun, no? Pero anyway, kidding aside, no, wala pa siya masyadong nangyayari sa mapa dito. Pitikan, pero walang sakitan ng husto. Nagkaduguan ng tenga, pero wala pa naman napuputol.
Oy,
no? Pero
information
huwag kayo maingay.
Alam
May
nila
information si Trevor. Alam ni Trevor.
Uy, nakuha! Wait lang, nakuha ba niya?
Pati ni Trevor.
Oo,
Yeah, that's the
nakuha
blue
niya
buff.
nga.
That's the blue buff. Nakuha ni Trevor yun, par.
Wait a minute, but kanon may info na they have the words there.
Sa
that
middle, oo.
Trevor was coming. Doon sa may bush na yun, ayun, no? Kitang-kita nila. And maybe didn't expect na may na ganun kabilis lang din. Kasi Sonic Wave, isa talaga sa pinakamadaling mag-steal na mga objective is stilisin talaga.
Yeah. And
Pero
I think,
isolation eh.
I think in-expect din ni Qeon baka hindi kasi dito mag-go yan, no? Kasi nga may Fiora din naman sa middle lane. Baka pinaplano din nila. And I think Tatsuri, pumosition din siya wherein nagmamatapang siya, I believe, no, to bait out na baka Chinese, hindi siya yung puntahan dito ni Lee Sin. But anyway, yun na nga, no, nanakaw na ni Trevor dito yung blue buff neto ni Chinese, pero
Ay,
hindi
gusto
siya papayag.
bumawi,
Gusto niya din, kaso wala eh. Wala,
Ay,
men. Pero ito, bola
Oh,
galing
Bambi!
kay Tatsuri dito, pero Tatsuri, magkaiba sila ng target. Bambi and Chinese, nagtag-isa ng target dito si Tatsuri at saka si Trevor. Pero hindi na sila mag-go unless si Bambi gusto niyang pasukan talaga dito si Tatsuri na low on na HP. But hindi nahahabol.
Kaya talaga
Chill
eh.
lang.
Kaya talagang ibigyan ng pressure sa Tatsuri the mid lane dito without Fiora. Nakikita natin with the use of yung launch niya dito, just giving the damage, giving the pressure. And pretty much Tatsuri is, talagang lean against the wall. Wala siyang magawa dito kundi sumandal muna for now and mag-wait for the late game para magkaroon siya ng effectiveness to win against dito kay Bambi. And I really think right now it's really important for them to get actually meron na Executioner's Calling. Magandang choice to for Chewy because again, Executioner's Calling, kung gusto mong bawasan yung healing dito ng isang Yumi, then go for the Grievous Wounds.
Yep, indeed. And I think Team Secret, pining nila yung Rift Herald as of now. Dito nga sila puposition sa may Rift Herald and Chinese. Andito din siya sa may top lane. Pero nag-aagaw sila. Scuttler pa lang. Pero na-silence nila dito. Ito si Trevor. Pero saan ka pupunta? Tara dito, sumakay ka sa lantern ko, sabi ni Rock. Diba? Liligtas kita. Pero Chinese going for the isolation. Trevor though, just so lucky na nakapag-mamba out siya doon. Pero ang sakit, men. Kita mo yung natirang buhay na lang kay Trevor dito. Konti na lang. So, ang kailangan niya na lang dito, hindi sila makakapag-engage on the team fight. Kailangan na lang ni Trevor dito is makapag-knockout. Pero alam ng Grindsky yan eh. Loyal yan si Trevor, hindi yan papasok unless we go all in dito sa my Rift Herald na to. Same with Team Secret, no? Ayaw din nilang pumasok right away. Gusto nilang likuran yung side ng Grindsky. Pero Grindsky, sila yung naka-aura dito. But knowing na merong Tatsuri around the area, sabay magagawa sa likod. Ito si Bambi and si Tactical with the calling and the box. Pero yung Rift Herald na mapupunta pa rin sa side ng Team Secret. Final chapter will be matatamaan na marurot dito sa si Azar sa may bandang river natin. Pero 1 for 1 exchange. But still, Team Secret, nakuha naman nila yung Rift Herald.
What a nice timing coming from the final chapter of both dito, no? Nahuli nila dito si Chewy and I think also Trevor got caught. Azar as well, nahuli dito ng kanilang final chapter. Kaya siya naipit and he has no choice but to fight and try to make some trades after getting the Rift Herald. But the problem is, of course, Team Secret was able to secure yung ating Rift Herald. They just need to make sure that they can utilize this one because Dragon is there. This is a Mountain Drake. And
Mountain
Tonte
Drake
will
talaga
benefit, this will benefit Tonte once again.
Yeah, kaya kailangan, nag-reset yung Dragon, men ha, nakita mo yun? Nag-reset yung Dragon para dito sa side ng Grindsky. I think masisecure na nila to, and yan, nakuha pa nga dito ng Grindsky. Tatsuri, he's still safe somehow, pero binabox out lang ni Tonte yung mga apat sa may gitna, pero nahatak siya dito ni Azar. But Tonte, nabangga ng Rip Herald, salbahe, pero okay lang. That's gonna be a successful defense coming from the Grindsky. Habang TS, di pa rin sila titigil. Shockwave will be tayo. Mapapabalik din nila dito si Chinese, pero hindi nila masusundan yung Shockwave na yon. But still, makukuha pa rin nila yung tower. And magbibigay asin siya para sa side ng Team Secret. Napatay yung pusa!
Hindi makakapit.
Oo nga, hindi nakakapit ang pusa. Usually, hindi mo mahuhuli agad si Yumi pero si Bo.
Na-play kasi siya
Play
and then follow up. After follow up, a lot of skills na nakuha niya doon. And Team Secret was successful in invading the mid there. They're here in the dito. That's the first turret sa kanila. So malaking bagay ito for Team Secret. They're actually getting back on their feet right now sa laban na ito. They just have to keep the momentum na meron sila on this early lead that they now. 7-minute mark mga kaibigan, malapit tayo dito. And the goal is just 200 or 400 away dito ang lead of Grindsky.
Yeah, konti lang. Konting kembot lang yun. Actually, isang kill lang to. Magkakatalo kung sino talaga may distansya. O that, yung isa pwedeng mabawi, yung isa pwedeng mas lumamang pa. No? Isang kill lang ang pagitan ng kanilang network as of now. And as of now, no, farm muna, especially for the side of Grindsky kay Tactical. Sa kanya din nakasalalay ang ball game at ang damage na manggagaling sa kanyang team dito. Same with Team Secret, kailangan din nila ng farm on Chewy. As of now, si Chewy chapsuy yung kanyang item sa ngayon. Pero pareha silang wala pang kills, wala pang deaths. So far, magkalapit lang din yung kanilang network or kanilang goal dito. Pera neto ni Tactical at ni Chewy. Medyo lamang lang si Tactical ng konti, no? Pero kamaingay. That's gonna be the isolation para dito kay Azar na tinalo ng kasama ko pero hinatak with the apprehend pero hindi pa rin nila mababurst. Nice attempt pero medyo bad yan eh. Kasi kada attempt mo hindi mo napapatay. Sayang yung oras, sayang yung investment.
Actually, sabi mo sa akin, wag ako maingay, pero nag-ingay na si Qeon. Si Qeon talaga yung pumasok. Hindi na rin siya makapaghintay. He really want to get that kill at least sa top lane sana. And as you mentioned, this time, no, being consumed in every team fight dito or in every attempt to go for the gank. But the problem is again, hindi nga nila masecure yung kill na yun. Not even burning any summoner spell dito against kay Azar. And take note, Yasuo, you almost Ghostblade is up. Kaninang Chapsuy, ngayon, you almost Ghostblade na para kay Chewy. But the next item is probably going to be the Mana Mune. Of course, para magkaroon siya ng damage and mana dito. More damage with the poke. Pwedeng 3 Feral gonna go up 15 seconds on the clock setup na. Ang ginagawa ngayon ng Team Secret habang si Bambi ay tamang sneaky push lang in the bot.
Yeah, yun naman talaga ang job ng isang Kiora. Pero nahatak with the death sentence. Wala na, hindi na binuhay ang Tipaklong. At nahuli pa nga sa may bandang likod. Itong pusang makulit. Sabay back away na yung Team Secret dito. Wala na si Chinese, pare ko.
Hindi pwede. Ang Tipaklong at ang pusa. Parang mali talaga. Oh yes, ako din, Yasuo, medyo nararamdaman ko talaga ang hirap na nararamdaman nila dito. Hindi talaga pagsama ang pusa.
Tipaklong at
kaya yun yung nangyari.
Yeah, pero as you see, no, wala na din yung ating Rift Herald. Kasi na-eliminate ng side ng Team Secret dito si Chinese. So, the right thing to do is to take that Herald without any contest coming from the side ng Grindsky. And now, yung minamatahan naman natin ngayon ay yung Dragon. Pumuposisyon na yung dalawang kupunan, pero I think si Bambi ang kulit-kulit sa may bottom lane dito. Pero makikipagkulitan yata dito itong si Trevor at saka itong si Rox. Mukhang natataktahan ba si Bambi dito? Hindi naman. Safe naman ito si Bambi. Andun na din naka-aura yung the rest of the member ng side ng Team Secret. Pero pumasok na dito yung Grindsky sa loob mismo ng Dragon Feet. Pero umokay na, pare ko. Tumalon si Chinese from here to there. Nakita nila si Chewy. Mukhang hinatak. Ninuya, inikutan. Ginawang blender dito si Tonte. At nakuha nila si Chewy. Pero si Tonte may iipat. Sige, the final chapter sa may choke point sa napakaliit na Escanita. Taking Rox's life as well. 2 down on the side of Team Secret. No casualty on GS.
Hindi. We're seeing that Bo is not actually going to Tonte. But going towards sa mga carries nila dito to dish out more damage. And I think right now, as of yet, dated na. But maybe she already has yung kanyang Ardent Sensor for the attack speed and more.
Ayun na, may baso na.
Hindi pa up ano pa lang, yung baso pa lang, no, yung chalice
Kupita
natin,
pa lang.
Unholy Athens Grail. Oo, kumbaga, malaking damage siya dito. The effectiveness of yung kanyang shield and heal also enhanced. But then again, wala pa dito yung Ardent Sensor.
Wala pa. Kumbaga, ito pa lang, no? Pero, the thing with Yumi kasi, naitama niya yung kanyang final chapter. And napakasulit nun kasi, nasa mali Eskinite. Talagang salong-salo, kain-kain ng side ng Team Secret yun kung dun sila nakapwesto. And yun nga, nahuli nila si Rox. And ang ganda din ng desisyon, call ng side ng Grindsky dito, leave the dragon kasi naispatan nila dito si Chewy. And Chewy, alam naman natin sa kanya nanggagaling yung damage coming from the side ng Team Secret and eliminating pa itong si Rox. Pero top lane natin, mukhang delikado ang buhay dito ni Qeon yung Tonte. Tonte, medyo makunat pa rin naman. May kasama silang Hit Herald. Pero after that job's done, wala kaming pakialam kay Tonte. Makunat yan. Iwan na natin yan, di ba? Tower is already eliminated. Pero yung bottom lane, men, ang kulit ni Bambi. Gusto niya ding makabagsak ng tore. Pero nandun si Azar. No, Bambi. No, don't do that. Parang siya, si Bambi naging swiper, no? Siya yung deer, pero mukha siyang swiper na nangungulit in the lane natin. Mukhang another choke point na naman to. Final chapter. Open yan. I don't know kung gagamitin nila. Yes, ginamit nila, pero wala silang nakuha dito para sa side ng Grindsky. Tinakot lang nila yung ES as of now.
And it's really an advantage ito para sa Team Secret, yung control nila dito sa mid lane. By defending this first tier turret, they have a lot of spaces na pwede nilang makreate sa mga teamfight dito. Pwede silang lumabang!
Hinahabol dito si Trevor, pare ko. I don't know. Parang fear.
Parang magkabulan lang pero
Pero hindi
nagkabakbakan
niya,
lang din.
feeling ko naman hindi niya i-engage yan eh. Kasi
Safeguard
siya
lang,
lang mag-isa dun eh, para kay Tonte. Tinaboy lang, kinukulit lang. Alam mo naman yung mga Grindsky dito, makukulit, manang-mana to kay Berting eh, di ba?
Oo. Siyempre, Berting yan eh. Alam mo naman. Like
Berting
down,
ba?
okay? 10 seconds, ayan na, medyo nagiging smooth as smooth as
butter.
As butter. Pero
Smooth
teka,
as butter
mabakot
nga
ka
ba?
huli.
Pero ikot-ikot with the silence for 2. The box,
naku,
sila yung
mapit
nagda-box.
na.
Sila,
Uy!
grabe yun! Tumalon
Uy!
sa may final
Stacy!
chapter. Pero Stacy, stay here. Trevor, nakapag-flash out. He's safe. Death sentence will connect. And also, yung hatak dito
Ito
ni
si
Kuya
Tactical.
Rox. Pero buhay pa dito si Giant. Isli pa dito. Parang GD magko-connect. Itong si Che will be. The Shockwave will connect. Won't connect as well. Si Tactical, the Calling will be there. Kasi si Tactical na yung natitira dito. Well, kasama niya pa dito si Yumi. Pero the armor na generate dito ni Yumi, lumabas siya, pumasok siya para makapagbigay ng armor and nandito na ulit itong si Tonte. Duguan yung tatlo coming from the
Round
side
two.
ng Team Secret. Round 2 nga ba ito? Mukhang kailangan muna ng reset ng both teams natin as of now.
Ang bilis na. I think Tonte, kumuha siya ng honeyfoot sa ating top lane river dito, no? Because pagdating niya, meron siyang enough HP and also additional yung kanyang passive. Pag wala siyang team, pag wala siyang not in combat, meron siyang regeneration for his champion. No? And that team fight, I want to say na meron talagang nakuha ng malaking benefit doon. But rather, they just bought time para sa kanilang mga sarili. Kasi nagkaroon lang ng mga parang trade-off in a way, pero no secured kills by far. And also, we're gonna be having the Dragon anytime soon. 5 seconds on the clock para mag-up yan. At nahihirapan din dito ang Grindsky na makapag-secure na ng kill. And Team Secret is doing pretty well right now to get a comeback sa laban na ito.
Actually, Grindsky yung may lamang dito as of now. Dalawa yung dragon nila and lamang sila dito sa network. Though, kayang habulin niya ng Team Secret for a few kills. Pero ito nga, third dragon to. This is gonna be Omnibump coming from the Ocean Drake. Pero si Tonte, ako ang talo! Let's go! Mr. Steal Your Girl! Sabi ni Giant is dito. Ayan! And hinahabol pa rin nila dito. Itong side ng Team Secret na Shockwave, mukhang hindi naman nakaka-shock, pre. And hinahabol na nga. Itong si Tactical and that dodge on that death sentence. Hindi na i-sentence ng maayos. Wala ding death na nangyari, men.
Oo, kumbaga, yung death penalty, hindi umabot sa kanya. At nabuhay pa nga. Uy, teka lang, Azar, naiwas sa isang support lane. Tatlo yan, ha?
Kaso nga lang, may takbo pa rin dito itong si Azar. Of course, tower hugging lang. Ang mission ay i-def itong tower na to. Nandito na din si Tatsuri, pero wala pa siya shockwave dito. Pero tinanong na dito si Azar. Pero humiwa na si Azar, but Azar still gonna bound to pull down. Kasama neto ni Tonte. Ang Dimasyan at ang Noxian, parehas namatay dito sa bottom lane, men.
Wala pa rin ng nanaig. Kumbaga pareho pa rin, kontrabida at bida talaga naglaban dito. And because of that, yun nga, nagkaroon tayo ng 1-1 trade dito. But looking at Grindsky Esports right now, they're doing pretty well, no? In terms of juggling, yung aggro or yung targeting dito ng Team Secret. The attention of Team Secret is pretty well divided dito sa laban na ito because of Grindsky Esports controlling every lane. The attempt, the split push being done by Bambi, the solid push coming in from Tactical in the mid lane. Kakap lang ng Steridus Grudge Tactical dito. So, this is not looking good for Team Secret. Kapag tinamaan sila ng Kaling, then mai-slow pa sila dito and more damage para sa kanila.
Pero slow, hindi hatak babalik dito itong si Bambi. Grabe naman, ang hot nyo naman, Lods. Kumukuha lang ng scatter eh. Kaya naman, desayun niya, sabi ni Bambi dito, desayun na, kasi nadedelikado pa siya doon. Kasi Chinese, even though nandyan sila sa malapit, isolation, wala doon. Pero ito si Rox, nagkasalmong sila ni Tonte, death sentence para sa kanya, nag-connect. Pero hindi sila mag-all in. Of course, that's just Tonte, makunat yan, sakit sa ulo yan kapag binuhos nyo lahat para sa isang tank.
Okay. They're setting up the Baron, no, for sure, because it's already up. We still have the turret at top lane up pa din up until now. And again, sabi ko nga maganda dito na meron first tier turret pa rin sa mid din itong Team Secret because of that. Nakakagalaw sila ng maayos and they can't even give the pressure enough against Team Secret right now. Kasi nakuha naman nila yung second tier turret in the mid lane. They just have to get the second tier, at the bot lane rather. They just also have to get the first tier top lane para mas gumakagalaw sila ng maayos dito. And maybe they could also take the Baron pag nagkaroon sila ng pagkakataon.
Yeah, kung may mabawas dito sa dalawang koponan natin, no. Yun kasi na yung next objective eh. Wala pa tayong Elder, kakatake lang halos nung Dragon. Pero ang layo, men. Pero Paru-G, lipad muna. Natatakan nila si Tonte. Tonte ang nagbabox out dito sa may tribush. Pero ang kunat, pre. Tonte, what is that? Uy, Takaling! Medyo hindi tumama, pero nasulidan nito ng bahagya itong si Trevor. But top lane! Nakapatay! Itong si Chinese, even though Azar was there, tinabuta pa rin ng isolation.
Si Boy
nakapatay! And kasi yung final, I think that's the final chapter par. Ginamit ni Bo final chapter, pero hindi pa sila tapos. Kasi, kuyog pa nila dito si Azar sa may bandang taas, sabay push na lang ng Torre. Pwede sila mag-back out dito for the side of Grindsky. Kaso umaaraw dito yung Team Secret. Pagka lumabas kayo sa damo, tarp kayo. Pero hindi din naman kasi lalabas dito yung GS sa may damo. Nakaabang sila. Chiwabin, nasa gitna, no? Nagma-max range lang si Chiwabin.
Yes, and what happened to top lane, yun yung oh no moment. Kumbaga pag nahuli ka na, oh no, para magpinasutan pa yung, no. Yun na yung nangyari. But he has no choice but to commit and try to make some trades dito.
Oy! Oh no!
No.
Oh no.
Ayun na nga.
Si Chiwabin, men! Isa pa! Another one with the final chapter!
Jumping lason!
Pero, hinabol pa rin na. Doon yung Dimash and Justice, but that's just the Guardian Angel na na-eliminate nila para kay Trevor. Si Trevor nananakbo dito. Shockwave will be there. Pero mukhang makuhuli nila dito si Tactical! With the stasis to dodge that Noxian Guillotine! Coming from Azar!
He's still alive!
He's still alive!
Alive and kicking! All of Summoner's spell has been used, pero they're stopping them from trying to get this Dragon. May kasama yun. May nag-teleport.
Huwag ka maingay! Nag-ano sila dito?
Si
Nagdadragon
Trevor
sila
gusto
dito.
niya. Gusto niya gumawa ng play, no?
Wala namin, men. Wala akong masabi, Grindsky. Saan kayo nag-training? Anong pinakain sa inyo ni Berting? Share nyo naman.
Hyperbolic chamber. And it's working pretty well on their favor. Again, the control, the aggression coming from Grindsky right now. It's working pretty well on their favor dito. Chinese with the initiation against dito. Kay Chu, is that Chu? I think that's Chewy, no? Na nahuli niya doon.
Oh, chatting about... And another one! Oh my God! And another one! Pero hindi, kasi si Roxy yung na-target niya dito. Kailangan niya mag-flash out and maging safe. And, safe naman siya. Pero ang kulit mo, Chinese! Ang sakit mo, Chinese! And hinahabol na dito si Trevor. Nasulitan siya doon ng final chapter. Hinarabutan na presenta, pero tinanod pa din! Kinagat pa din ang Paru-G! Pero babawi na sa amin. Kaya dito yung side ng Team Secret.
Naku po, Tactical!
And mukhang matatagan nila dito si Tactical. Tactical is still alive. Si Bumi ang nagsakripisyo dito. Tonte, habol pa. And mukhang armor na lang ang puhunan dito ni Tatsuri. Pero hindi na rin siya mabubuhay. So sorry na nga lang. Grindsky! Parang Spear, this is 2-0. 2-0?
2-0 again and again. And
Oh
Grindsky
my God.
Esports, mga
What
kaibigan.
happened? Trash is
Getting
not the
this
key.
win against Secret, my friend. Wow.
Come on. We're as just disappointed as you are. Pero, masaya din kami at the same time.
Oh.
Diba? This is yung katotohanan na hindi lang iilan yung mga malalakas na team natin sa Pilipinas. Walang malakas, walang mahina. Kasi even the underdogs, pumapalong-palo sila. So, yeah, all in all, I guess Thresh is not the key. Thresh is not the answer. And Chinese, on his K6, with Yumi, men, sabi mo hindi pwede magsama ang pusa at tipaklong.
Pwede pala,
Nagsama
no?
sila, pwede pala, men. And ang lakas nila.
Kumbaga yung aso nga at yung pusa na pag nagiging mag-best friends, di ba? Yung tipaklo pa kaya at pusa. And it worked on their favor, no? And normally yung kung tipaklong siguro okay lang. Pero pag yung mga ipis, inaano ng mga pusa yan, di ba? Inaaway nila yan eh. But I would say na, again, in this game,
ayoko ng ipis.
I'm really surprised with the performance of Grindsky Esports. Tonte still, one of the, the pressure na binibigay niya sa mga team fight na to, talagang gumana sa kanya.
Yep.
Pumasok siya sa game 2, it worked pretty well sa kanya. Sa game 1, sobrang kunat niya. And there's also one team fight na hindi kumapit si Yumi kay Garen, kay Tonte ever. Talaga focus na siya sa mga carries nila to give more benefit with the attack speed and heal dito. Kasi Tonte, hindi niya naman kailangan ng heal eh. Diba?
Yep.
And shoutout sa panel natin kasi their prediction, lahat sila ay mali. Sayaw-sayaw muna tayo mga Lodi.
Sayaw-sayaw muna. Yeah, tama ka dyan. Lahat sila sasayaw, no? Para fair. Pero ito, yung highlights natin, balikan natin, no? Team Secret, oo, nakapalag sila somewhere on the mid game. Pero naging tahimik din sila, no? Naging patient din sila so far. Kasi parehas naman na teams natin kailangan ng farm. Pero once kasi na nakapag-farm, yung side ng Grindsky, especially Chinese, hindi niya na binubuhay si Chewy. Ito yung sinasabi mo, Spear, na hindi siya kumapit kay Tonte. Kasi alam ng lahat na hindi kailangan ni Tonte ng heal at that point. And yung final chapter dito ni Yumi, yes, some of it medyo nagmimintes. Pero yung binibigay niya na additional, ito yung dakdakan dun sa may sa may tower, oh. Pero yeah, yung binibigay na additional na points neto ni Yumi, bayad na bayad. Ito yung, man, 2 hits. 2 hits yun, isa pa, oh. Diba? Meron pang isa na mapapatay niya ulit si Chewy. I think later on, or I think tapos na yan. Ito na yata yung last team fight. Yeah, ito na yung last team fight. Or rather, no. Ito, yan. Napatay niya ulit si Chewy, bro. Hindi na nakaabot sa lantern. And talon-talon lang. Paru-paruji lang.
Yes. Also would like to highlight the Twin Shadows, no? Enchanted Busibo dito. That's one of the reasons why they have the opportunity to assassinate anyone. Diba? Because kapag ginagamit nila yung Twin Shadows, nakikita nila saan yung kalaban nagtatago. And after that, they can isolate them. They can get the kill dyan immediately.
Of course.
And no doubt, mga kaibigan, Chinese will be the player of the game. 21,000 damage with the help, of course, of Yumi, my friend. 843 ang kanya GPM dito. Ako, Yasu, 100% na kill participation.
Yan yung gusto mong makita sa iyong stats, di ba? 100%. Lalo na sa mga TCs, kailangan may participation. But anyway, Chinese and the rest of the Grindsky, I know na yung iba sa karamihan, medyo talaga nag-lean on side ng Team Secret because that's Team Secret, no? Pero napaka-shocking talaga nung ginawa dito ng side ng Grindsky na to the point na hindi din in-expect, even us, even the panel, no, yung mga prediction natin, no, but Team Secret, wala pa rin silang redemption arc, men, hindi pa din nila nabawi ang kanilang mga sarili from their loss sa Sunsparks, and hindi Thresh ang naging sagot for the side of Team Secret.
Yes, kumbaga pain, bigati, awit at kalungkutan ang nangyari ngayon sa Team Secret. But Grindsky Esports, talagang ang ganda lang na pinakita nila in this particular game. I would say na they are really on the next level right now. Iba talaga yung nagagawa ng pansol. Feeling ko pansol buff.
Ay, ganun ba yun? Pansol buff?
Nagbakasyon sila eh.
Wow,
nagbakasyon sila recently. Tsaka baka doon sila nag-training. Siyempre, pag Si
Alam mo
Ipo
yung-
Makonochi nga, Dempsey Rule sa swimming pool, di ba? Oo.
O, tsaka nakaupo sa dagat, no? Tapos nakaganon, no? Diba?
Nagwa-wild trip
Nag-meditate.
sa tubig.
Nagwa-wild trip.
Piling ko
Wow.
ganun yung kanila nag-isusi.
Oo nga, no? Nakakalakas yata pagka nag-pansol. Malay mo naman, di ba? Doon ka mag-wild trip sa pansol, magra-rank up ka. Gaya ng Grindsky dito. Pero I think, no, for me, ang observation ko lang for side ng Team Secret, kung may changes man sila na kailangan baguhin, no offense, but they have to respect. Kung saan sila nabully, they have to respect that, like that Garen and that Yumi, that Vayne, and that Lulu. They just have to respect, parang GG.
Yes, that was once again the last series of the night.
Yeah.
Pero kayo mag-alala mga kaibigan, magkakaroon po tayo ng short break at pagbalik namin, balik tayo sa ating panelists, magkakaroon tayo ng interview. Syempre, once again, maraming salamat ulit sa magandang gabing ito. Of course, on behalf of Osiris and kay Saya, babalik kami ulit bukas sa Hindi Sphere together with Diaz Sumiyaw. Kita tayo ulit mamaya, panelist muna.
Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where the week of the underdogs continues with Grindsky Esports winning a 2-0 against Team Secret. And I know everybody, the casters pretty much had the right reactions as well. Autolus, oh no, you agreed to get this to Infinity first. I think Infinity has something very important to say over here as we jump into our series highlights. But this was definitely the most unexpected, I feel, Infi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in game number 1, right? The Team Secrets' draft, you have the early game win con with Lee Sin there, and then you have Grindsky being that late game scaling team. But this game has probably been the most stagnant game that we've seen, with the first blood going, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 50 seconds? So it's actually quite insane. And then what happened next in that 14-minute later on in the stages, all dragons went to the side of Grindsky Esports. So after that, it was just a landslide. And this in particular was an amazing scene to see, because they went for the Infernal Dragon, they got it after, and look at the top lane. It was pushing on the base. So it was just a great overall play coming in from Grindsky Esports, playing to their win con and not letting Team Secrets' win con be activated.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm getting tagged by a couple of our friends from Grindsky, calling out the Fennel's prediction.
Oh no!
Yeah, we apologize.
We have to do it. We have to get that ready.
Oh, of course. But on game number 2, we saw the Yuumi being unlocked, and I did say earlier today that, yeah, Yuumi got opened during the draft of Oasis Gaming, but they were not able to successfully play the composition very well. But this time, Grindsky had a very well balanced composition. They know that if Qeon is ahead, they could have a combination of similar to the Meow Meow connection, but this time it will be a fairly different. You have an Epis Pusa connection, which is very annoying nonetheless.
We have the flying Epis, basically.
Game number 2, I still feel that that's a draft diff. Coach Rec prowess of being able to outdraft Team Secret. Team Secret had actually drafted the comfort. We saw Azar on Darius, right? Trevor on the Lee Sin, Tatsuri going back to the Orianna, Shui on the Varus, and then Thresh for Rocks. So comfort is definitely not going to win you games in the method that we have, especially with the level of competition that we have right now. Again, the 8 teams that we have right now, dog eats dog. Turns out, in the end, the cat will win.
Yeah, dog eats dog. But here, cat wins over dog and everything else, apparently. But, you know, that it raises a whole lot of questions for Team Secret for sure. And we'll get back to that in a little bit, because we do have our interview ready. And we can bring on Grindsky Esports back on the panel. And yes, get ready for a party indeed, of course. I know these guys are happy. Hi, guys! Of course, super high ang energy natin dito sa Grindsky Esports. First question for you, ano yung breakfast ni Qeon today? At bakit ganun yung performance niya today? Ano ba yung kinain niya?
Tuna lo. Ano kinain mo? Ano? Tuna po. Tunang may ewan ko.
And second question for you, Tonte, of course.
Tunang may ipis. May ipis.
Tunang may ipis.
Tunang na may ipis. That makes a lot of sense, diba? Kaya na-attract din yung Yuumi sa ipis. Well, anyway, Tonte, of course, you guys were up against the Team Secret today. And I just want to know, what was the team feeling before going into the series? Ano ba yung feeling nyo? Were you guys partying pa rin? Or mas seryoso pa yung feels nyo?
Confident naman po kami lumaban sa Team Secret po. Yun lang.
Otolus?
Infinity goes first. Infinity goes first.
Yeah. So just a simple question: how were you guys preparing for this match up against Team Secret?
Coach, pa-translate. Pa-translate. Ano daw, coach?
Paano kayo nag-prepare for itong laban na to
Infinity, you can
against Team
speak
Secret?
Tagalog. Oh, wow.
Kasama po yun sa preparation nung nag-swimming po kami. Doon po kami, si Bambi po lumablog po sa swimming pool 24 hours.
Dedication yan, ha? Dedication yan. Otolus?
I don't have a question. All I have is apology. I'm sorry to greet the
Yes,
Grindsky
yes.
office.
Okay.
To Miss Chen and
Okay.
company. Congratulations on your win, by the way.
We're sorry.
Go check. Man, what a draft on game number 2. I for Tonte, the flash last hit on the Nexus, very good, very commendable on that, Garen. But yeah, against Team Secret, you won and you have proven yourself that you belong in this league. Man, congratulations to Grindsky Esports. That's it for me.
Awesome. Yay!
Oh, guys,
So, Grindsky, do you guys have any...
Shoutout po sa tatlong boss namin, kila Sir Wayne, Sir Don, Sir G. Shoutout din po kay Mami Cheng, kay Sir Dennis po. Kay Boss Jomar po yung pinamasarap magluto. Tsaka po kay Chubby, tsaka kay Stella. Shoutout.
Ay, shoutout na sa utol ko kay Artmeister. Let's go!
Guys, go!
Yay! Congratulations, Grindsky Esports! And mukhang gumana talaga yung pansol buff. Congratulations to you guys and good luck on the rest of your games. Oh my gosh, those guys are always so fun. And syempre, they're super high energy right now after winning against a Team Secret. And, we have to go back to that, of course, because it begs the question, Otolus. It begs the question. And, this, of course, is everybody's been saying it's time to press the panic button. And, we've seen the memes come out of the respective social medias of each of these teams, which actually are pretty great, by the way. Good job to the social media managers. But again, this is Team Secret. Still, it was first against Sunsparks, and it's now against Grindsky Esports. I mean, what do they have to do? I mean, what if umiyak na po ako?
I think 0-6 is incoming. Tomorrow it will be a tougher task for them. Fennel Adversity. Again, there's something that really is happening here in the roster of Team Secret. They are trying different stuff. All of the stuff that they have tried in week number 2 hasn't been working for them. But yeah, it's not just them. It's the whole day, right, Ika?
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely the whole day. And as we check out our match results today, we're gonna see exactly how very unpredictable these all were. And Infinity, just wrapping up the discussion, of course, on Team Secret. We've been talking a lot about how we were expecting the Team Secret from the Horizon Cup. The problem is, of course, all of these other teams have evolved and changed and adapted. Is Team Secret actually stuck in the Horizon Cup? That's that's one of the big questions as well.
Yeah, it's a question that I can't answer here, Mika, because there is just changes from the team of Team Secret, and then there is adjustments to make here. So I don't know how to answer you. Maybe in the next couple of weeks, I don't know. I'm still having that little hope left for Team Secret in the following weeks to come. But hopefully they can make it back. I mean, Chewy answered us that we won't lose again, so we'll see.
Yeah, we will indeed. And of course, it was definitely nice as well to get Cerebrum on the panel with their win as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Otolus, I'm actually reminded of the moral victory of Action PH way back when. And it feels like that for Cerebrum Wildrift as well. And, there's nothing impossible. Yeah. But it just goes to show like there's nothing impossible in WCS.
Yeah, it's Action PH back then. I was a big fan of them because of the perseverance, but I feel that Cerebrum Esports, again, alongside with Sunsparks, the whole 8 teams that we have here are very capable of winning games off of each other. So
yeah,
this is, again, we hyped the WCS as something very hard to predict, and I feel it's happening now on week number 2, day number 2. We missed a lot of predictions here, Mika, and so who's going to dance? That's the question.
That would be me. That would be me on the Peacemaker dance, which I will get to you guys, of course, over the weekend. Checking out the standings, of course, not my terrible standings as on the panel. I think this is the second time, not in a row, but like this is the second time that I've fallen victim to the consequences. But of course, right now, Team Underground still sitting pretty at the top. Fennel Adversity not too far behind, but now we have a shuffle in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions over here with Grindsky Esports, Oasis Gaming, and RRQ Infinity. Is this how you thought this was going to go by the end of week 2? I mean, a lot of us here on Talent Pool mentioned that, you know, okay, the top 4 is pretty much just, or the top 5 rather, is just pretty much going to be stagnant, but there's movement happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Oasis coming up there, Team Secret going down a bit. So it's not expectation. It's not my expectation here for week number 2. But of course, there's still day number 3 tomorrow. I don't know how this would change though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So this is definitely not something that I was expecting.
You want a spoiler? Let me go out on record that I think Team Secret will be 2-4 tomorrow.
So is this a week of upsets, huh?
They will be facing Fennel Adversity tomorrow. How is it an upset if Fennel Adversity, one of the hottest teams that we have right now, Team Secret, one of the teams that are on a slump right now.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say this because again they are our team. They're like they were our representatives during the Horizon Cup, placed 3rd in the whole world. And it's hard that they're facing this, I don't know, slump.
Yeah.
Big slump. Definitely.
It definitely is. And, you know, we know that, of course, like, you know, the first week, of course, you're like, okay, teams are experimenting a little bit. Week 2, it's like, you know, you're kind of like your excuses, I guess, are numbered a little bit. Time is running out, of course. And, you know, by week 2, you'd think that things would have stabilized. As it is for most of these teams. For example, Underground, of course, looks pretty solid. They were challenged by RRQ in a very heated series. And it looks like for Underground and RRQ tomorrow, it looks like they'll be up against Sunsparks and Cerebrum respectively. I think our match of the day would have to be, you know, this rematch over here for the CIFA Series fall season. We're seeing the fall season.
FLA versus CS, yes,
exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's a little bit of a throwback over here. And we have Grindsky versus Oasis as well. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of a flashback of the fall season. And Autolus, I have to say, again, it seems like the Fennel Adversity has evolved, has changed, has still improved. Team Secret might be a little stuck in the past or having trouble adjusting to, you know, what is meta.
Yeah, the meta, again, it does not seem to favor this set of guys. I did say that, you know, when you go back to Comfort, which they did on game number 2, and got beaten by the meta champions that we have here, for example, the Yumi, that just goes to show that the level of preparation isn't there yet for week number 2 of Team Secret. Possibly week number 3, but for tomorrow, I feel not so confident for them.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for sure. Of course, we want to see them pull through. We want to see all of our teams pull through in, you know, epic matches and good series. And we'll see. The story will continue tomorrow for day 3 of week 2. Of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to see tomorrow if the week of the underdogs is going to continue. A lot of stories are left hanging with what happened today. And we're going to see how they wrap up at the end of week 2. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.
Shine. Running wild